Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 51. God. This is really amazing. Does he know about this? Everyone couldn't help being shocked. Who can guess about this, just by understanding the market again and again? He can guess so much. But, did Zhang Feng really guess it? Part of him is guessing, and more. He knows all this based on the memory in his memory. In the second year of Great Tang Zhengwen, in early June, Tibet and Tuihan were in a severe drought. They seized the opportunity to seize the Longyu Road, but they were hopeless. How can he not know such historical records? However, Zhang Feng is even more thrilled at this time. It also makes Zhang Feng's identity even more mysterious. While Wei Zheng seemed a little unbelieving, he continued to ask, "What is a talent? A talented person can do it. How can I be called a virtuous minister?" A virtuous minister? Zhang Feng hesitated a bit, looking at Wei Zheng with a weird face and said, "I said, old Wei, can we not talk about this? This is a serious crime of decapitation!" Zhang Feng was speechless. Wei Zheng is also somewhat guilty. He was too anxious. But this matter is really urgent. Excited from what he just said about the governance of the country. He can see that this Zhang Feng is a real great talent. Such a talent, if there is no correct guidance, I am afraid it will be the most difficult road. And Zhang Feng's appearance looks so young. If that is the case, then it is the misfortune of Great Tang. Thinking of this, Wei Zheng chuckled. "Isn't this a discussion? I just asked casually. If you don't know, it's okay. Let's drink." Slow. Zhang Feng's stubborn temper came up. Who said he couldn't tell? If you just think about the translations of the ancients, you can tell a lot. Besides, he is still a genius in the literature department. He is really no stranger to these things. Thinking about it, Zhang Feng said, "The so-called great sage is the overall planning of that kind of talent, and there are very few people in China today who can call it a great sage. At least, Zhu Liangjai know." And this sage small official said that among the current imperial court, among them, Wei Zheng is one of them. Although this person is meticulous in everything, his loyalty is unmatched. Well, what about Cheng Yojin? Yes. Wan and Zhangsan Wuji? The two asked in a hurry. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Although these two people are not as good as Wei Zheng, they are not far apart. The conduct of these two people can be regarded as good, but they are not worthy of good officials. Both faces are dark." Wei Zheng feels extremely comfortable at this time. This is an affirmation of him, and still praise him in front of Li Shimin, who doesn't like to hear this kind of thing. But, since there are good small officials, there must be a good monarch. Let's talk about His Holiness now. While speaking, Li Shimin's eyes lit up, and he immediately got up to 12 points. Today's His Holiness, I said before, he is first emperor throughout all ages, so I won't talk about it anymore. But he is not a good person. Wow, not a good person? Everyone was shocked. In this matter, the expression on Li Shimin's face was frozen. Zhang Feng continued, "I know, you must be surprised. Today, His Holiness, everything he does is for the country and the people. Why not be considered a good person? There is a reason for this. We recall Li Shimin's life, his life's battles, the title of Prince of Qin, and even make everyone feel terrified. The people who died in his hands are more than 10,000 people. Thousands. And, in the previous Wai River Treaty, he humiliatedly signed this thing to ensure the prosperity of Great Tang, which is really not a good person. A good person, how can he make it? These things? However, it is precisely because of Li Shimin's practice that he will definitely become the first emperor throughout all ages. Open words and accept virtuousness. Even the king of enlightened sovereign, no one can match in history. There is another saying, a good person is not an emperor. If Li Shimin is a good person, then stop. On the court, he will be soft-hearted, so how can he calm the Great Tang world? If that day, he could not bear the humiliation and sign the Wai River Treaty, maybe at this time, Chainan City will be gone. Exist. How can I have this Great Tang? Everyone was silent, and Li Shimin's heart has set off a monstrous wave. Is this all the first half of his life? this moment, his thoughts returned to the boy wearing white cloak, whistling in the bloody wind, and on the Waishui River, the kind of despair, who can understand? Even at this time, in the hearts of all ministers, perhaps they are still scolding Li Shimin when he should not sign the Wai River Treaty. But he does not regret it. He really doesn't regret this matter, because if you don't do this, then Great Tang is really over. Okay, shopkeeper, that's good! Exclamation mark. Li Shimin became a little excited and choked up. He picked up the wine bowl and said, "Come, I will toast you a bowl for the Great Tang period of prosperity." Come, come, come! Exclamation mark. For the Great Tang period of prosperity. Let's have a toast. Everyone was shocked. Cannot help but recall the glorious years in my heart. But Jiang Feng drank his bowl of wine and said, "But, I have to talk about one more person, Empress Zhangsun." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 52. I think you all know about Empress Zhangsun. But what you don't know is that all the decisions of His Holiness today it was decided after Empress Zhangsun's negotiation. It can be said that today's imperial edict, and every decision, has half the credit of Empress Zhangsun. Everyone in an uproar. Who knows about this except Li Shimin? But now everyone knows. So everyone was shocked at this time. Although Empress Zhangsun asks anything but normally, Empress didn't expect so talented. Otherwise, why does Jiang Feng say her alone? At this time, Li Shimin's heart became more agitated. This is his Empress. Empress Zhangsun is Zhangsun Yuji's younger sister, but this Empress is not simple. She can be compared in history, except for the wife of the martial emperor of the Han dynasty. An incomparable existence. If it weren't for him, the Wai River Treaty was impossible at the time. That's not a big deal. I'm sure that this time, the solution to the drought on the Long Yu Road would also come from Empress Zhangsun, right? But this time he really guessed wrong. This drought was really not handled by Empress Zhangsun. It's himself. But all this is something later. Li Shimin was silent at this time. What Jiang Feng said was even more dry. Stop drinking a large bowl of wine, slowly, and then said, "Let's not talk about this. If you say anything else, you will really lose your head. I'm talking a bit too much." Is Empress what I can talk about? Yes, yes. Let's drink. Li Shimin took the opportunity to say. So much said today. In fact, Li Shimin really benefited a lot. After everyone drank a few more bowls of wine, Wai Zheng took the opportunity to say, "Shopkeeper, you have such an ability. Why not go for fame? Why are you willing to be a shopkeeper in this tavern? Could it be you? Don't you feel wronged?" Hearing this, everyone's ears are pricked up. Wai Zheng continued, "I surnamed Wai. Naturally, I have a distant relative who works as a secretary. If you want to go." "Ahem, old Wai. You can't do anything about secretarial supervision." Li Shimin coughed violently as a reminder. Jiang Feng hearing this, it is indeed a little bit moved. Secretary supervisor. That is the department closest to the emperor. However, when thinking of that damn system, Jiang Feng could only helplessly laughed. Many thanks old Wai, but this is really not the time. Oh, why? Wai Zheng is interested. Jiang Feng said ha ha with his mouth full. In fact, this matter has to start from the time I left the mountain. That time, I watched Chainan City and Purple Chi Dong Lei, so I thought about it. It's time to learn from the world, but the time is not here. After a while, I just babbled. Jiang Feng hurriedly shut up. But Wai Zheng seems to believe it. Quickly asked, "Then if you say that, I really know from old Li, what kind of Taoist priest of Mount Yu Tai you seem to be?" Keek N. That's right. Damn old Li. Why are you saying everything? I haven't married a wife yet. If you keep passing on like this, then when the time comes, I will take a hammer. Everyone hurriedly ended this topic. Everyone continued to drink and chat. The wine has 3 rounds of dishes and 5 flavors. When everyone is dizzy, Jiang Feng dazedly took Wai Zheng's hand and said, "I heard. You want me to ask for calligraphy?" He asked for the word and said the corners of their mouths twitched when hearing this. Ever since I met old Li's calligraphy, we have been thinking about it all the time. Little younger brother Jiang, come on. give us a pair of calligraphy. We should thank you very much." While speaking, everyone also came together. Everyone can see Jiang Feng's talent, and Jiang Feng is destined to be the kind of person who will soar into the sky in the future. If you can leave his calligraphy at this time, everything in the future will be good fortune. In this matter, although asking for words doesn't sound good, it doesn't matter. Jiang Feng's talent is worth it. Let's do it. Jiang Feng happiless smile. Whether it's for money or for pretending to be forced, Jiang Feng took it. "Since you are so enthusiastic, then I will give you a handheld calligraphy today." While speaking, Jiang Feng stood up swayingly. "Go to the counter, take out the 4 treasures of the study, and start writing." Ling Dinyan. After hard encounters, the conflicts are all around the stars. Mountains and rivers are broken, wind flutters, life experience is ups and downs, rain beats up, fear on the beach, talk about panic, and sigh in the ocean. Who has never died in life since ancient times? Keep your loyalty and history. As the madly cursive fonts appeared on the paper, everyone was in an uproar. This word. My God, is this a poem? The artistic conception in this. My God, this must be a masterpiece handed down. This character belongs to old Chen, no one should grab it. Cheng Yojin everyone's shoulders, looking at Wei Zheng, said threateningly. And Wei Zheng doesn't seem to be afraid of him, but slightly smiled instead. This is from Jiang Feng brother. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 53. Li Shimin glared at Cheng Yojin. Don't make noise. Don't disturb Jiang Feng brother. Hearing this, Cheng Yojin shrank his neck and stopped talking. He has made up his mind about this character. He must get it. The artistic conception in this picture, although his talents and learning are shallow, but he can also feel that kind of golden and iron horse artistic conception from it. This is a military commander. It takes a lifetime to sum up something. This kind of artistic conception, if it is a heirloom, then Cheng family will definitely remember him and remember the achievements of his ancestors. At this time, Cheng Yojin could only forcefully suppress the excitement in his heart, and looked at the word quietly, feeling agitated. And Jiang Feng is still writing, not paying attention to everyone's strangeness, with each word falling. Finally, Jiang Feng took out a big seal, and bang stamped his name. No, this is all right. Then I will continue to write. As for who wants that, then you can discuss it yourself. While speaking, what Jiang Feng is continuing to write. And now, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Feng again. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's eyes closed slightly, and he thought about it quietly in his mind, then suddenly opened his eyes, and then the ink brush was covered on a new piece of white paper. Come on, wave a bit. I became sick with the book. The diseased bone branch is wide and the hat is wide. Wanyu country is not daring to be humble. The matter will still have to be closed. Heaven and Earth Spiritual God Fu Temple Society, Jinghua Father Wang Helyuan. The finished apprenticeship is the same from the past to the present, and you can take a closer look at the lights in the middle of the night. As the first line of words falls, everyone was in an uproar. This time, Jiang Feng did not write cursive script, instead he used official script. It's not that he doesn't want to, and because of the artistic conception of this poem, it must be written in block letters. Lu Yu is one of his most respected poets, so he is so solemn about this poem. The regular characters, stroke by stroke, make Jiang Feng's font even more elegant. One stroke by one stroke, like a silver hook and silver painting. God. Li Shiman was shocked. He is also a person who loves calligraphy, but at this time, seeing Jiang Feng's characters, although not as bold as cursive, but at this time Jiang Feng's entire temperament has changed. A trace of elegance, a trace of deep and unmeasurable. And what is the artistic conception in this poem? At this moment, Wei Zheng's eyes flashed. If Jiang Feng was not creating at this time, he would really give a Confucian scholar gift. This is really a poem written for him. The artistic conception in the poem can no longer be described in words. For the first poem before, this poem really matches him. And these, Jiang Feng really doesn't know, he just thinks and writes, and he is surrounded by an old Y who understands Tao of Confucianism. He dare not, with each word falling. Finally, Jiang Feng pauses. Poem. It's still a poem, but the poems of this time were originally created by Jiang Feng based on Liu Yao's masterpieces in his memory. Over time. Finally, the 4 characters are finished. But everyone looked at Jiang Feng. Absolute silence. Is this a person, or God, able to complete such masterpieces so quickly and still so in one go? Is this still a human? God. This is God. He is the God who gave me great Tang. Okay, things are like this now. I believe that these words are handed down for you, and they will definitely be handed down. Jiang Feng brother, this my first illness. Can you give me old Y? Y Zheng interrupted Jiang Feng's words, hurriedly rushed to the crowd, bowed a big gift, and then continued, this picture, they are all big bosses, and only I can understand the truth, so I am willing to bid 100 tals. Jiang Feng was surprised. 100 tals, my boy. But at this moment, Li Shimin was not happy anymore. Why do you say that yours is yours? I think this poem was written by me. Immediately, Li Shimin waved his hand and said with excitement, brother, you are my real brother. This character, old elder brother, I thank you. Don't worry, I have it here. If you are a bobai, I think it's changing your character. Li Shimin immediately blocked Wei Zheng and wanted to grab the character. But, at this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji was also impatient. Look left and right, and finally another character is on top. And the most proud of it was Cheng Yojin. Seeing Li Shimin and Wei Zheng were red-faced in the fight, the elated one held a song like a treasure in his arms and hid in the corner. Zhang Sun Wuji and Zhang Sun Wuji quietly underestimated this. Jiang Feng looked at the red-faced 2 people in contention, a little speechless. Okay, old Li, you have passed it a little bit. Isn't there 4 characters? Each one has 1 character, and it was not given to you before. Huh? Are you like this? Li Shimin hearing this, his old face blushed. But the hand that grabbed that set of characters still didn't let go. Old Li, this is what's wrong with you. You also know what old Y is. There is no discussion about this matter. Li Shimin immediately quit. The 2 competed again. Jiang Feng said silently, old Li, do you remember, I said before, when I meet again, will I show you something baby? Hearing this, all people will look towards Jiang Feng. Baby. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 54. Everyone wants to know, what is the baby? Jiang Feng said. I saw Jiang Feng thief look around, and then pulled out a piece of paper from the account book under the abacus on the counter. Here, that's it. While speaking, Jiang Feng opened the paper in his hand cautiously, and then spread it in the sight of everyone. I saw a map that everyone had never seen before. It was suddenly on paper. Although the drawing was not exquisite, at least, the 4 of Li Shimin looked at it at the first glance. Go to the word Great Tang at the bottom right of this paper map. This is. Li Shimin was shocked. Looking at the map, he asked with confusion. This is the baby you said, little brother? While Wei Zheng looked thoughtful at the map, he watched it carefully and said, younger brother Jiang, this map, is it the map after Great Tang West? Hey, old Y knows the goods. Yes, this is the map west of Great Tang. Jiang Feng patted Wei Zheng on the shoulder, looked at the 3 Li Shimin in the puzzled faces, and said, you know about Silk Road, right? I know. But the map of Silk Road has always been something that merchants of my generation have always respected, and we have had the honor to see it. However, the map of Silk Road seems to be different. Li Shimin looked at the map and said, the complete volume map of Silk Road, the Imperial Palace of Great Tang, contains a copy, and all commercial and military deployment strategies in the West are basically based on this map. The map before us. It seems that there is a big deviation from the known map. Everyone didn't understand the meaning of this map, and they didn't know what Jiang Feng meant when he took it out again. They couldn't help but look towards Jiang Feng again. Jiang Feng pretended to be mysterious and said, you are all businessmen. When old Li came to me last time, the one who cried was a miserable one. While speaking, Jiang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder. While Li Shimin's whole person is not good, he hurriedly explained, No, I really didn't cry. Really? But, what Wei Zheng and Zhang Sun Wuji knew in his eyes, Li Shimin had to shut up dully, and Jiang Feng didn't give him a chance to explain. Because they are all men. It's all about saving face. So I racked my brains, exhausted what I had learned in my life, and worked hard to create this map. The starting point for this map is Chainan, and the end point is the Mediterranean Sea. This map. Wait. Wei Zheng stretched out his hand and blocked Jiang Feng and asked, Jiang little brother, how did you get this map? Or, how did you draw it? Calculated. I tell you, every night, when you are all sleeping, I will wander into the sky, soaring above this world, overlooking all beings. Ahem. Say the point. Wei Zheng's mouth twitched, interrupting Jiang Feng, and asked, if this map is really what you drew, then this map means create a new business route! Exclamation mark. The map that you know, think about it, what you all know, what other businessmen don't know about that day and the next. Do you want to get rich? Get rich. Everyone's faces are black. But, it's not the time to point out. Li Shimin coughed. Little brother, you go on. Now, old Li still has vision. To His Holiness, if you have such a vision, that would be great. While speaking, Jiang Feng sighed with emotion. But don't worry about Jiang Feng's emotion. Li Shimin is even more anxious. Is feeling hurting me? However, Jiang Feng did not give him a chance, and continued, this is a business way that has never been opened before. You also know roughly now, what kind of products are needed by various countries. This is easy. At this time, you also saw Chainan City, Longyu Road, and even the entire Great Tang. How many foreign businesses are there? Merchandise? Not much, right? What does that mean? Everyone pondered carefully. It really is such a thing. But, this has nothing to do with their business. If they are really businessmen, this map might really make them money that they can't spend for at least 300 years. But, they are not businessmen. At this moment, Cheng Yojin, who had not spoken all the time, interjected in a dull voice, then as you want. Is it true that if this map is really a treasure, then it can be used in other places? Huh? Everyone is hearing this. Their eyes light up. Why did the Han Martial Emperor open the Silk Road business? However, the most important thing is to open up a channel, the lifeblood of connecting the outer domain. And it is precisely because of this merchant's way that everyone knows that the outside world is broader. Yes, it's old Chen, who knows me best. Jiang Feng glanced at Cheng Yojin appreciatively and whispered, you know. At that time, if the Han Martial Emperor did not die, what would it be like now? Do you know, what is the real purpose of the Han Martial Emperor opening the Silk Road? Exclamation mark. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 55. What scene? What is the purpose of the Han Martial Emperor to really open the Silk Road? Everyone is confused. Everyone really doesn't know this. Li Shimin said hesitantly, is it for the West expedition? Yes. Jiang Feng gave Li Shimin a thumbs up. At the beginning, who did not know the name of the Martial Emperor of the Han? Who did not know the name of the Martial Emperor of the Han? At that time, the Han dynasty was basically stable. However, the Han army still has not stopped their iron hoof, stepped on Helen Mountain, and even hit here all the way. While speaking, Jiang Feng's finger clicked on the territory of Persia, and then continued, you know, why did they retreat after they captured Persia? Why? Everyone asked in unison like a rare treasure. Because they are not familiar with maps. You may not know that from a military standpoint, if you enter an unfamiliar territory, the first task is to investigate and collect map information. However, due to cultural differences and language barriers, the Han Martial Emperor had to let Jiang Qian go as an ambassador to the western regions. On the one hand, it was to open up a business way so that the western regions could feel the Han Martial Emperors on the side of benevolence and justice. The most important purpose is to draw this map for the westward expedition. Boom! There was a monstrous sound in everyone's minds. Stormy. At the same time, a secret history also surfaced in everyone's mind. At the beginning, during the martial emperor of the Han dynasty, the nomads were prosperous. In order to destroy the nomads, emissary was sent to the western regions to contact Dayu surname and the 36 western regions to resist nomads together. But in the end it failed. On the contrary, this path connected commerce and Buddhism, and it was also introduced to the Han dynasty at that time. How does Jiang Feng know about all this? This is a secret history in the history library of the Great Tang Imperial Palace. Everyone doesn't believe it anymore. Jiang Feng's set of pinching fingers has been forgotten. If it can be calculated, what else do that many historians do? But this map is really important to them. Let's not talk about their military role played. Just talk about the current Great Tang, which is in the stage of all-round recovery. If this map is available at this time, wouldn't it be immediately, for Great Tang? Tang grabs an opportunity to pull allies. Moreover, at this time, if you start a business, it will have a huge effect for Great Tang. Unfortunately, Li Shimin, Wei Zheng and Zhang Sun Wuji looked at each other. The three of them all saw a touch of shock in each other's eyes. Subconsciously nodded. Li Shimin asked, then, why didn't younger brother Jiang dedicate this map to His Majesty today? If that's the case, maybe brother's career can be expanded because of this. Jiang Feng laughed. He thinks too. But, this damn system is not activated. How dare he slip away? Although this Great Tang is now saying that Li Shimin is open to talk, this thing, so to speak, it's still not safe. He doesn't know what his system is. When the time comes, if you give him something like level 19 at the start of 909, then how can he run off? How can I be happy? So, don't worry for now. The reason for taking out this map now, it is precisely because he is paving the way for the future. Old Li and the others have been in contact for half a year. Although they are a little unreliable, they are businessmen. On the one hand, he can pave the way for the future, and on the other hand, he also wants to eat well. Whether it's an official or a happy rivers and lakes, you all need money. Don't get to the end, take a broken bowl and travel the world, right? This is a bit of something. Think about it. Jiang Feng shook his head slightly, and said unfathomable, the time has not come. The time has not come. Does younger brother Jiang also want to learn from Zhuge Kongming? Today's His Holiness, visit tavern 3 times. Please come out. Mr. Wei Zheng jokingly said. Jiang Feng stared. Is it possible? Today's His Holiness, in order to deal with the next thing, it is estimated that he will be overwhelmed. Where will you remember me like a petty man? I see! Exclamation mark. Old Wei, you are a bit of that. Wei Zheng was taken aback. What's wrong with me? Am I not worried about the future of the reigning younger brother Jiang? A talent like you really shouldn't be buried in this place like this. And if you really want to go, secretary, I really have acquaintances. Not only that, but in Jinwu Guards, I have a nephew of the clan. I am a small captain, if you want to. Ahem, old Wei, you are enough, that's it. Li Shimin interrupted hurriedly. I really dare not let Wei Zheng meet Jiang Feng alone. If it continues like this, what's the deal? Unfortunately, Li Shimin hurriedly changed the topic. Jiang Feng brother, we are so boring, or talk about who? Do you have any opinions on all of you in the imperial court today? Jiang Feng was stunned, shocked, looking at Li Shimin in surprise and asked, Old Li, are you drunk? We petty people dare to talk about this matter? Jiang Feng, there is really some false fire. He was really scared of these top-level personalities after repeated discussions. He is afraid that before the system is activated, he will have to be caca. Jiang Feng's head is shaking like a rattle. I can't tell you about this. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 56. See it. Li Shimin hurriedly kicked Cheng Yojin, who was drinking alone. Cheng Yojin was stunned, but seeing Li Shimin's eyes, he was staring at Jiang Feng, hurriedly picked up the wine bowl, and roared, Brother, come to elder brother, I'll drink a bowl with you. Looking at this rough man, and then looking at his heroic appearance just now, Jiang Feng is also somewhat guilty. How can this guy drink? Is this kind of person a businessman too? But he can't hold Cheng Yojin's strength. He is about to fall apart. Hurriedly picked up the bowl and said, Go. Since elder brother can value us, let's After drinking a bowl, Li Shimin smiled and looked at Jiang Feng and said, brother, let's talk about it. Otherwise, this wine is not reliable. Now that you have said the treat, you have to toast whatsoever. Go. Looking at Cheng Yojin, who is pouring wine again, Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand. Go. Old Chen, stop drinking. Let's say it won't work. But, give me your guarantee on this matter. This matter can't be spread outside. Okay. No problem. Old Chen promises not to spread. Seeing everyone's assurance, Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Yojin and said, actually, I think Old Chen, you really don't look like a businessman. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Wai Zheng stepped forward and asked, how is it not like? Zhang Feng mysterious smiled. Old Chen, give me your hand, and I will show you a palmistry. Can you still see palmistry? Everyone is somewhat guilty, but most of them think that Zhang Feng is in the boosting ratio. So Li Shimin can't help but remind Cheng Yojin with his feet. Cheng Yojin's handle. Suspiciously, he handed it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng pretended to look at it, but he really saw something. Can't help but ask, Yi. Old Chen, you don't look like a businessman when you look at you palmistry. Your hand is the hand that holds weapons all the time! Exclamation mark. Wai Zheng is shocked. Li Shimin is shocked. Zhang Sunwuji is shocked. Cheng Yojin even dislikes the monstrous waves in his heart. Talent. This is the talent who rides the horse. Who knows better? My old Cheng. Only Zhang Feng. You have calluses on your hands for at least 30 years, right? Where can a businessman have this? Tell me, are you a businessman? From the very beginning, Zhang Feng was a little doubtful whether everyone was a businessman. But until now, he is even more suspicious. Whose businessman is full of calluses? Whose businessmen always like to ask questions about decapitation? Is there a group of fake businessmen? Zhang Feng is puzzled. Hee hee. So what? Cheng Yojin he dealt with it a few times, racking his brains for a while, but in the end Zhang Sunwuji sighed helplessly. Younger brother Zhang, you don't know. Come on. Look at my hand. Is it the same as old Chen? While speaking, he also shook his hand in front of Zhang Feng's eyes. Although Zhang Feng did not see clearly, he still saw some calluses. I couldn't help being even more stunned. Then, what's the matter? When seeing this, everyone couldn't help but sighed in relief deeply. Zhang Sunwuji sighed in distress. Not because poor. In the early years, several of us were brothers in the same village. Because proud and arrogant wanted to come to the test for fame, but this silly guy was drunk and riotous in the examination room, and we had to be rushed out. Hearing this, Wai Zheng answered in tears, you only know one, but you don't know the other. At that time, old brother, I had reached my age, but I lost this opportunity and my career was completely cut off. So we started doing business together after thinking about it. What is going on? Zhang Feng listened to it for a long time, and was finally overwhelmed by Wai Zheng. Pointed to Cheng Yojin's hand and asked, isn't this what I said before? Are we engaged in medicine ingredient trading? We started with medicine ingredient. As you know, those years of war have been turbulent. So the business of medicine ingredient is best to do. Old Chen really doesn't know how to operate, so he stayed in Longyu Road. It's 30 years, until the last 6 months, because of other business in Chainan, and because of old Jin's body, we called him back and let him enjoy the blessing. A few people have one mouth for you, one mouth for me, and they said it in a day's length is a lie. Telling the truth. Even Zhang Feng had forgotten his original intention at all. At the end, he started a bowl and touched everyone one after another. All of you elder brothers are people with stories. I admire people like you the most. Come, let's not say anything. In the past, let's not mention anything about this. Come on, drink. Oh, I can't drink, old Chen. How long has it been? The Zhang Feng brother is still suspicious of me. Is the Zhang Feng brother so despised because I have been holding the hoe for 30 years? If that is the case, let's take the Zhang Feng brother's kitchen knife and chop off my claws for the sake of wine. Cheng Yojin also came up. He got up. While speaking, I really got up, ready to go to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife. Only scared. Jiang Feng hugged Cheng Yojin quickly. Brother, if you have something, let's talk about it. Don't use the knife. Actually, if you don't say it, I seriously doubt whether you are an imperial court. The younger brother of Cheng Yojin, Lord Cheng. That is the person I admire the most. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 57. Huh? Hearing this, Cheng Yojin really stopped. Turning his head abruptly, he asked excitedly, Cheng Yojin is a great hero in the world, a rare god, is. Ahem. Li Shimin coughed quickly, interrupting Cheng Yojin's boasting. Cheng Yojin hurriedly changed his words, but, he has nothing to do with me for a penny. If I were really his brother, do you think I will play with the hoe and pole for 30 years? You treat me as silly old Chen. Same. Jiang Feng clicked nodded. I just said that just now. Cheng Yojin, continue to ask, Brother Jiang, tell me, what about Cheng Yojin? He is also the person I respect most in old Chen in mind. This person ... is canonized by Duke of Lu. Although in the eyes of many people, this person is brave and intrepid. But I decided that if this person is really like this, then he really does not deserve to be canonized Duke of Lu. He broke Song Vajra, captured Du Jian again, and surrendered Wang Shichong. Which one does not require resourcefulness? The world only knows the mad Cheng Yojin, but they don't know. If he is really so mad, how can he be the enemy of these three? How can he be named Duke of Lu? Is it because he is blind today? Jiang Feng said in one breath. I said everything that shouldn't be said. I feel comfortable in an instant. Who said that Cheng Yojin can only do tricks? Who dares to say that Cheng Yojin is a silly ignorance of strategy? Is Jiang Feng's first dissatisfaction. Why? Why not? Because of Jiang Feng? He admires this person. Can anyone who can go to Linian Pavilion's 24 heroes be a counselor? Can one be stupid? If you think so, then you are really a fool. Cheng Yojin's achievements are all made with one axe and one axe. There is no ambiguity, and there is no trace of hypocrisy. He also sincerely feels from the records in the history books that this old Chen is a bit different. The businessman, and the calluses on his hands, and his character, kind of missed Cheng Yojin, so when blocking Cheng Yojin, he said casually, yes, didn't expect. This old Chen, didn't expect also worship Cheng Yojin so much. At this time, nothing is more shocking than Li Shimin and the others. Although everyone can know about these things, and Cheng Yojin's deeds are all made by him. On the battlefield, there are courageous and courageous. It can be said that the establishment of Great Tang country depends on Cheng Yojin. Li Shimin believes that he absolutely approves of this. Little younger brother Jiang, do you think that His Holiness today? Li Shimin glanced over and saw Jiang Feng praise Cheng Yojin, and raised him by the way, hurriedly need to ask. However, Jiang Feng picked up the wine bowl and put it on his mouth. Old Li, I call you brother. Don't cheat me. Although there are only a few of us here, just in case does anyone listen to the corner? This is a great crime of beheading. Brother, I am 20 years old and I have never seen the taste of a woman. Please stop talking about His Imperial Majesty. But okay. Jiang Feng's head is about to explode. This old Li is really hard-headed. He dared to do such a destructive business. But Jiang Feng dare not. Turning the subject hurriedly, get up. Cheng Yojin's words, I haven't finished yet. Although Cheng Yojin is a bit reckless, if he really thinks he is reckless, then he was so wrong. And it is precisely because of his rude skin that he leaves the illusion of rudeness and rudeness when defending the enemy. Before this person, old Y asked if they were sage. I said no. They are indeed not sage. Hearing this, Cheng Yojin couldn't help but asked why he couldn't be regarded as sage. But Jiang Feng has not given him a chance to speak. This is because he is one of the three great war gods of Great Tang. If he is missing, then, you think, Turkey class time. Did you just come to sign a Y River Treaty with Great Tang? Cough. Jiang Feng coughed. Mark a point. This is me. The three war gods I think are not official statistics. Hearing this, Li Shimin's face turned pale suddenly. Three war gods, Jiang Feng thought. This, brother, this ... Y River Treaty, There is another meaning? Yes, there is indeed another one level of meaning, otherwise you think Turkic has nothing to do. Come to Chang'an City to travel? Zhang Feng said silently. Weizheng is stationed all year round in Yu Prefecture, but in Liang Province there is Zhangsun Wuji. Chang'an City is stationed by Cheng Yojin, the three generals. If his Turkic really dares to attack Chang'an, within 3 days, the whole army will be wiped out in Chang'an City. So, Turkic came to Chang'an City. In fact, it really wanted to capture Chang'an and inquire about the actual deployment of Great Tang's troops. Secondly, after learning that Liang Province and Yu Prefecture had changed, he finally chose to retreat. And second, this is precisely because of the appearance of Cheng Yojin. The entire tavern instantly became absolute silence. Everyone was shocked. Cheng Yojin hurriedly asked, "Then, what does this have to do with Cheng Yojin? He didn't do anything in it." "Yes, Cheng Yojin didn't do anything. At the time, I heard that Cheng Yojin seemed to be standing next to His Holiness today, holding an axe about to rush down, and was finally blocked by His Holiness." "This." "Yes." Zhang Feng slapped Weizheng on the shoulder when he was talking, and sighed. In ancient times, Guan Cheng retreated with a roar, and Cheng Yojin was angry and shocked Turkic in the city. It was because Turkic saw Cheng Yojin and mistakenly thought that Cheng Yojin's large army was lying in ambush in the city, so they retreated. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 58. I am confused. Everyone is stunned. There is this kind of operation? Is this exaggerating, Old Black? Zhangsun Wuji coughed, and asked slowly, "Well, this Wai River Treaty is really because Turkic is afraid of the 3 great Tang war gods, so he retreats. So why sign Wai River Treaty? Faces a problem. Think about it, you go to the door of people's house to fight the autumn breeze, and finally go back empty-handed. Then how do you explain to the younger brother?" Zhang Feng smacked his lips, boasting again and said, "Actually, how do you say this thing?" Scratching his head, Zhang Feng continued, "This is indeed there are 3 major war gods that have played a key role, but it is not because they are afraid, but because they are afraid of Great Tang's dying counterattack. Great Tang just destroyed the Sui dynasty and established the Great Tang. Stability, coupled with the change of Xuanwu Gate, this allows Turkic to find an opportunity to take advantage. If Great Tang is really weak, it will be destroyed. If it is destroyed, the key is that Yu Prefecture, Liang Province, it just happens to be stuck. 2 Turkic masters, plus, Tulai Khan and Jili Khan have always been at odds. If the war is stuck, then you think about the consequences. That's why I said, the role of Cheng Yojin, it's very important. Okay. Ha ha ha, I think old Chen too. If it weren't for General Cheng. Cheng Yojin let out a long scream of excitement, but Li Shimin glared at him and forcibly held back the second half sentence. At this time, Zhangsun Wuji saw that Zhang Feng stopped talking about Cheng Yojin, and hurriedly asked, "That little brother, what do you think of Zhangsun Wuji?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The identity of Zhangsun Wuji is a bit special. He is the little brother-in-law of His Imperial Majesty today and the maiden family of Empress Zhangsun. At this time, what will Zhang Feng say? Zhang Feng touched his arms, and Zhangsun Wuji's silver bills smacked his lips and said, "Actually speaking, Zhangsun Wuji and today's His Holiness were in the period of the first Prince of Qin and followed His Holiness. The celebrity, personal strength as everyone knows. The reason why I say he is one of the 3 war gods is because of his military strategy. If His Holiness did not have Zhangsun Wuji at the beginning, then Great Tang country, it's not going to be so fast. It's not going to be so easy to play." Li Shimin is silent. Indeed, Zhangsun Wuji's personal battle strength is not as good as Cheng Yojin and Li Jing, but he is still in the military. And from the analysis of the battlefield, this person can definitely be considered first-rate. If not, how could he win by surprise and set the reputation of Prince of Qin? But Li Shimin is also puzzled. "Dare to ask little brother, as far as I know, Yachi Jing, Hu Junji, Zhang Gongjin and the others are all first-class war god. Why are there only 3 war gods in the heart of a little brother? Li Jing. Needless to say, this person's achievements are obvious to all. But everyone knows everyone's achievements, and achievements, everyone knows clearly. If it's a war god list, there are still many people who can be on the list. But why? There are only these 3 in his mind people. Zhang Feng mysterious smiled. Those people you mentioned are indeed war god, no doubt, but, as I said before, this is the war god ranking in my mind. That's it. Because I like it. I like it. As for others, the point is that Zhang Feng is not familiar with him. Yachi Jingde is a good celebrity, but, because he knows too little about this person from the history, so he can't judge in vain. So when he finally said it, he said it was the war god list in his heart. But, Zhang Feng's answer caused everyone to roll the eyes together. What kind of war god list is this? However, Zhang Sunwuji and Cheng Yojin actually have the same in their hearts. It's really elated, including Wei Zheng, known as the Haiyan Small Official, and Li Shimin, who was also known as the first emperor throughout all ages. At this time, the 4 sitting the thought for a while, it's not that uncomfortable anymore, but in my heart for Zhang Feng's mysterious, once again deeply shocked everyone. Zhang Feng? Who is it? How much does he know? Even the people's desire to win over Zhang Feng became stronger. Then everyone chatted again and became a lot of imperial court people, basically the minister who can be called the name, have been commented by Zhang Feng. Just when Zhang Feng got up slantingly and was about to light the oil lamp, Li Shimin and the others only reacted over, and immediately got up to leave. But when everyone was about to walk out of the store, Zhang Feng dazedly patted his belly and said with a big tongue, "Old Li, I have a rich business here, hiccup. Do you want to hear it?" He doesn't believe that, even if it's Taoist immortal. After drinking so much wine, he should have said everything. And what big business is there now? Li Shimin. He smiled and shook his head, patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder and said, "I don't know what the secret younger brother Zhang is talking about, but it doesn't hurt to say it." However, Zhang Feng's next words made Li Shimin and the others' wine spirits completely sober. Zhang Feng leaned against the door and said, "Before didn't Tibet and Tuihan leave? Go back and prepare, they will come back." What? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 59. Li Shimin was shocked. Wei Zheng was shocked. Wei Zheng hurriedly grabbed Zhang Feng and asked, "Zhang little brother, you said Tibet will come back again, but you didn't say it. They all just returned. Now, what's the reason for this again? You don't know this?" Zhang Feng dizzily lit the oil lamp and sat on the long chair again. Zhang said, "Actually, this time their sudden visit, aren't you absolutely abrupt?" Hearing this, Li Shimin and Wei Zheng looked at each other in amazement. "Yes, this time they suddenly visited and then left. I also heard about it. It was also for this matter that we gathered at the tea stand at the gate of Jingfeng to discuss. Could it be that there is a conspiracy in this? Is there a conspiracy? If you have a conspiracy, I guess it will definitely be there." Zhang Feng is even more dizzy. But the chattering box also opened and continued. "Do you remember what I said before, that they also suffered a drought, and it is more serious than Longyu Road?" "Yes, I remember 1 inch." Li Shimin's face became serious involuntarily. "This is not enough. Their drought can no longer be controlled." But Wei Zheng frowned. "I listen. A friend who was working as an errand at the Imperial Palace said that they did not say that they had worked out a solution to the drought. Tibet said that putting the bowl on the ground and covering it with talisman paper would have water." "Yo, this is a talent. Can you move this way?" Zhang Feng was really surprised. The person who can come up with this method is a ghost. But he is also stunned. When people are in a hurry, they will definitely create something. And the wisdom of ancient people is really strong. Yes, this method is indeed effective, but this can only be regarded as an utterly inadequate measure. And I guess according to Tibet's customs, this thing is not cheap, right? Li Shimin sighed. "Yes, our friend said that when they met His Holiness, they actually said they wanted half of the land on Longyu Road." Zhang Feng, hearing this, slapped the thigh. That's not it. If I were to be the for this matter, I must cut that person off. This is really Lion's big mouth. Ah. Oh, everyone's eyes lit up. Quickly asked in unison, then little brother means, where can they actually solve the drought? By the way, I told you about this before. Did you forget? You can't get drunk? The business I'm talking about is here too. Zhang Feng gave everyone a suspicious look. He seriously doubts the IQ of these people. Forget what you just said now. Now, listen carefully. I'll say it again. If you have mastered this method, someone who is not very close to you will come and beg you for a way to manage the drought. You will give it. No, Li Shimin's brain is shaking like a rattle. That's not it. This is definitely not going to work. If you are not willing to make others cheaper, then others have such kindness to tell you. I think too much. In fact, their purpose was to wait and see Great Tang before, but now they can't sit still. They want to take the initiative to take a look at the situation. If Great Tang really does not solve the drought, they will take advantage of the opportunity and make a fortune. But, if His Holiness really solved the drought, then ... he got this method, so he left in such a panic! Exclamation mark. What? This? Everyone was shocked. It turns out that the purpose of their coming is really like this. Is this not enough? However, everyone's hearts are becoming more and more unassuming, because this incident happened today. And it was only a moment before I met Zhang Feng. All this happened in a rush. Everyone didn't know what happened, and even why they left. Until now, they haven't thought about it. As soon as Zhang Feng said it, everyone couldn't help but become a little worried. If it is really as Zhang Feng said. So if the people from Tibet go back this time, a lot of things will really happen because of this. For example, war broke out. Although Li Shimin is not afraid of war, now is a crucial moment for Great Tang. He needs a year for Great Tang to recuperate. And as I said before, if Tibet moves, then Duhan and Turkic will all be involved. At that time, Great Tang. What will happen? Li Shimin's face turned pale involuntarily. This matter is really a bit tricky. But I think about it again. Li Shimin hurriedly asked, that little brother, how do you think this matter can be solved? Zhang Feng took a few sips of hot tea and got out of his body. After sweating, I felt a little better. Looking at Li Shimin and the others eagerly, he said silently, are you guys okay? For the sake of friends, let's just say it. Did you make the model of the water wheel I gave you before? Li Shimin blushed. Where has he seen that thing? As soon as I got it, I sent it to Longyu Road non-stop. And then I only knew that the drought had basically calmed down. Is this what Zhang Feng is talking about? Li Shimin was startled. His eyes heated up. Zhang Feng has talked about this transaction several times. Is this opportunity here? Shopkeeper, is this your chance to make a fortune? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 60. Yes. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder, as if he hadn't noticed the look on the faces of the four at this time. Continue to say, I said it before, yes, it is the insect pupa, that business is also good. Have you got it? No. Li Shimin's face blushed and he glared at Wei Zheng. This is all done by Wei Zheng. Otherwise, Li Shimin's pockets are now bulging. Although I don't know if it will be accepted. This is really a chance to make a fortune. Oh, this is your fault. Looking at Li Shimin's face, Zhang Feng instantly understood. This guy still doesn't believe me. Yes, you can start that thing too. Now send people to Longyu Road to do a desperate promotion. Just say that the Imperial Palace Imperial Kitchen has a secret recipe for health preservation. This thing can not only prevent diseases, it's a lot of tonic. And it can also delay aging. If you eat it regularly, it can extend your life. This youngster is so bad. Wei Zheng hearing this, directly in the heart, put a label on Zhang Feng. Li Shimin seemed to be aftertaste, and said, little brother Zhang, can this thing really do this? Maybe. Zhang Feng scratched the back of his head. The main ingredients of this gadget are protein and amino acids. Eating too much will definitely enhance physique. Don't the poor in this era can't afford to eat meat? Then this thing can meet all needs. But there is one thing I can guarantee. If you eat too much, this thing can really resist some diseases. but let me tell you a little secret. This thing can nourish the kidney. Huh? Really? Younger brother Jang, what you said is true. You didn't lie to me. Everyone's eyes brightened. Before everyone heard the name, they only thought that this thing was very delicious, but after finally knowing the name, everyone couldn't stand it. But now, this guy actually said that this thing can strengthen the body. It can also nourish the kidney. The Xiaojujiu in everyone's hearts couldn't help but start to figure it out. It's too peaceful now, and everyone has begun to take care of it. As long as they hear about something that can make up and enhance physique, everyone is vying for it. Now didn't expect, this thing is okay? Exclamation mark. Seeing everyone's eyes shining, Jang Feng faintly smiled. Yes, insect pupa does have such an effect. If you don't believe me, I will get some of it next time. It works. Really? Younger brother Jang. Li Shimin grabbed Li Shimin's hand, excited said, you are really my great Tang's savior. Cough cough. Really, really? Didn't you say to give me the secret recipe last time? Then, hey, I said old Li, you are thinking about my secret recipe. Jang Feng smacked speechlessly. Yes, since I said it last time, let me give it to you. But, you know the value of this thing, it must not be spread, and you, for more than half a year, almost emptied my foundation from me. This is not a big deal. In an instant, Jang Feng's words have knocked everyone into the bottom. What does this mean? Li Shimin slapped his head and hurriedly put his hand in his arms. He was about to take out the silver bills, but at this moment, Jang Feng blocked Li Shimin. I said old Li, is this bad for you? Between us brother, what do you want these imaginary things? Do you think I am so greedy for money, or do you think I am not good? See Jang Feng like this, Li Shimin is dumbfounded. Then what do you want? As long as you can tell, I can tell old Li. However, Li Shimin thought for a while and added, the premise is that I can get it. Yes. Jang Feng slapped the back of the head. This product wants to be crooked again. Jang Feng smiled slyly. I don't want anything, I want the same thing. What? Only if you want to sell these things in the future and get the favor of His Holiness, you have to call me. I have to say that I have researched this thing, and that water tank is the same. How about it? This is it? Didn't you have seen each other for half a year? Everyone thought Jang Feng was mysterious and what he was going to say, and finally made such a request. Li Shimin sighed in relief said, no problem. These are all trivial things. If you want, I can take it out now and say that you made this stuff. For Li Shimin, this requirement is not too simple. But there is one more thing. If you sell these two distinct things, if you make money, we can get 5 to 5 points. Jang Feng added, although he is not short of money. But, when the system will be awakened, when the time comes, what will the system be? Now we have to spread everything that can be spread out. But when he thinks of this fortune-making business, Jang Feng has a toothache. This is my trump card baby. Oh, it's really cheap, you big bosses. Today's things, if I dedicate them to today's His Holiness, then... Can you think of it? Give me what an official. See Jang Feng's speechless chatter. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. This time, what Jang Feng brought out is really true. If you don't know Jang Feng, if Jang Feng really shows up, according to Li Shimin's temperament, he can really wave his hand and seal it. What a second-rank officer. Anyway, if you hang up a job, you can get such precious things. For Li Shimin, it's really nothing. In the nagging voice, Jang Feng throwing a piece of paper full of writing to Li Shimin, it hurts very much. But Li Shimin is really sorry. So he took it, bonded it, and scoured Zhang Sanwuji and the others, and took a lot of silver bills, or some loose silver ingots. Gold. The spindles are all piled on the table. After seeing the table full of dazzling golden lights, Jang Feng waved his hand in excitement. I still have a few jars of good wine. You can bring them back so that some sister-in-laws will taste it. Go back and kneel on the washboard. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 61. Li Shimin is very excited. At this time, not only a word was inserted in his arms, but 2 hands were holding 2 jars of fine wine danglingly. The smile on his face couldn't be hidden at all. Behind him, Wei Zheng and the other 3 are the same. This trip, Wei Zheng is very moved. A few days of squatting is really worth it. Otherwise, where would he see the word in his arms, the map, or the wine in his hand? But he also began to wonder in his heart. This is the first time. Before that, neither Zhang Sanwuji nor Cheng Yojin knew how many times they had accompanied His Imperial Majesty and how much benefit did they get. Wei Zheng slapped his lips, staring at the wine in the arms of Cheng Yojin and Zhang Sanwuji, and an imperceptible strategy flashed in his eyes. From tomorrow, we old Wei, we are going to eat. Great family. If you don't give me a glass of the fine wine I collected before, I will let you see how powerful old Wei is. And Cheng Yojin, who was holding the wine elated and smirking, felt cold behind his back for no reason. Hurrying back, he saw Wei Zheng's harboring malicious intentions smile, and his whole body shook with fear, and the wine in his hand became tighter. Old Wei, your look is a bit scary. Old Cheng, I remember, last month you were greedy for a cup, it seemed like. See Wei Zheng for immediate disclosure. Cheng Yojin exploded, hurrying back out. And Li Shimin was also interested, and turned around and asked, isn't he often greedy for cups? Why, was he beaten by his sister-in-law, madam, or was he chased out of Hual with a knife? Hearing this, everyone was in a cold sweat. Fuck. Is this all known by His Holiness? Seeing that things were revealed, Cheng Yojin was stunned, and just wanted to find a seam to get in. Emperor second brother, how can this be done? They don't know me. Don't you know me? This is nothing. Ha ha ha. Everyone hearing this, ha ha, couldn't help laughing. Palace of Absolute Beguiling. In the Imperial Study Room. At this time, Li Shimin called Fang Xuanling and Du Yui, and Zhang Sanwuji Wei Zheng Cheng Yojin gathered around the desk and looked at the map carefully. The more I watched, the faces of everyone became more shocked. His Imperial Majesty, how did you get this map? Fang Xuanling asked about it at the same time as Li Jing. Li Shimin's unfathomable smile, don't worry about this, you guys tell me, how about this map? How? His Imperial Majesty, what you said. Du Yui pushed Fang Xuanling away excitedly, his grey beard trembling with excitement. Look at it. This is a brand new Western regions map that we learned from the unknown. Although the drawing is rough, the general layout, as well as the mountains and rivers, are marked out. Or even look here. While speaking, Li Jing excitedly pointed to a place on the edge of the Arab Empire country and said, look here, this is Tokaro. This country, even if it is small, official has only heard about it, but never knew it. I don't know who created this map. Tokaro is a small country. Moreover, it is still a country sandwiched between Arab Empire and Western Turkic. People who know this country know very little. However, although this country is small, its military status is extremely important. This is the reason why this country has always existed. His Imperial Majesty, the minister has a presumptuous request. When I thought of this, Li Jing was excited by a neck kneels and said, if it is at this time, according to this map, the minister is willing to lead 100,000 soldiers to completely open the western gate of western regions. Let Tibet and Western Turkic have no advantage over my great Tang. Hearing this, Li Shimin was shocked. Even his hands are raised. However, after thinking about it, he slowly put down his hand. I know your thoughts, but now is not the time. Only when the drought and locust plague are over. His Imperial Majesty, Li Jing, what else to say? Wei Zheng interrupted him and said, General Li, this matter should be discussed later. Now you know the situation of Great Tang. If it is true that once the war starts, it will only let Great Tang is in a dilemma. With this map in hand at this time, we have waited this year, and it is not too late to send troops. His Imperial Majesty, that thing is ready. It's this time. There is a report from the little court eunuch trembling with fear. When Li Shimin heard it, he waved his big hand. Come on, everyone is talking about this. How about we eat and talk? This time, please have a good meal. Come here. Bring my royal wine to 10 altars, I will get drunk and rest tonight. Hearing this, Wei Zheng and the others be eager to have a try. However, Fang Xuanling and the others were dumbfounded. What's the situation? It's still. But just as everyone's doubts and expectations, one by one eunuch came slowly with a delicate white jade plate of Chinese. But at this time, the eunuchs seemed to be extremely well regulated, and their heads were far away, as if the things in the plate, smelling it was not normal. What's the situation? Fang Xuanling and the others are even more confused. I saw those eunuchs in the middle of the imperial study room, according to the small tavern's decoration, put in a immortal table, and then put a few sets of bowls and chopsticks, and then put the hand white. The lid of the jade plate opens. Next moment, pieces of toasted golden, something about the size of a thumb, lying quietly on the plate, with bursts of attractive fragrance, instantly assaults the senses. When Li Shimin saw this, he couldn't help but move his index finger. Come on, don't be polite, this is a rare good thing. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 62 His Imperial Majesty. This thing. Fang Xuanling and Du Yui had eaten it once before, and this time seeing this thing again, their faces turned blue instantly. When Fang Xuanling spoke tremblingly, I saw Cheng Yojin and Zhang Sunwuji, even Wei Zheng and His Imperial Majesty. I didn't need any chopsticks. I just grabbed one and put it in his mouth. Next moment, I only heard a creak, and everyone had a great time eating. Li Shimin is not sitting, nor is Li Jing, who is not sitting. Then he looked at Fang Xuanling, who was holding back vomiting, and said puzzledly, 3 ministers, this is rare good thing. Don't you guys try it? When I saw it, Li Jing clasped his fists and did the same as Cheng Yojin, but he didn't dare to use his chopsticks to pick one up and throw it away into the mouth. But next moment, Li Jing's eyes suddenly widened. Then I threw the delicate jade chopsticks in my hand, and couldn't help but grab the food and ate it. This thing, although I don't know what it is wrapped in flour, but it is so fragrant. Plus the unique deep-fried. This taste, God. Don't be too delicious. Li Jing was a nice person, but he was too restrictive and obeyed the rules, but at this time, he completely let go. Although there is almost one player for one game, Cheng Yojin and Zhang Sunwuji actually accounted for 3 games each. Is it still worth it? Minister Fang, Minister Du, why don't you eat? Don't you? Right. Li Shimin suddenly understood why the two people will be like this. Greasy hands patted his forehead, laughed and said, I know why you are like this. So do I. But today, I learned that this thing not only strengthens the body, but also is an item of great nourishment. Has the function of prolonging one's life. While speaking, Li Shimin whispered, this thing can nourish the kidney. Huh? What? Fang Xuanling and Du Yui were shocked. The bodies of the two of them are not as good as one day. Although His Majesty has given countless tonics, the effect is very small. The family members of the two have been asking about the tonics to strengthen their health. The medicine of the body even went to the temple to ask for gods, but still could not prevent the physical fitness of the two from deteriorating. Even every time the season changes, the two of them will definitely get a serious illness. But this time, His Imperial Majesty actually said that this thing makes a big difference. Can you live longer? Can it also nourish the kidney? Hearing this, the two can't sit still. Hey, Black Cheng, this is given to me by His Imperial Majesty. Your brother, what are you? This is mine. His Imperial Majesty, take a look at Lord Y. What a proper way to eat like this. Everyone enjoyed it. I didn't even drink much wine, because most people here have been less interested in other wines since they drank Jiang Feng's wine. And this kind of item of great nourishment, how dare to drink. Therefore, the formerly favored Yu Jiu now has to stay in the corner and become a decoration. Minister, what do you think of this thing? Wonderful. His Imperial Majesty, this thing. Although the minister is the first, I have eaten it for the second time, but this thing is amazing. This small official, I have eaten tiger meat and swallowed python raw, but this thing is the only thing. Knowing what it is, dare to ask His Imperial Majesty, What is it? The minister wants to take some back to give to Jinai and the youngest to taste. Ha ha ha. See, Li Jing is so. Everyone laughed. But everyone dare not say. Who would say this? Except for His Imperial Majesty. No one can avoid being beaten by Li Jing, who runs away. At this time, Li Shimin was still eating too much, smacking his lips, and said, "Ministers, how are you eating today? If you can." His Imperial Majesty. The old official can still eat another pound. The trembling Fang Xuanling rarely interrupted Li Shimin's words and said, "This thing can nourish the kidney, so eat more." His Imperial Majesty. The old official also feels that the body of the old official ... So this thing, you can eat some more. His Imperial Majesty. I can still eat 3 catties. Me too. Everyone shouted. Good, good. Li Shimin bluffed his hands, motioned for everyone to don't be impatient, and then shouted, "Come on. I haven't put the prepared insect bring pupil up." What? His Imperial Majesty ... You said ... This is ... Chongtsai? Question mark. Oh, Li Jing broke down. The face is green. Turning around, squatting in the corner and vomiting. No wonder those eunuchs are avoided. This is extraordinary shame and humiliation. My general army of dignified great Tang actually eats Chongtsai. His Imperial Majesty, hiding in the Imperial study room with a group of National Duke to eat Chongtsai. What kind of style is this? Li Jing broke down. But behind him, everyone burst into laughter. Even Fang Xuanling and Du Yui, who vomited miserably last time, laughed, and their beards were shaking. In the end, Zhang Sun Wuji came forward, squatted beside Li Jing, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Master Li Jing, didn't you ask before, who made the map?" Huh? Seeing Li Jing's puzzled eyes, Zhang Sun Wuji smiled unfathomable, and pointed to the insect pupa on the table, and said, "Now, the item of great nourishment on this table, and the map, they are all made by the same person. Do you think that His Imperial Majesty will make fun of his life? Do you think Lord Y will be fooled by His Imperial Majesty? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher. Chapter 63. Li Jing was dazed. But seeing everyone at the table burying their heads and eating again, Zhang Sun Wuji said, "Is this an item of great nourishment? You will know if you try it at night. Haven't you seen it yet?" Question mark. While speaking, Zhang Sun Wuji once again joined the battle circle. Li Jing was stunned for a moment, forced to resist vomiting, closed her eyes, and started to eat again. "Mother, His Imperial Majesty can eat it. Why can't I?" And Lord Zhang Sun is right. If this thing is really useless, then, even if the person is the rarely seen genius tomorrow, I will take someone to tie him. Thinking of this, Li Jing seemed to be on the battlefield, closing her eyes and eating, even more fierce than anyone can eat. I have been around for 3 times. Eunuch removed the wine and dishes, replaced it with the fragrant tea bestowed by the gods, and tasted it carefully. How does this thing taste?" Li Shimin indifferently asked. "Do you think this thing, if you follow Xiao Zhang's shopkeeper's instructions, do you think this thing can really turn waste into treasure?" Back to the topic. Everyone's complexion also became serious. This thing is wrapped in flour at this time, and no one knows what it is, let alone anything else. Then they can accept it, let alone outsiders? Wai Zheng recollected and said, "His Imperial Majesty, the minister thought that shopkeeper's method was really feasible." At this time, there was a shortage of food in Longyu Road. The economy as a whole is declining. If this thing is invested in, it will definitely stimulate the economy, fill the people, and still have a little income. Speaking of which, Wai Zheng's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. If we really want to introduce this thing to Tibet and Tuihan, plus are deliberate if you go for publicity, then this is really a very good deal. But the premise is that what shopkeeper said can come true. During the meal, Li Shimin and the others also told them all the previous things. So, everyone frowned at this time. Thoughtful. Du Yui thought for a while, and said hesitantly, "His Imperial Majesty, if the emissary of Tibet and Tuihan did not come, or that this incident was originally from the shopkeeper. Guessed. Then ... What should I do? I have thought about this matter. If they don't come, we create opportunities and let them come. How? Wai Zheng suddenly brightened his eyes and asked, didn't shopkeeper talk about it? If you want to promote it, then we will let the soldiers who rescued on Long Yu Road all go. Promote this to me. Send me to God. Yes. Zhang Sun Wuji slapped his thigh. If we create a god, we say that this is the guidance of the gods, and the things that gods give to prolong life. Then, if you are inviting the monks and the respected Taoist priest to do it, the preaching, the effect. Not only that, we can still do this. If we treat all these things we ate tonight as gifts from God at this time, then we promote and give away. Then ... This one, even if something is false, it will be true. At that time, even if we don't deliberately promote it, we will send some merchants to buy and sell on a large scale. In this way, it will become a new economic cycle. In this case, even if Tibet and Tuhan have spies, they will only be more exaggerated to pass the matter back to every place where there is no food and clothing. At that time, even if he doesn't want to come, too late. Several people at the highest level of Great Tang, at this time, bursts of laughter broke out from time to time in Li Shiman's imperial study room. The little court eunuch outside the imperial study room was shivering all over. His imperial majesty, and ministers, turned out to be such a person. But, even so, everything happening here is spreading in the palace at the fastest speed. Somewhere in the palace where court eunuch rests, a little court eunuch quietly appeared in the room with a lantern, and as soon as he entered the door, little court eunuch proclaimed excitedly, "Hey, little Dokuko, you know what? His Imperial Majesty, I just invited you, National Duke." "I know this." "What's this?" "Hey, you don't know anymore. His Imperial Majesty was eating divine insect just now." "What?" Question mark. "Really, it's true, divine insect. I heard it clearly. Even His Imperial Majesty and the adults are vying to eat." "Hiss, isn't this true? Why did I lie to you?" "And His Imperial Majesty said that eating this divine insect can prolong life and increase lifespan." "What?" "No, I have to tell the manager about this." Not only is court eunuch circulating, even the eunuch at this time, as well as the imperial kitchen, are telling all these wonders everywhere in this brief moment. And this incident is spreading more and more fierce. In the end, I don't know what it was like. In the depths of the harem, outside the palace gate of Empress Zhangsun. "Little Qian, do you know? Just now His Imperial Majesty hosted National Duke. Do you know what they are eating?" Another timid voice sounded in a low voice. "What are you eating?" "Eat golden core." "Yes. Immortality." The whispering voices of the two eunuch changing guards caught the attention of Empress Zhangsun, who was reading. Empress Zhangsun was surprised and hurriedly called out, "Xiao Huan, outside, what's the matter?" "You said, His Imperial Majesty is eating golden core? What the hell is this?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 64. As the news from the outside spreads more fiercely. For a moment, His Imperial Majesty was eating golden core, even in the Imperial Palace, well known. At this time, in the corridor outside the Imperial Study Room, suddenly there was a voice of singing and shouting. "Empress, Her Majesty is here." With the sound of the sound, the big guys in the Imperial Study Room suddenly woke up, most of them. "Empress, why are you here?" At this time, Empress is here. The ministers are shocked. "Get up quickly, and retire in a hurry." "His Imperial Majesty, then I won't bother you," and the ministers will leave. But at this moment, Empress Zhangsun entered the Imperial Study with a frosty face in the room. After greeting you with National Duke, he stared straight at Li Shimin. In the beginning, Li Shimin felt very good in front of Empress Zhangsun, pretending to be a boosting ratio, but as he talked, he gradually felt a little uneasy. Empress Zhangsun didn't say a word, just staring coldly at him. "Hold him." Li Shimin couldn't help but shook his heart, and hurriedly changed the subject. "Guanyin, I got a baby today." "Guess what?" "Oh, yes, now, Guanyin, come and see, I got a good poem today." Hair stands up in anger. lean on the railing, rest in the rain, look up, roar towards the sky. Zhuang Hui fierce 30 fame of dust and dirt, 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. Don't wait for idleness, white young head, empty and sad. No matter how Li Shimin finds the topic, Empress Zhang Sun still speaks. No hair, sitting there with a frosty face, staring at Li Shimin closely. Finally, Li Shimin was frowned upon. Guanyin, what's the matter with you? Is it uncomfortable? Come on, past the imperial physician. Li Shimin was scared. It's horrible, and I have to send imperial physician in a hurry. His imperial majesty is really good eyesight. Concubine is uncomfortable, you can see it at a glance. In this world, there is really such an immortal pill. Really immortality? Good eyesight, immortal pill. Immortality? Wait. Li Shimin was a little airy at first. But after listening, I feel that Guanyin's words are not right. Where is he to praise him? This is simply changing the law and hurting him. Guanyin, what immortal pill you are talking about? His Imperial Majesty. Guanyin lightly choked lightly. Concubine knows your suffering and your difficulties, but do you know that you are His Imperial Majesty? What are the consequences of your every move? Just now, Concubine learned that His Imperial Majesty was actually eating immortal pill. Do you know what Concubine thought at the time? What do you eat immortal pill? Is it the one who doesn't want to pucker? Talking nonsense? Li Shimin finally understood. Hurry and comforted Guanyin. Come on, let's stop crying, let's talk about it slowly. Where is immortal pill, this thing in this world? Even if there is, do you think I can eat it? Actually, this is all misinformation. Did you know that I said before that a little shopkeeper once gave me a way to control the locust plague? Today, he mentioned it again. Guess what? He said that this thing is not only a tonic, it can also strengthen the body, relieve aging, prolong life, and pass on the secret recipe of cooking to come on. When I thought of Jiang Feng's painful expression at the time, Li Shimin couldn't help but say with a smile, do you know how painful he was at that time? But I know, you have been in poor health, so, I just wondered, this time I will try a little more. If it really works like this, then use Guanyin. Oh, Li Shimin pretended to sigh with grief. Unfortunately, these dull palace people don't spread rumors so that Guanyin is worried. Li Shimin's saliva splash across explained for a long time. Finally, Empress Zhang Sun, his face slowly eased. A solemn expression on his face asked, second brother, this thing is definitely the insect egg of the locust. You actually eat Chongcai. This this, Guanyin. I know what you want to say, but I am the emperor and must lead by example. And to be honest, this thing is really delicious. Come on, take the deep fried insect pupa that I ate before, and make a separate one for me. Yes, Li Shimin waved his hand and asked me directly to do it. At this time, Empress Zhang Sun's face was pale. No, second brother, listen to me. Empress Zhang Sun is in a hurry. I originally came to ask how His Imperial Majesty thought about such ridiculous things, and actually wanted to do it, but Li Shimin's mouth was involved. And now I can't say it. His Imperial Majesty actually wants her to eat Chongcai! The only angry Empress Zhang Sun fiercely rolled his head and no longer looked at Li Shimin. At this time, Li Shimin also felt that his words were poor, so he had to explain patiently. Guanyin, I know this is wrong, but, the Emperor of Great Tang, I must lead by example, and one more thing. This is the second time I have eaten this thing, it tastes really good. It is this time, the key to coping with the drought and Tibet. And do you know, this thing, if you did good, I have a strong hunch, this time, it will definitely let you Tibet and Tuhan and my Great Tang are firmly tied together. What? Chongcai can really solve the drought and also deal with Tibet's crisis? Empress Zhang Sun was shocked. Why can this little Chongcai be like this? Is it really as His Imperial Majesty said? Otherwise, why? His Imperial Majesty and the ministers will hide in the Imperial study room and eat this worm. Could it be that I misunderstood the second brother? Just now, Eunuch tilted his head, holding two exquisite Chinese white jade plates, and slowly appeared in the imperial study room. Li Shimin saw this and waved his big hand. "Bring the wine I just brought back. I want to drink with Empress tonight." Hearing this, Eunuch's face, suddenly, incredibly pale. "My goodness, His Imperial Majesty wants to eat Chongcai with Empress?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 65 911 p.m. In the Imperial Study Room, Empress Zhangsun's eyebrows are tight, and his cheeks are already slightly red. "So, this Jiang Feng is really a strange man?" Yes, Li Shimin couldn't help but sighed in relief deeply. This meal has been eaten for at least 1 hour. During this hour, Li Shimin completely explained how he met Jiang Feng before and how he became old Li Chu. At this time, on the table in the Imperial Study Room, a jar of fine wine had already bottomed out, and 2 large plates of deep-fried cicada pupae were also swept away. Li Shimin is still talking about Jiang Feng's deeds eloquently. "Guanyin, don't you know what kind of genius the Jiang Feng brother is? If it weren't for him, I don't know how to deal with the drought on the Longyu Road and what happens after the drought." See what Li Shimin said. Empress Zhangsun is confused. It was the first time that she heard him praise someone in the mouth of the second brother for the first time, and it was still an hour in a row. There was no repetition. Empress Zhangsun covered his mouth, lightly said with a smile, "Second brother, don't the tone of your speech now seem to be something you can't learn from Jiang Feng?" Li Shimin was taken aback. "Guanyin, how do you say this?" Concubine felt that since Jili came to the Waishui River, your temperament has changed, and you are still a little bit depressed. It was half a year ago. Your depression seemed to slowly disappear. Didn't you notice it? Li Shimin was surprised. Empress Zhangsun got up, put Li Shimin on the chair, and squeezed his shoulders and said, "Second brother, do you know? After the Waishui River, the whole Great Tang is shaking in wind and rain, but this in half a year, your personality has changed abruptly, you have become more cheerful, and you are still a scumbag." "Guanyin, what you said is that kind of person." Li Shimin touched Empress Zhangsun's hand and said, but he couldn't help but hesitated in his heart. Empress Zhangsun slightly laughed. "Did you know? It is also because of your changes in the past 6 months that Great Tang, which was originally shaky by wind and rain, has gradually stabilized." "I thought it was because of concubine. I got the inspiration from heaven when I prayed for the Buddha, but now I understand that all this is really an inspiration from heaven. He gave Great Tang, Jiang Feng little brother. That's why the Longyu Road crisis was resolved, and it also predicted the situation in Tibet and other countries, and what Great Tang can handle now. Didn't the second brother find out that this person is really my Great Tang's lucky general?" Li Shimin nodded, said with emotion, "Who knows me, Guanyin too. I feel so too, but I have invited him several times. But this stinky youngster actually feels that the person I know is too official. Xiao, don't want to be a small official. And he always refuses because the time is not there." Speaking of this, Li Shimin couldn't help but laugh again. Why didn't the second brother take this opportunity to explain his identity directly to him? It's useless. Li Shimin shook the head. If it is possible, why should he become old Li in the past 6 months? This gate to the palace is as deep as the sea. Although Great Tang is going all the way smoothly at this time, no one knows that this battle only seen by civil and military officials has always existed. Li Shimin also wanted to call him into the palace at this time, but if he didn't voluntarily, wouldn't it mean that he won't say that he won't be successful, and he will be criticized by entire court, civil and military? There is another reason. This is the most important one. Li Shimin doesn't want to take the initiative to break the current situation. He lacks friends. Jiang Feng really regarded him as a friend. He cherishes it very much. If once the showdown occurs, it will be equivalent to turning from a friend to a small official. So, many times, Li Shimin was born to block this matter. He is afraid. Second brother, such a great sage, and also so clear and keen on the Great Tang pattern. This youngster is worse than. See Empress Zhangsun talking. Li Shimin was overjoyed in an instant, and hurriedly asked, Guanyin, is there any good way? Come and listen to me. While speaking, Li Shimin hurriedly got up and hugged Empress Zhangsun of Qianyao. Empress Zhangsun flushed, tenderly snorted and said, "Second brother, why not let Qiana follow the little shopkeeper? How about this?" Li Shimin wanted to refuse with one mouthful, but suddenly, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. Fiercely hugged Empress Zhangsun and turned around twice. "Ha ha," said with a big smile, "ha ha ha, really my good Guanyin. This method is wonderful. Tomorrow, I will make an order, let Qiana take the apprenticeship to the little tavern. The Jiang Feng brother has organized so many major events for me. Although these achievements are great, they are difficult to stop the crowd. But if he becomes the teacher of the crown prince, let me talk about it separately." Now, Empress Zhangsun struggled and broke free from Li Shimin's embrace, and said, "Not only that, didn't you mean that the little shopkeeper is only about 20 years old?" This age, similar to Qiana and the others, concubine felt that if King, Qiana, and Xia were allowed to go together. How about this? That's it. Is this something wrong? Li Shimin hesitated. Empress Zhangsun gave Li Shimin a white look. "You said that Jiang Feng little brother was stuck in tavern all day long. Why? He lacks playmates. If Chen Qian goes alone, it will not stop you from the crowd." And it ended up being criticized by His Majesty for letting Crown Prince worship the tavern shopkeeper as a teacher. "Do you think it is appropriate? But if you go together, you will say you are a playmate, and there will be no ministers. You can talk about it." "Yes." Ha ha ha. Li Shimin stared at Empress Zhangsun with a red face. Slowly Habitat said, "He who knows me, Guanyin too." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 66. After the morning session ends the next day, Li Shimin stopped Du Yui thoughtfully. In the corner of the royal flower garden, Li Shimin asked, "Minister, there is something in my heart, some unsure, you can help me with an idea, but this matter, you have to help me keep it secret!" Exclamation mark. Du Yui hearing this, hurriedly bowed and said, "His Imperial Majesty, you know who the old official is, His Imperial Majesty, just say it." If the old official can help busy, the old official will surely succumb to death. Got it? Li Shimin hurriedly interrupted Du Yui. "That's it. Last night, I discussed with Empress Zhangsun about where to find the little shopkeeper. You see, little shopkeeper helped me solve the current dilemma. It stands to reason that I want to give him a reward. But because of some things, I can't show down to him yet. So, I want to bring Crown Prince and King, Xia, Qiana, to get to know shopkeeper. By the way, what do you think? This has nothing to do with government affairs. I just want the youngster to move around a bit more. What do you think? If you think it is feasible, I have something to tell you to do this." Du Yui smashed his eyes and instantly understood the meaning of His Imperial Majesty. He thought that there was a major event. His Imperial Majesty called himself here alone. Because of this, the little shopkeeper, although he hasn't seen him before, but at least he has heard of one of his feet. They are all unique talents in the world. If this is the case, it will be very beneficial to the future successors of Great Tang. Wait. This His Imperial Majesty looked at me honestly, so he carried Zhangsun Wuji and the others on his back. That said, His Imperial Majesty thought, thinking of this, Du Yui clear comprehension. Hurry and said, "His Imperial Majesty, don't worry about this. The old official will definitely do it for you." However, the old official has a presumptuous request, and you also know that the old official's body is one day not as good as one day. "But my dog, Dugu." Li Shimin's face is black. This old stuff normally looks at honest and timid, but they are all pretends. But now Li Shimin can't do anything anymore, so he has to say, "Yes, I'm clear about this. But you have to make sure that it won't be passed on." "How?" Hearing this, Du Yui's excited beard was trembling, hurriedly knelt on the ground to thank you. Then Li Shimin said again, "Do you think that if this matter is known to the Imperial Court Minister, will it be criticized?" In the end, Li Shimin still asked, "The most worrying problem in my mind. This matter is what he is most worried about." Now, The battle between civilian officials and military officials is becoming more and more fierce, but if this happens at this point, Li Shimin is still a little worried. Du Yui touched his beard and shook his head and thought for a while, then said, "This matter, the old official thinks it's all right. You just don't know, and the youngster. They all like to play, many playmates are not going to make a big basket, but in this matter, His Imperial Majesty must not personally send Crown Prince and the others there." Li Shimin was taken aback, and hurriedly asked, "Why?" If His Imperial Majesty had all come forward, wouldn't the nature change? At that time, it became an order to do business in this way. Do you think? Hearing this, Li Shimin's back was soaked in cold sweat. Then, can there be a solution for Minister Du? His Imperial Majesty only needs to tell the location of the store to the old official, or so. You tell your Royal Highness Crown Prince will do too. It's really not good. You can let Lord Cheng send it there. Originally, Du Yui wanted to give him the address of Davin, but Li Shimin looked unhappy. Can't help but worry. Waved his hand and said, "You go down first, I have to think about it." Du Yui turned his eyes and hurriedly clasped his fists. That the old official retire. Leave the Imperial Palace. Du Yui felt that something was wrong the more he thought about it. In this matter, why does His Imperial Majesty not look for others, but for himself? Chapter Zhang Sun Wuji, or Cheng Yojin, you can go to Weizheng if you don't need it. But why did he find me? No, His Majesty must know that no matter who you look for, there will be someone who will send their children to the little tavern and read with Crown Prince. That said, His Imperial Majesty is determining the Crown Prince's teacher. After trying to understand this, Du Yui couldn't help but sucked in a cold breath. This is a major event. Although Jiang Feng has never seen this, but with such a resourceful person, and so young, then in the future. Oh, isn't this Lord Du? Lord Du, you are. See you unconsciously, Du Yui thought as he walked to the entrance of Zhang Sunwuji's mansion, and it happened to be seen by Zhang Sunwuji. See Zhang Sunwuji coming. Du Yui cupped the hands, looked around, and said, "Lord Zhang Sun, is this waiting for me?" "Hi." "What did Lord Du say?" "Why am I not just waiting for you?" "Walk around. A few days ago I got a jar of fine wine in the Jiang Feng shop. Today, please let Lord Du taste it." "Good wine." Du Yui's ears are pricked up. Entering the house, I saw that the house was looking for a table full of wine and vegetables. This makes Du Yui even more suspicious. Zhang Sunwuji, this old fox is really something. After sitting down, Zhang Sunwuji personally poured a bowl of wine for Du Yui, and then smiled and asked, "Lord Du, I don't know that His Imperial Majesty is looking for you today, but it's for Jiang Feng from the Little Tavern!" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher. Chapter 67. Du Yui knew that this wine must be a pit. But what can he do now? Du Yui smelled the tempting wine in the glass and nodded heavily. Yes. Today His Imperial Majesty summoned the old official for Jiang Feng. Hearing this, Zhang Sunwuji's eyes lit up and he hurriedly met Du Yui. He knew that His Imperial Majesty would definitely do things behind them. This Jiang Feng, everyone's eyes are eager, and they are secretly competing at this time. Even today, Zhang Sunwuji knows that both he and others are waiting for Du Yui. "Brother Du, what did His Imperial Majesty say today? Do you want to issue an order to let Jiang Feng enter the palace?" "No." Du Yui knew when he met Zhang Sunwuji, this incident must be unavailable today. "I simply raised my neck, poured a bowl of wine, and slapped my lips and said, today His Imperial Majesty is looking for me, not for Jiang Feng to enter the palace, but what? You say it." Zhang Sunwuji was crying in a hurry. "His Imperial Majesty means that I want Crown Prince, Second Prince Li Zi, Third Prince Li Qian, Fourth Prince Li Tai to send them to Little Tavern to study with Jiang Feng." What? Zhang Sunwuji was shocked. "Send Crown Prince and Prince to Little Tavern and follow Jiang Feng." His Imperial Majesty said that Jiang Feng lacks playmates and is about the same age as Crown Prince and the others, so he wants them to build a good relationship and learn some ways to govern the country with Jiang Feng. By the way, Zhang Sun Wuji patted his head and woke up. Yes, at this time, everyone is staring at Jiang Feng. If you send the younger peers over, then isn't this problem solved perfectly? Immediately, Zhang Sun Wuji carefully thought about his heirs in his mind, and suddenly said, Lord Do you think my dog Chonga? If so, stop. Du Yui's face went black. Your stubborn son, do you want to destroy the future pillars of Great Tang? If you send Zhang Sun Chong, you are believing or not, I will immediately tell His Imperial Majesty. Du Yui exploded. Zhang Sun Chong, that's a famous stubborn kid in Chainan City. This and the others, if you teach Crown Prince and the others badly, then Du Yui would be a sinner? He can't afford to carry that black pot. At the thought of this, Du Yui's head shook like a rattle. No, this matter has not been discussed. His Imperial Majesty did not say to accompany him. If you want to, you can tell His Imperial Majesty yourself. But don't say I come. Yes, absolutely don't say that I have been here. This matter, His Imperial Majesty hasn't settled it yet. You go ask His Imperial Majesty. Before the words are over, Du Yui he left Zhang Sun Wuji's house in a hurry. In this scene, Zhang Sun Wuji was stunned. What's all this? ? Isn't it just chatting? As for so serious. But Zhang Sun Wuji looked at the dishes on the table and waved his hand. Quickly invite Duke of Zheng, Duke of Wei, Duke of Liang, Duke of Lu and the others came to my house for a banquet and said there was news about little Devon. Leaving hurriedly with Zhang Sun Wuji's servant. In less than an hour, all National Duke rushed over. Grandson, what do you mean? Everyone gathered, looking at Zhang Sun Wuji with a laid-back face. Wei Zheng asked hurriedly. Don't worry. You guys sit down first. I am calling you here today. There is indeed something to discuss. This is how it works. Zhang Sun Wuji told Du Yui about His Imperial Majesty, and said it in a more eloquent way. At this time, everyone finally understood. Why is Zhang Sun Wuji so indifferent at this time? It seems that this product has already taken attention. This matter is not trivial, and His Imperial Majesty's doing this is too childish. Wei Zheng, is the first one to not agree. Wei Zheng snapped angrily, slapped the table and said. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji eyelids twitched. What does Brother Wei mean? Don't you think the little shopkeeper's way of governing the country is not worthy of Crown Prince? It's not like this. On the contrary, if Crown Prince can get the guidance of Jiang Feng little brother, then he will have a qualitative transformation in the shortest time. But, did you ever ask little brother what it meant by doing this? If it was someone from the Imperial Court I know, how can it be good? If His Imperial Majesty really thinks younger brother Jiang is too idle, then tell the old man to me. It's great, I admire the Jiang Feng brothers' talents. I'm willing to share the worries for His Majesty. Don't. Everyone hearing this, hurriedly persuade Wei Zheng. I said old Wei. This is a compromise that His Imperial Majesty came up with. Can you think about His Imperial Majesty's painstaking efforts first? Could it be us? If this generation old bones go to apprentices, wouldn't it make people laugh out loud? His Imperial Majesty is deliberately cultivating the next generation. And this matter, His Imperial Majesty just mentioned and still thinking about it. If you do something out of the ordinary on this matter, then His Imperial Majesty will definitely be dissatisfied. Wei Zheng, although His Imperial Majesty has already ordered you our official critic, but you have to think clearly about this matter. In case the Imperial Court Minister knows about this matter, then, upon seeing Wei Zheng, he faintly smiled and said, this matter is not without a solution. What way? Zhang Sun Wuji eyelids twitched, looking at Wei Zheng's smile. Suddenly there is a bad feeling. Let my son Wei Shu also go there. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 68. No way. This matter. Absolutely no way. Just kidding. Good old man Wei, you old man. originally said speaking, "You are all for this." It turns out, you are such a person. Insane, despicable, indecent, shameless. Everyone instantly understood Wei Zheng's purpose. Can't help but curse. At the end, Zhang Sanwuji angrily slapped his thigh and said, "Since your Wei Zheng's son can go here, then I want my son Zhang Sanchong to go too." You, Zhang Sanwuji? Do you want to be old-fashioned? You don't know what virtue is, your son? Chainan City is a famous stubborn boy. You are like this fuck. Do you think you want him as crown prince or Jiang Feng brother? This, but a very serious question. Fang Xuanling furiously shouted. Everyone was quiet in an instant. He went on to say, "In this way, since everything is like this, then let's talk about the matter of crown princes going to, for the time being, this protection work is also to be protect." Wait, the old man, my old Cheng's Chumo, do you remember the child? You all know his military force value. Since the old man speaking of protection, then I think that my Chumo should be the #1 candidate. Hey, old black, you brash man. Zhang Sanwuji, is that so inferior in your eyes? I, Zhang Sanwuji, was also a military commander in the aristocratic family before, and my son Chonga is even more known as the genius of my Zhang Sun family. You only think my son is stubborn, but it is an effort to know my son. If this is the case, my son will be counted as one. My son will go too. No way. These things don't allow us to talk falsely here. His Imperial Majesty naturally has his Imperial Majesty arrangements. Fuck off. If you don't, your son, go and learn art of war. Just ask. I'm letting my house Cheng Chu Hao also go. Old black, do you want shameless leather? Everyone is arguing about this matter with red faces. I have been arguing for 2 hours, and I haven't competed for a song yet. But everyone has already decided that whether His Imperial Majesty wants it or not, even if it is shameless, he must get his son to the Little Tavern. And just now, on Long Yu Road, a great thing happened. At this time, the respected Taoist priest set up an altar on Long Yu Road to save the Li people. Amidst the yellow sand, Taoist priest, dressed in sackcloth, sat on the altar for 3 days. At this time, all the people surrounded the altar, discussing spiritedly, is this Taoist priest really not Taoist immortal? Sitting here for 3 days without dripping water, even our strongest people are already dead of thirst. This, don't you know? This person is an expert on Yudang Mountain, let alone 3 days. Even if it is 30 days without eating or drinking, it won't be a problem. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Is there such a thing? The person who spoke before talks eloquently again. You don't know, do you? I heard the gossip that His Holiness now has a solution to the drought. This water wheel is a kind, but our famine has not really been lifted. I heard His Imperial Majesty perceives that under the yellow sand, there is a treasure that Heaven's grace has given us to prolong life. But at this moment, I saw the Taoist priest sitting still, an imperceptible smile flashed at the corner of his mouth, and then he stood up. Lang shouted, "There is no need for the universe, heavenly Tao mystery. Crepe Myrtle manifests the saints and helps me great Tang." While speaking, the magic sword in Taoist priest's hand was flying, writing and painting in the air, and mutter incantations in the mouth. This action made everyone hurriedly close their mouths and stare at Taoist priest. After only a quarter of an hour, Taoist priest grabbed a handful of grains from the altar and sprinkled it in the air, then jumped off a Shanghai altar, shouted angrily, "The sword!" Next moment, the little Taoist priest guarding the side hurriedly drew a golden light gleaming sword and threw it to Taoist priest. Then, Taoist priest stepped on the supreme absolute eight divinatory, and after wandering around the place 3 times to the left and 3 to the right, his eyes suddenly opened, he held up the long sword, and fiercely plunged into the ground. After that, Taoist priest sat cross-legged, and the mutter incantations in his mouth became more urgent. And just now, I was accompanied by little Taoist priest and hurriedly dug up the soil in front of Taoist priest with the sword inserted. I saw a brown thumb-sized insect pupa leaking out. As soon as these insect pupa appeared, Taoist priest suddenly had an incantation. Everyone, this is the sacred relic that God's kindness has bestowed on my great Tang people. It can be refined and tried, and it can also prolong life. Ruoa would like to help poor Taoist. Together from the soil dig this thing out. Poor Taoist will definitely buy it for a penny and a catty. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar. Isn't this an insect egg? This thing can be refined to prolong life. Not only that, but this thing is actually a penny and a catty. Everyone was in an uproar again. Taoist priest, this thing is really so valuable? Then I don't know Taoist priest. From now on, if we do get it, how to exchange it? Taoist priest, are you kidding me? Taoist priest, hearing this, slightly stroked his beard. Your worries, poor Taoist knows. Poor Taoist promises that as long as you have this thing, you just need to take it. The local government, the government will naturally buy it. Not only that, you can also take this thing and exchange it directly for money, or it may be this kind of bodybuilding food refined by this poor Taoist. Hearing this, everyone's expressions all became hot. And just now, behind the little Taoist priest, it seems that he had been prepared for a long time. He took out a plate of cooked insect pupa from the altar, shouted, "This thing is given by heaven's grace and refined by the master. Food, please master." While speaking, Taoist priest grabbed a handful, and kabeng ate. The people who spoke in the crowd before, their eyes flashed, rushed forward desperately, and also ate with Taoist priest. While eating, I was so addicted. Everyone, look at me, I look at you, and then the people flocked to them and started fighting. And on the other side, the presiding officer of Huashing Temple also promoted Buddhism here. At this time, he also took out a plate of cooked insect pupa, puja common people. But this scene made a few lazy men who were hiding not far away watching, and then quietly left without everyone noticing it. But the moment they left, the person who preached the matter in the crowd before, a chill flashed in his eyes, and quietly followed along. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 69 Chainan City, Palace of Absolute Beguiling. After dealing with the drought and locust plague, Li Shimin was finally able to let out a long sigh of relief. Early today, Li Shimin received good news from Long Yu Road one after another. At this time, he was playing Go leisurely with Empress Zhangsun. However, although the drought on the Long Yu Road has been eliminated, Li Shimin always feels a little unsure in his heart. Guanyin, do you think this kind of publicity will make the people of Long Yu Road accept insect pupa? Li Shimin still couldn't let go of that. If it is screwed up, then everything is really done. Guanyin covered his mouth and smiled. This matter, concubine, feels feasible. Oh? Li Shimin's eyes lit up and asked, why did Guanyin say this? You know, how can the victims accept this? There is a severe drought on Long Yu Road, and there is basically a shortage of food. Although the imperial court has distributed relief food, but an utterly inadequate measure. Most of the time, these people are still starving. And everyone in this world, who doesn't want to live forever. At this time, at Taoist priest and master monk and under the propaganda of the soldiers of His Majesty, I would like to ask, who can resist this temptation? This, maybe I really want more, that's it. With Taoist priest and master monk, this matter will definitely come true. Although Li Shimin is still a little worried at this time, he is enlightened by Empress Zhangsun next. This matter is slowly being put down. Empress Zhangsun continued. At this time, the victims couldn't even eat enough to eat. These things were given by heaven's grace. His Imperial Majesty can eat them. Can they still not eat them? Concubine can guarantee that the victims will definitely fall in love with insect pupa. Ha ha ha. Isn't it? This thing is really, as Zhang Feng brother said, this kidney tonifying function is really better than others. The tribute is so good. Since I have eaten this thing, this always feels like an inexhaustible strength. Empress Zhangsun blushed and glared at Li Shimin, but next moment, she looking at Li Shimin's face, he said softly, second brother, haven't noticed this time? Your grey hair is a lot less, and the wrinkles on your face are less. Li Shimin was surprised. Hurry up and lie on the copper mirror for a closer look. But this look really made a great discovery. The gray hair on the head is really much less, and the wrinkles on the corners of the eyes and on the forehead have really disappeared. The whole person is like 10 years younger. This ... is really a gift from heaven's grace. Li Shimin raised his fists in excitement, almost. He was going to kneel in excitement, pray for heaven. Come here. Li Shimin waved his hand excitedly. Proceed, my will. Forget it. My decree. I will host a banquet and entertain numerous officials. Originally, he wanted to make a decree and let Zhang Feng come. In this incident, Zhang Feng really helped him a lot. It not only solved the drought, locust plague, but also solved his current physical condition. Li Shimin was so excited that he wanted to kowtow with Zhang Feng, but when the words reached his lips, he swallowed again, and in the end he could only turn into a banquet for numerous officials. The time is really not here. He really wanted to, desperately, to tell Zhang Feng now that he is Li Shimin. However, he also knows how many interest entanglements are behind this incident. If Zhang Feng really enters the palace, then that's all. Let's talk about it later. Li Shimin sighed. I had to give up. Empress Zhangsun couldn't see anything wrong with Li Shimin, but he couldn't say anything, so he sighed and remained silent. After a while, in the banquet hall of Palace of Absolute Beguiling, at this time, numerous officials discuss spiritedly sitting in the hall, looking at the dazzling array of food. The covered white jade plates discuss spiritedly. Lord Zhang, this ... what is on the plate? I don't know, but the public has ordered it. This is the ingredients carefully prepared by His Majesty. I heard that this is the key to solving the drought on the Longyu Road. Oh, my lords, look at Lord Y, and Lord Cheng, and Lord Fang and the others. Why are you staring at that guy, swallowing saliva on the plate where I live? This ... what kind of style is this? Huh? So is it? Everyone looked at it under the notice of an adult. Cheng Yojin and the others discuss spiritedly. Have you found anything? These few people seem to be much younger. Nonsense. This is so absurd. Don't talk about the remarks here. The person who spoke before was anxious. Look. Lord Fang walked tremblingly before, and his face was pale and scary. Look now. Look at his face. Hearing this, everyone really saw something wrong on the faces of these people. The grey beards of Fang Xuanling and Du Yui are now grey. Even at the stubble place, there is actually a slight black. Even the folds on the faces of a few people have stretched a lot. Not to mention this, let's say secondly, these faces are called ruddy. Is it an item of great nourishment? I remember, during this time I have often heard that these adults will always be sent out in groups at home to work in the fields. I don't know if it is related to this matter. Everyone was shocked, and even more puzzled. Seeing Cheng Yojin staring at the covered plate, scratching his head anxiously, everyone was even more puzzled. What is on this plate? Is this the way to make them younger? Unfortunately, everyone stopped talking, staring at the plate closely, as if wanting to see through the red cloth. What was it? But, now in the future of His Imperial Majesty, everyone really dare not open the red cloth to take a look. Just when everyone was scratching their heads and ears anxiously, the singing and shouting of court eunuch caused everyone to bow down to the ground. His Imperial Majesty, come here. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 70. Following the sound of falling, numerous officials shouted in unison, long live my emperor. You may rise. Li Shimin is very happy, waving his big sleeves. The red light said with a full face, do you know why I will entertain numerous officials at this time? An adult from the Ministry of Appointments got up and shouted, His Imperial Majesty is a wise man. The drought in Longyu Road. It seems that it was the blessing from heaven that the drought was relieved in such a short period of time. Yes! An official of the eunuch said excitedly, His Imperial Majesty, this small official. During this period of time, I saw the purple Tenuity Emperor star in the sky for a long time. This is a lucky picture. Everyone hearing this, shouted in unison, God bless Great Tang. Longevity and perpetual prosperity. Ha ha ha. Li Shimin said loudly with a smile. He took the glazed glass cup from the young court eunuch's hand and said, Yes, this is really a blessing from God to me, Great Tang. Come on, Zejun raises a glass, and we will make a toast for Great Tang forever and drink. While speaking, Li Shimin raised his neck and did it. Continue to say, this time, I also learn from an expert. Which expert is specifically, I am temporarily inconvenient to disclose, because the expert has an expert demeanor. In the future, when the expert cultivation is over, I will personally banquet. But today I want to announce two things. Expert. The officials were dumbfounded. In this world, is there really such a strange person? Can these things be calculated? Some time ago, there was a drought on the Longiu Road. Although I have rescued it, it was only an utterly inadequate measure. To no avail, most of the victims are still living in water and heat. But, just now earlier, I received a secret report that the drought on Longiu Road was basically really contacted. And the victims have now found food. Dare to ask His Imperial Majesty, what do you call the food? What? And, the minister is dull. I don't know what way this strange man mentioned by His Majesty has come up with. There is minister, questioning. Li Shimin waved his hand, and said in a good mood, this matter, let me sell it, you will naturally know about it later. Now, I will say something else. One thing, although the drought is easy to come into contact with, you know about the locust plague, right? It was also this morning that I used the expert method to also come into contact with the threat of the locust plague. What is this? Is it really God blessing me, Great Tang? God bless Great Tang. Very good. Longiu Road is finally settled. Slowly, let me finish. Li Shimin, who is on Xingtu, doesn't mind everyone. The minister interrupted him. Instead, Li Shimin said more excitedly, in this matter, I did not spend an extra grain, nor did I spend more than 1,000 yuan, but this is how the drought and locust plague were resolved. Speaking of which, Li Shimin Unfathomable said, today I want to entertain you as the main course. It is this thing that solved the drought on the Longiu Road and the locust plague. What? His Imperial Majesty. The Longiu Road is so vast, how could it be possible to eliminate the drought and locust plague with such a small consumption? How is this possible? Could it be that His Imperial Majesty means, what sacred relic can't be descended from heaven? Otherwise, how can the hundreds of thousands of Longiu people? The ministers were amazed. At this time, I am more anxious to know what is it in this game. Li Shimin is no longer wordy, and waved his hand. That's right. These things are indeed the sacred relic given to me by heaven's grace from Great Tang. Not only can he prolong my life, wait and see. What is the difference between today and the past? Hearing this, everyone finally lifts the head cautiously and looks at Li Shimin. But, next moment, everyone was shocked. My God, this His Majesty. This face is the old official drunk? Why is the face of His Majesty as the Prince of Qin appearing in front of you? Me too. I also saw Prince of Qin. Could it be God? Such sacred relic, can it really recover one's youthful vigor? Everyone was shocked again. And Li Shimin just smiled mysteriously. How many years have it been? He is not happy today. How happy is he for the existence that is looked up to by the officials? At this time, Wei Zheng and the others coughed violently like phlegm in their throats, trying to attract everyone's attention. And Cheng Yojin is more direct. Directly roared, hey, who, you look at my old Cheng, and see what changes. In an instant, everyone is even more shocked. Look at His Imperial Majesty, and then at Cheng Yojin and the others. Everyone can't help being shocked. What's the matter? Their looks. Could it be that they have eaten these sacred relics? Unfortunately, everyone's eyes once again converged on the plate of mysterious food on the table. Li Shimin waved a big hand. Today's banquet, start. I know, are you curious? What is under this red cloth? Then I will tell you. This is the sacred relic that saves the Longiu Dao, and it is also something I must take every day now. You have also seen his effects. Not only can strengthen the body, prolong one's life, but there is another most important function. Li Shimin mysteriously smiled. Kidney. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 71, Prolong Life! To keep fit, kidney! Everyone is a little confused. At this time, everyone is increasingly wondering what this thing is. This kind of sacred relic, isn't it like the immortal pill recorded in the history books? Could it be that this thing really appeared in Long Eu Road? Under Li Shimin's order, everyone was afraid to put down their chopsticks, staring at the red cloth, but hesitated. If this thing is so precious, why should it be so casual? Isn't this ruining things? Kabang! Just now, a crisp kabang sound rang, and everyone suddenly looked towards Cheng Yojin. I saw that his plate had already been lifted off the red cloth. Pieces of golden yellow thumb-sized things were like golden cores. Under Cheng Yojin's roundness, there was nothing. Up, the eyelids of the ministers who looked straight at him jumped. Do you spoil things like this? This is sacred relic. But at this moment, Zhang Sunwuji, Fang Xuanling, Du Yui, and even Wei Zheng are all like Cheng Yojin, grabbing a handful of this thing in one hand and eating it, and the other hand holding the wine jar. Is it good to eat? He. The ministers looked at each other. Then some people learn how to eat according to their appearance. And even some people secretly hide some in their arms and prepare to take them home to eat. And now, they didn't notice that all the eunuch above the great hall, court eunuch's face suddenly turned pale the moment they started eating. Everyone bit their back molars tightly. And Li Shimin looked at the crowd, and saw that they all ate a bite after a bite. Haha, said with a smile, Minister, don't be so anxious. There are more sacred relics. Very good. Today is a rare occasion for my great Tang. I decided that I will take care of the food today. When everyone sitting in the room returns home, I will go to the royal dining room to pick up a food box and take it home. Everyone has enough care about this thing, and it can also be taken to the family. They couldn't help but look happy, and then all kneel down and shouted, Thank you, Lord, for your grand grace. Li Shimin, that comfortable. Eat, let's eat. Just like it. If you like to eat, when the time comes, even if you know this thing, you will be addicted to it. And in this way, Zhang Feng, when the time comes to the imperial court, who dares to say a word of bullshit? Looking at the people who were eating oily mouths, Li Shimin also rubbed his hands and waved his hands. Come on. Everyone present today, including eunuch and court eunuch, is no one. There is a reward. Thank you, Lord, for your grand grace. Although everyone knows that these things are insect eggs, who has no family, who doesn't want face. Even in Chainan City, these sacred relics are already preached. Although everyone does not know what this thing is, today I saw His Imperial Majesty and a minister's face. Red light, well, His Imperial Majesty is obviously younger. Even if everyone feels rushing in their hearts, they still want to eat a little bit. What's more, now, does His Imperial Majesty actually have to personally reward? This is a sacred relic. If this is taken home, it will be the major event of the glorious lintel. At the time when the imperial palace was very lively, Zhang Feng sat on the steps of the store in trance, a little bored, eating snacks, watching the people coming. Chainan City of people going in a daze. Damn old Li, since he took away the secret recipe for cooking insect eggs, that is, you can't even see a silhouette. However, there have been reports of sacred relic in the market. His Imperial Majesty gets immortal pill at night. It can be immortality after eating it. It can nourish the kidney, recover one's youthful vigor, and even strengthen the body. It is so similar to his fried locust insect egg. Could it be that this damn old Li got into trouble again? Is the secret recipe leaked? Old Li or old Y dedicated this thing to His Majesty? If that were the case, a flash of excitement flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes. Very good. His things finally passed into the palace. Then, this means that the chance of seeing Li Shimin has increased by more than a little bit. Tap Tata. Get out of the way. Idle people waiting out. At this moment, there was a chaotic sound of horseshoes, as well as a burst of shouts. Zhang Feng couldn't help but attract. Looking over from him, I saw that at the entrance of the East Market, at the intersection of Vermilion Bird Street, a group of soldiers wearing guard military service guarded tightly. Among them, one side Tibet's exclusive flag fluttered in the wind, and under this flag was placed a group of Turkic soldiers, holding the envoy flag high, and proudly appeared in the sight of everyone. When Jiang Feng saw that Tibet, in an instant, everything was clear comprehension. This envoy team is really here. This time, there is a good show to watch. I just don't know if the damn Moldly has publicized the things I made before. If His Holiness knew that this thing was done by himself, then, damn Moldly, you haven't been here for almost 10 days. I don't know what I told you. Have you done it well? This is a rare make one's marks opportunity. It's also a rare opportunity to get close to His Holiness. Don't mess up with me. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 72, in the Imperial Palace. At this time, all ministers are still drinking, in order to celebrate the drought on Longyu Road and the resolution of the locust plague. But, just now, Wai Shu sneaked into the great hall and quietly came to Wai Zheng. Father, you are not an errand. What are you doing here? Don't you want to be questioned? Leave quickly, just as if I didn't see it. No, Dad, something went wrong. I just got the newsletter. Turkic's emissary is here. What? Wai Zheng cried out in surprise. Everyone was shocked. At this time, Wai Zheng was too late to explain, and hurriedly asked, when is the matter? Where is Tibet emissary? Why not report earlier? Wai Zheng's the voice was not suppressed deliberately. At this time, everyone in the hall heard it. What? Tibet emissary is here? Wai Shu, you why not report to His Imperial Majesty earlier? Bold Wai Shu, you are bullying you. Enough. Li Shimin waved his hand lightly. Shu, how is this child? You guys who are brother-in-law know that he shouldn't want to disturb your elegant interest. Shu, tell me, when did Tibet come? Where did you go? Why did you report it now? In Li Shimin's heart, that's the same as wiping honey. It's really here. Jiang Feng brother is really amazing. Can this be guessed? And he can guarantee that Tibet must know about the Longyu Road incident. So now, it is to send money to Great Tang. Why is he upset? However, now that the officials are all around, he dare not show it too obvious. With a cough, Li Shimin asked solemnly, Shu, do you know how many people have come from Tibet and where are they? Wai Shu originally wanted to secretly inform the father, and then the father tells His Holiness, so that there is no need to cause much shock. It's good now, everyone knows. I had to respectfully say, replying to His Majesty, 11 people from Tibet have arrived in Chang'an City. What? Naughty. Why haven't I received a bit of news before? Is my Great Tang news so closed? Wai Shu, tell the truth. All ministers are surprised and angry. This person has arrived at the door of the house. Why hasn't there been any news before? Isn't this a joke for Tibet to see me and the others? If it weren't for the banquet hosted by His Imperial Majesty today, wouldn't Great Tang really be laughed at by a Tibet? Return to His Imperial Majesty. At the end of the day, I heard that this team of Tibet emissary was wearing my Great Tang clothes all the way, suspected to be from Longyu Road. Come. This was just finally known from the Longyu Road garrison who followed this team Tibet emissary. They only put on Tibet clothes when they were about to enter Chang'an City, so they didn't disturb anyone! Exclamation mark. What? Impudent. His heart is terrible. I dare to spy on Longyu Road. His Imperial Majesty, please make an order from His Imperial Majesty to take this Tibet emissary. At this time, except for Li Shimin and Wai Zheng and the others who were in shock, the whole civil and military officials were furious. This group of emissary didn't know when they were lurking in Great Tang, and they were able to come all the way from Longyu Road with makeup. What was their mind? This is to slap Great Tang. Furthermore, things about Longyu Road really cannot be covered. His Imperial Majesty. Ministers, wait, and ask His Imperial Majesty to catch this team Tibet emissary immediately, otherwise the disaster of my Great Tang will be completely exposed. The civil and military officials all kneel down and ask for orders. But at this time, Li Shimin also sobered up. Sure enough, as the little shopkeeper expected. This group of Tibet really can't sit still, and now he finally understands why Jiang Feng would let people publicize at that time, and also pay attention to suspicious people. It turned out that he had already foreseen all this. Li Shimin waved his hand. This matter, no. Wei Zheng hurriedly stepped forward, looking solemnly at the numerous officials, and said, this matter has something to do with the fate of my great Tang, and this everything is under His Majesty's control. Do you think that His Majesty has no plans? Cheng Yojin has long been unable to hold it back. The general jumped up and said, yes, Mr. Wei Zheng is right. In fact, His Imperial Majesty has already deployed this matter. What is waiting for is Tibet's emissary. They are here to give us great Tang sent the money. What? Everyone couldn't help but cred out in surprise. Send the money? This. Which one is this trouble? Everyone was dumbfounded. Li Shimin smiled swiftly, got up and cloaked and said, this is the third happy event I want to say. Now that Tibet emissary is here, then, take the Palace of Political Statement and wait for Tibet. Emissary. Yes, enlightened sovereign. Long live my emperor. As everyone sang and shouted, Li Shimin's close-fitting court eunuch screamed, put the Palace of Political Statement. Numerous officials are here. At this moment, the arrogant Tibet envoy team has already appeared at the door considering the Vermilion Bird Gate. Looking at the majestic imperial palace, the headed emissary, his eyes flashed with hot rays of light. Damn the Chinese, such a heavenly imperial capital, sooner or later will be my Tibet's world. While speaking, the door in front of emissary slowly opened, and emissary waved his hand. Said, enters the palace to see the emperor, everyone must give me the spirit of 12 points and remember our mission. Yes. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 73. Walking on Vermilion Bird Street. Su Ouriang's mood is extremely complicated. In fact, he had already started from Tibet. When that team of Tibet emissary returned to Tibet, he brought his credentials with him. By this time, there was already half a month. During this half a month, he spent most of the time pretending to be a Han Chinese, investigating the disaster situation on Longyiu Road. At first, he didn't bother that Great Tang could really solve the drought in such a short time. But in the past few days, Great Tang not only really solved the drought on Longyiu Road, although the effect was not very good at this time, but at least, it has stopped the spread of the drought. This is what a shock to all of Tibet, especially when they saw that something like a tambourine could transport water from such a far place. Why didn't they think of it? They have also studied this thing secretly, and even made it quietly, but they couldn't make this seemingly simple thing. Moreover, the inside of this thing is not just hollow, but there are some weird things that seem to allow water to continuously rotate in it. In the water outlet and the water inlet, just shake a handle, and the water will come out continuously. Although they secretly dismantled 2 water wheels, they still couldn't master these magical things. Unfortunately, they decided to watch again in Longyiu Road for a while. A few days ago, they witnessed a miracle. I don't know where the rumors are. The sacred relic from the sky can not only alleviate this kind of drought, actually, golden and delicious delicacies have grown in the soil. What is the reason for this? Here, why in their soil, apart from dirt and weeds, is the disgusting Chongtsai. Is it true that Great Tang has deity to help? With such doubts, they stayed again on Longyiu Road for several days. During this time, they actually watched those people actually dig things in the soil, and then get them. Redeem a large number of this sacred relic in the official uniform. This is weird. This is obviously an ordinary insect egg. What the hell is happening in Great Tang? Why can we refine such delicious food? He has also eaten this thing, cooked with flour. It is fragrant and refreshing, but there seems to be something mixed in the flour, including chopped minced meat that is thinly chopped into powder. And the most amazing thing is that eating this thing can really strengthen your body. Not only that, but they have eaten too much, and even their dry faces become greasy and slippery. This time, Su Ouriang's purpose is finally clear. If the Emperor Great Tang can really reward Tibet with this thing, then Tibet will really be saved. And that water wheel, things made by such magical things, they must ask for it this time. And just now, after Tibet's emissary stepped into the Red Phoenix Gate, Hao Ranjin, a team of guards in neat armor and Jinwu guards in golden armor, stood upright on the road leading to the palace on both sides of the avenue of political statement. Seeing all this, Su Ouriang couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This time, although what they did was a bit unreliable and did not follow the formal channels, since the Emperor Great Tang already knew about it and agreed to meet, it means that the Emperor Great Tang, it seems, may not don't care. After entering the Red Phoenix Gate, everyone's horses and accompanying weapons were all confiscated. In this regard, Su Ouriang has no complaints. The point is that he dare not. If it was before, he might have to argue, but after seeing the Long Yu Dao and the purpose of this trip, he was really convinced. His Majesty has a purpose. Tibet emissary, Su Ouriang, see you. After waiting for almost a quarter of an hour outside the palace of political statement, Su Ouriang, court eunuch, passed the will. Su Ouriang held up the Tibet credential, bowed, and hurriedly stepped into the palace of political statement. After entering the palace of political statement, Su Ouriang looked away from the corner of his eyes, and saw that in the great hall at this time, the numerous officials of Great Tang, who looked solemn at this time, looked ahead, and didn't even look at everyone. This is completely different from what emissary who has been to the Great Tang Imperial Palace said before. Before coming, he deliberately asked a lot of people, and many people said that in the Imperial Palace of Great Tang, everyone is like the country bumpkin, and the discipline is disorganized, but at this time, he was stunned. Shanti is messy. This Great Tang, from entering Chenan City, kind of contempt, if it is pretended to be, who do they pretend to? If the people of Great Tang had a hunch, he would not believe it if he was killed. Who can have such abilities and guess that they can come today? Furthermore, from the inborn pride of the people and soldiers, to the awe-inspiring of numerous officials, if it is pretended to be that, are everyone in Great Tang the strongest pretender, he can't think about it anymore. Don't even dare to look up at the Emperor of Great Tang directly above. Stop. When he walked forward again for a certain distance, he only heard a majestic and cold voice, which faintly sounded. Next moment, Su Ouriang and the others trembled all over, and hurriedly bowed and said, Tibet emissary, Su Ouriang, bring the Tibetan king's letter, and see your majesty, Emperor of Great Tang. Diff. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 74. Su Ouriang is very worried. Very scared. It's so quiet. This atmosphere is really overwhelming. He dare not come out. Up to this point, his low-angling gaze looked towards the civil and military officials. In civil and military officials, the civilian officials looked forward proudly without even looking at them. On the military officer's side, murderous aura was reversed, just like a tiger with its head waiting for an opportunity. Too terrifying. Is this the root of Great Tang's strength? Su Ouriang shuddered all over. The man kneeling on the ground behind him shivered coldly. It's this time. Li Shimin leaked a smile from the corner of his mouth and waved his big hand. Excused, you may rise. Until now, Tibet and the others put out a breath deeply. Get up slowly. Su Ouriang did not dare to delay, and hurriedly said, Dear Your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang, the minister is here to give Your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang by the order of my king, bring the most sincere blessing. While speaking, Su Ouriang right hand covered his heart and bowed deeply. May the Emperor His Majesty, blessed life and Yongkan. Li Shimin slightly smiled. Thank my king for thinking about it, and send me the best blessings. Many thanks the Emperor His Majesty. Although, at this time, Su Ouriang and the others are talking about official rhetoric, but Li Shimin is very useful. After learning that these people entered Chenan City, Li Shimin and the others immediately gave 3 orders, so that everyone must show him the best mental outlook. To put it bluntly, Li Shimin is a set of things learned from Jiang Feng. Pretend to be forced. As long as the installation is good, that thing is guaranteed to be done. Obviously, The effect now is very good. Although everyone hasn't said a word. But just looking at the people kneeling down in the hall, the trembling body, the kind of comfort in Li Shimin's heart, is really very comfortable. Even if it weren't allowed at this time, many of the ministers promised to laugh out loud. Speaking of Su Oryang, after Li Shimin's voice fell, he raised the letter of credence high from his arms and handed it to eunuch next to Li Shimin, and then took out a gift list again and said, "Enlighten the Emperor His Majesty, this is the letter of the nation written by my king himself, and I hope your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang, will have a look." This time, my king specially ordered the small official to bring it a gift from my king. While speaking, Su Oryang said again, 330 cows, 3,000 lambs, 300 gemstones, and 500 leathers. It indicates that Tibetan Great Tang has no choice but to do it forever. While speaking, Su Oryang bowed and handed the gift list to a young eunuch again. Li Shimin glanced at the credential, but he didn't even look at it carefully and knew what was written on it. Indifferently asked, "Your king said in his document that he wants to establish friendship with my Great Tang, and he does not want to see each other. This is what I want to see. My Great Tang is a country of friendship. If your country is willing, I would like to establish diplomatic relations with it, to communicate with you." "Thanks His Majesty." Su Oryang's eyes lit up, and he worshipped the ground again. Subsequently, Su Oryang said bitterly on his face, "Back to your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang. This time, my king wanted to visit in person and appreciate the style of Great Tang, but what about the country? Heaviness, coupled with overwork and illness, so I fell ill." "Oh?" Li Shimin eyes flashed, and Wei Zheng looked at each other. Sure enough. "Why is this?" Behind Su Oryang, there was an abrupt sob. "Back to the Emperor His Majesty, this time we are here to turn to Great Tang. My Tibet has suffered a drought that is rare in a century." "So, what? Drought? This ... How could this happen? I remember Tibet used to be very rich." "What's this? What's the matter?" "No, I heard from Great Tang's businessmen say that 3 months ago, Tibet unilaterally prohibited everyone from Great Tang from entering." "Why is this?" Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xiu Anling, Du Yui and the others, pretending to be surprised. Even at the imperial court, discussions began at this time. Su Oryang's heart was stunned by the sudden rumbling. Even at this time, Li Shimin pretended to be astonished and said, "Oh, why is this?" "High official of the Ministry of Agriculture, tell me, what's the matter?" Du Yui hearing this hurriedly said, "Back to His Imperial Majesty." The minister also heard about this, but he has been unable to get in touch with Tibet, so until this time, I don't know. Su Oryang hearing this, his eyelids twitched wildly, and hurriedly said, "Return to the Emperor His Majesty. This matter should have been informed to you earlier." "But at that time, Tibet was when the drought was severe, and the people were alarmed, so don't disturb Great Tang's businessmen." "So Tibet is the minister who decided to block temporarily, but this is not my king's idea." While speaking, Su Oryang knelt again and said, "A few days ago, after the king learned about it, he hurriedly ordered the little small official to bring gifts and apologize." "Oh, thank you King for me. I have seen your kindness, and I like it very much. Come here, have a banquet and entertain you emissary." While speaking, Li Shimin is about to leave. He wants to see how long these people can endure. But at this moment, Su Oryang is in a hurry. "Emperor His Majesty, ask the Emperor His Majesty to help Tibet." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 75. Su Oryang is in a hurry. All Tibet emissary is also anxious. If this is Li Shimin's departure, then the purpose of their coming will really be over. "Emperor His Majesty, frankly, we are here this time, indeed, we are here to turn to Great Tang for help. Our current Tibet drought has lasted for half a year, and the current drought is still continuing. No, not to mention the slightest relief, but it is still serious. Even the grass roots and bark have been gnawed away by the hungry people. Emperor His Majesty is kind. Please save us." "We, Your Excellency emissary." Wei Zheng took a step forward, looking at Suoryang solemnly and said, I have heard that I left Tibet before the 15th. I want to know, how did you come in this half a month? I think it doesn't take half a month from Cheonan City to Tibet, right? You should be on this road, knowing that my great Tang Longiu road is also under the threat of drought at this time. At this time, we are also busy with this matter, and I am very busy with this matter. 8. Wai Zheng, who is forced to pretend awesome. Li Shimin in the heart liked Wai Zheng. In fact, everyone is not a fool. Will they know what these emissary did in Longiu Road? I came to be poor in my heart, just want something. Think too much. Is everything about my great Tang brought by strong winds? Okay. Li Shimin waved his hand slightly. At this time, the matter is very important, and I, great Tang, has not been able to prevent and control the drought for the time being. If I rashly inform the friends of these methods, if it is a setback, wouldn't it be harmful? Tibet. So, I will revise the book with you and bring Tibet back. I have helped this matter. However, the premise is to wait until the drought on Longiu Road is truly resolved. After the real solution, after the Tibet drought, those who ride horses, people are all dead. Save a fart. Suoryang is impatient. Ordinary kneel on the ground, begging, the Emperor His Majesty, the minister did leave Tibet half a month ago, but during this time, I was waiting in Longiu Road and I also witnessed Longiu. Everything on the right road. If these methods are not working, how can there be a better method than this? If the great Tang's drought is relieved, then Tibet will perish. I beg the Emperor His Majesty to save me Tibet. If you are angry, if you promise to save me Tibet, the minister is willing to give you an explanation with his life. Emissary is serious. Li Shimin waved his hand. Since you know, then I won't hide it. I can only have those things now. The rich are not there yet, and you also know that it will wait for sacred relic. It is bestowed by God. So I need permission from God before I can bestow it on you. Want to go whoring? There are no doors. My things, do you want to take them so easily? You are my great Tang person, stupid. Okay. This matter will be discussed later. Come on. Take your emissary to Honglu Temple to rest. In the evening, I will send Crown Prince to entertain you personally. I am tired. Retreat. Don't wait for Suoryang to say anything. Numerous officials knelt down and shouted, send His Majesty. Then everyone left in a hurry. It seems that I am afraid to have a quarter of an hour with Suoryang and the others. My lord, this matter. The deputy emissary behind Suoryang is anxious. My lord, now that Li Shimin is not left, how shall we speak next time? Could the great Tang Emperor dislike too little tribute? Impossible. Does this great Tang treat himself? Sorgyo, shut up. Suoryang scolded everyone in a gloomy color, and glanced coldly at them. Everyone in the emissary group said, this matter is of great importance. If it is as simple as that, it is impossible to win. Since your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang said to discuss it later, it means that there is still a chance for this matter! Exclamation mark. We will suppress our anxiety for the time being. I also know that our hometown, the current situation, but this matter must be patient. Only Great Tang can save us. You guys, did you also see the Longiu Road incident? Everyone closed their mouths together, the expressions on their faces flashing rapidly and uncertainly. But, as Suoryang said, now is not the time. Then, Suoryang, do you think this can be done? Suoryang took a look at the direction Li Shimin was leaving, and took a deep breath. Since the Emperor His Majesty said that we will discuss it later, then it will explain the matter. And some said, it is just a matter of cost. This period of time, you guys shut your mouth. Die for me dead. What happened to us in Longiu Road, obviously, has been known to the Emperor His Majesty, so the Emperor today will be like this. If the Emperor His Majesty waits for me a little bit of dissatisfaction, this time we will become Tibet's sinners forever. Everyone was shocked. They all know about the Longiu Road. Doesn't that mean that everything you just met in Cheonan City was arranged by the Emperor? That too terrifying. Who guessed all this? Or is it predicted? Or the great Tang Emperor? Will he be a prophet? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 76. After retreating, although everyone left in a hurry, but Wei Zheng and the others, after a big circle, finally gathered in the Palace of Absolute Beguiling. Ha ha ha. It's great. Old man has never been so happy, is it? At this point, it completely defeated Tibet Envoy's arrogance. This Jiang Feng brother is awesome, especially old Wei's overbearing question. I almost lost old Cheng, so I must hold the axe and roar. Come on, don't worry, this matter is for the time being dealt with, but it hasn't completely ended yet, and it will be even more difficult next. Li Shimin interrupted everyone. Continue to say, how do you think about this? Now, you know the situation in Tibet, and today I have observed the words and deeds of everyone, and the situation in the secret report, as well as the little shopkeeper's speculation. It seems that the drought in Tibet is not as easy as what we have obtained. I suspect that their drought has reached the point where it is out of control. Hearing this, everyone put away the smiles on their faces, and began to meditate deeply. Wei Zheng thought for a while, clasped his fist and said, His Imperial Majesty, this small official thinks, help. Didn't the shopkeeper say it? We can sell this thing to them at a high price. In this way, sell a hammer. Cheng Yojin hearing this, with a pop, slapped it on the imperial tutor chair and said, His Imperial Majesty, I thought about it for old Cheng. If you can give me 300,000 troops, I promise to level Tibet in 1 month. What a mess. Du Yui's face was gloomy, and he pointed to Cheng Yojin's nose and shouted, You black charcoal, you know how to fight and kill. Now Tibet's situation is so bad that they don't even know that there is. As soon as the locust plague said, You said that you have been hit now, wouldn't it be troublesome to Great Tang again? It's easy for you to hit it, but, the same, all the disasters, we need to bear it all by ourselves. This method, the old official thinks, it's wrong. What's wrong? Oh, old do, you tell us. We now have a small shopkeeper, as long as we hit Tibet. At that time, we were here, slowly using this. Okay. Old Black, sit down. Li Shimin waved. I have also thought about this matter, but this is the most dangerous thing. I don't agree. If we fight, we have to wait for their disaster to end. Isn't it okay for us to receive a complete Tibet? Why? I'm going to pick up some trouble? Cheng Yojin shrank his neck and wanted to say something, but after Wei Zheng glared at him, he got bored. Li Shimin said again, we will continue to discuss, things must be given, but, that is, they have something to get you. And what is we urgently need? Zhang Sun Wuji squinted his eyes and said, His Imperial Majesty, do you remember? Shopkeeper said that Tibet also has locust plagues, right? Li Shimin eyes shinned. Yes. And from their conversation today, it seems that they did not notice the plague of locusts. Yes. If this is the case, the plague of locusts. The plague of locusts. Li Shimin touched the chin and went around a few times in the Palace of Absolute Beguiling. A flash of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Wei Zheng, you talked about how the secretary supervised got Tibet. Wei Zheng seems to have realized something too. Quickly said, back to His Imperial Majesty, according to the situation compiled by my secretary and supervisor, most of Tibet's wealth and food industry are concentrated in the hands of a few rich people. Now, although most ordinary people are hungry, even risking their deaths to climb the mountain and come to my Great Tang to find food, but this small official thinks, there is really no need to help Tibet for the time being. Why? Everyone looked at Wei Zheng suspiciously. Wei Zheng's eyes flashed fiercely. Their nobles are not hungry yet. Their people, there is no riot yet. This time, they are here. It must be the Tibet executives who are also worried about this issue, and if we make a fuss about this matter, and then expand the publicity of the Long Yu Dao thing again, I believe that within half a month, Tibet will definitely beg me for Great Tang. Okay. Wei Zheng. So you are such a person? Too bad. But I like it. Hee hee, you are really bored. Everyone was hearing this, and they couldn't help but get goosebumps in their hearts. Even at this time, Everyone was in the hut and made a mark. From now on, don't offend this old man. Why? This guy will kill you to death. Then, now, I just want to know how to solve the Tibet emissary issue. We have to come up with a plan for this matter. And what do we need them to exchange? Land. Now we are not short, and they are eager to give us land. We don't want it. Then, what else is left? Li Shimin asked 3 questions in a row. However, everyone is silent, but no one can come up with a plan. Later, Li Shimin Moodgrave said, if this is the case, then I think it is time to ask shopkeeper. This thing originally belonged to him. Everyone glanced at each other. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, this kind of thing. Why did you really forget the goods? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 77. Davin. It's still so boring. Even Jiang Feng is now so bored that a person's kebabs are grilled to the point of a nap. Shopkeepers. My old Chen is here. But, at this moment, Jiang Feng screamed and scared Jiang Feng. With a shake, the lamb skewers in his hand were thrown away. At this time, I can see clearly that old Li, old Chen and old Sun and old Y arrived in a hurry. Yo, old Li, you, ouch. Old Chen, your voice, you ... You almost scared me to death. Do you know? Cheng Yojin laughed. But sniffing the tempting smell in the air, I asked, shopkeeper, you are grilling meat? What kind of meat is this? Why is it so fragrant? Old Chen used to fight ... When hunting. He also ate a lot of barbecues. It was all meat as big as a wash basin. Wow. You meat. Isn't it small? Shopkeepers. Again. Come to disturb. Old Chen is such a character. Don't take it to your heart. Li Shimin laughed and patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder. Jiang Feng waved his hand. It's okay. Come, come. A few people are here at the right time. Don't you know? This can all be free. This day by day. Yes, this, but a good thing. Grilled lamb kebab. Have you eaten it? Lamb kebab? Li Shimin hearing this, slightly frowned. Even Wai Zheng frowned. This thing is lamb? Yes. Old Y has a good look. Come on. Sit down. Today'll barbecue for everyone. Let's eat and drink while grilling. While speaking, Jiang Feng set up the lamb again and started to cook it. Where is Li Shimin and the others in the mood to eat roast lamb? However, this meat, just the fragrance, is extremely gluttonous. Who can resist it? Furthermore, Jiang Feng's wine is greedy by everyone. After a while, Jiang Feng grilled a large plate of barbecue, took out a large jar which was hugged by one person, and said tiredly, Old Li, did you know? I was bored. If you don't come, maybe I'm asleep. Come, I'll have enough wine. No one is allowed to run if you don't finish this tank. Li Shimin looked at that tank, the wine. The head is exploded. Wave hands again and again. Younger brother Jiang, this wine is good, but I get drunk easily. And come today, I have a big deal for you. Big business? Jiang Feng was puzzled. Hey, isn't it the locust insect egg you gave me before? And the water wheel? Oh, under Li Shimin's explanation, Jiang Feng finally remembered. Then what? Li Shimin was hearing this, almost spitting out a sip of wine. Wai Zheng quickly interjected, brother, it is like this. Today, a big businessman has taken a fancy to our water wheel and the food. And he is from Tibet. That's why we were very cautious and decided to come and see what you mean first. Tibet merchants are also here. Could it be the envoy team that entered Chainan City today? Yes. Li Shimin patted Jiang Feng's shoulder. Although I got this out on Longyu Road, and I made a fortune, but according to your wishes, I sent people to publicize everything. Guess what? Jiang Feng took a sip of wine and asked, what? The envoy of Tibet actually hid in Longyu Road for 10 days to study the water wheel. Research the water wheel? Jiang Feng smiled. That thing, I can believe that even if Laban is alive, it is impossible to make. And although this thing seems simple, you should also know the DNA, its internal construction is extremely complicated. I want to disassemble the research. Jiang Feng laughed. If it is my Jiang Feng's patent, how can others covet it? Li Shimin asked hurriedly. Why? It will self-destruct. So, Are you worried about this? This group of miser Zhang Feng couldn't help but write down a note in the heart. No, 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 Li Shimin hurriedly said, this matter is one aspect, because I am afraid they will pass this matter back to Tibet. After all, they are staying in Longyu Road. It's been 10 days. You can rest assured about this, Zhang Feng said confidently. Why? Because, if they really understand this thing, do you think they will come to ask the Emperor His Majesty? Will they come? Do you think they are as stupid as you? Li Shimin didn't care, and hurriedly asked, then, why is this? If you really pass it back to Tibet, if you do, then... No. Zhang Feng got up, bit the kebab, and said, this matter. His Holiness is not a fool either. How could he not be on the Tibet border? And even if this incident is passed back, it will be fine. It will only increase the value of this thing again. Zhang Feng sees it thoroughly. Moreover, from the perspective of the observer, at this time, except Cheng Yojin, Li Shimin, everyone was looking thoughtful and ordered. Nodded. Zhang Feng seems to have thought of something. Throwing away the lamb skewers in his hand, he patted Li Shimin on the shoulder excitedly and said, Old Li, you want to make one's mark. Li Shimin was stunned. What make one's mark? Hey, why are you stupid? Every critical moment you have developed this time. His Imperial Majesty is about to summon us! Exclamation mark. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 78. Li Shimin was dumbfounded. He really forgot this time. At this time, the hearts of Wei Zheng and the others were almost caught. How did they forget about this matter? Is His Imperial Majesty going at this time? Is there a showdown? Everyone, looking at Li Shimin with scorching eyes, and looking at Zhang Feng. I drank no more wine, no meat. Zhang Feng was looking hairy. I said, are you like this? I didn't say what to do. Your eyes are scary, right? Ahem. Li Shimin coughed deliberately, glared at everyone without a trace, and said, younger brother Zhang, how do you talk about this? We petty folks, His Imperial Majesty is so likely to be summoned. You don't know this, right? Zhang Feng, profound mystery, said, this time, Tibet emissary not only did nothing wrong, on the contrary, it was very cleverly helped us to publicize it. If they really pass the matter back, we will be developed. But now I don't seem to see their anxious state. Then it means that they have not sent the news back. Why do you feel this way? If Tibet emissary, just behave? Wei Zheng asked suspiciously. He doesn't believe that people from Tibet will not send the news back. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, it's actually very simple. Go and ask your people on Longyu Road to see if there are any abnormalities on the border. Guess, if Great Tang is experiencing an unsolvable drought, and you learn that Tibet has a solution, can you sit still? Can't sit still. Wei Zheng's face solemnly nodded. Why don't you have it? From the perspective of the current situation, they want to claim credit. This is such is human nature. If they can develop this in Longyu Road things, they don't have to come to Chainan City, and they can get the tribute this time. Not only that, they can get the highest reward. This is a fool. Both you can think of the problem you can think of. Hee. This is not a worry. Li Shimin gave a ha-ha. This is the case. What you mean is, Tibet has not yet known about this. Then why do you say that His Imperial Majesty wants to summon us? Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin speechlessly. Old Li, I doubt very much. With your IQ, how do you protect your industry? I have to ask. You don't want to think about it. You are in Longyu Dao, made a lot of money, and I know it's here. The government has moved. We will calculate this later. You have to give me this money. Li Shimin, he smiled. I forgot about this. But, I promise, I will give you a satisfactory answer after handling Tibet emissaries' affairs. Okay. Still Old Li's interesting. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder. Come, touch one. Where are we talking about? Zhang Feng put down the wine bowl and asked. Wei Zheng hurriedly reminded. You said the government has acted. Yes. Zhang Feng slapped his head. What does it mean that the government has moved? Today's His Holiness is first emperor throughout all ages, and Longyu Dao is the lifeblood of Great Tang. Now, there must be spies many as dogs, officers and soldiers walking everywhere. Your little 19 Don't His Imperial Majesty know? It's just to give you face. Turn a blind eye, that's all. Maybe. Now, your plans have all appeared in front of His Imperial Majesty. Jiang Feng was a little speechless. Do these foolish hats even hold the core files in their hands? Otherwise, it should be Li Shimin who came to old Li in person now, and old Li brought Li Shimin to him, right? This is. However, he had thought about this before. This is unavoidable. Moreover, it is what he wants to see most. Li Shimin. He is about to meet Li Shimin. Thinking about it, Jiang Feng feels impossible again. Now that everyone has got that thing, why do you want to see him? See old Li? It's almost the same. But, this is also good. As long as the relationship is broken down this time, it will be much easier to deal with later. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng laughed. Old Li, this Tibet emissary is here. I heard that he did not come here. What did he bring? You ask old why? His relatives are working in the secretarial supervision. Li Shimin pointed to Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng said, well they are all leather goods, as well as cows, sheep, gems and other things. They are all conventional things, and there is no outstanding place. Jiang Feng hearing this, thought about it. Have you heard? Did His Holiness agree to help Tibet? Wei Zheng glanced at Li Shimin inadvertently. No, Tibet has heard that there is no benefit. His Imperial Majesty seems to be waiting for Tibet to proactively say the benefits, and His Imperial Majesty seems to be discussing this with the minister. Oh? Jiang Feng frowned. But next moment, Jiang Feng's face was happy. This time we are going to make a fortune. Ha ha ha. Come on, let's do a bowl. Li Shimin and the others were dumbfounded and glanced at each other, but a flash of excitement flashed in their eyes. The business is coming. Jiang Feng slapped his lips. This thing is high. It is high. What kind of existence is His Holiness today? I really want to see it. Everyone is hearing this, and glanced at Li Shimin subconsciously. Li Shimin coughed. What does this have to do with His Holiness today? Jiang Feng smacked his lips, looked at everyone with a solemn expression, and said, this time, I dare guarantee, you are moving. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 79. Li Shimin is dumbfounded. Moving? What does this have to do with me? Li Shimin thought about it for a while, but didn't think of a missing relationship. He asked in confusion, Brother Jiang Feng, what does this matter have to do with His Holiness today? Is it today His Holiness? Holiness, will I not be able to wait? No. Jiang Feng waved his hand. Actually, this is an opportunity. Think about it, this thing comes from your handle. Although you didn't worship me as a teacher, it was taught by me, right? Apprentice, teach. The corners of Li Shimin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He picked up the wine and took a sip. Jiang Feng slapped the lamb skewers, and said, this is something. In fact, to be straightforward, you are going to get rich. Get big. Your current home, the money is definitely not enough. Do you think it is feasible without moving? What? Get rich? This. Although everyone is not a real businessman, the purpose of coming to Jiang Feng this time is to decide what he wants to do with Tibet. The most important thing is that he can't hold it. Tibet can. What does Great Tang need? Jiang Feng wiped his greasy mouth, took another sip of wine and said, are you short of money now? Everyone couldn't help but shook the head. Then, what are you missing? Everyone hearing this, couldn't help but bow their heads in thought. Now, besides money and people, what do they lack? Tibet has something they want. It's just that at this time, I don't know what I can ask for and what I can't ask for, that's all. Younger brother Jiang, just say it, we just haven't settled on this matter, so we came to you. Li Shimin's face couldn't help but become serious. Jiang Feng hearing this, clicked nodded. It's not to blame you. This matter is really a headache. Now all you can get is money, which is countless money. The key lies in today's His Holiness. No matter how good it is, if the current His Holiness is not clear, or if it is different from our thinking, then, no matter how much we think it is nonsense. If you are the current His Holiness, how will the decision be made? Li Shimin was excited. I blurted out in a hurry. But, Next moment, the temperature of the entire little tavern dropped a lot in an instant. Jiang Feng looked at Li Shimin suspiciously. I said, old Li, what do you want to do? We just need to talk about it before. Why are you so naive? How can I know the decision of His Imperial Majesty? Let's talk about it, even if you know it. I can't say it. It's really going to drop my head. Li Shimin also knew he was in a hurry. He smiled. Stop. Jiang Feng silently interrupted Li Shimin. You said this is wine again, really? I'll tell you. Now this thing is really beyond the scope of what we can discuss. Old Li, for the life of your family, you should just take it easy. Jiang brother, don't worry. Old Y assure you about this matter. Absolutely no one will know. Are we not negotiating for our benefit? There is nothing wrong with this. At least I can know some unnecessary risks first. And with divine prediction like you, this time it can be regarded as giving us a few old elder brothers. Go. Jiang Feng patted Wei Zheng on the shoulder, tsk twice, and said, Old Y understands me. Okay, then he'll make an exception here and talk about it again. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but beat up the spirit of 12 points. Jiang Feng lowered his head in thought for a moment. Actually, he was really afraid of these big mouths about this matter. If they are really excited to say it, then the old things will be gone. But if you don't say something to these people, this benefit, this thing, when the time comes, is really hard to say. Although he is not very greedy for money, this is also a plan for the future, isn't it? In case, now they are discussing, when the time comes, they really met His Imperial Majesty, then their mouths were balled. Wouldn't they throw away the gold and silver mountains? What insight do they have? Think of this. Jiang Feng said, if I were the one today, I would never ask them for a penny. Although our great Tang now lacks anything, and money is the most valuable thing, but this thing depends on the place and the time. If it is normal, this gold and silver thing, although it is feasible, but, if you take it to Longyu Road now, can you get food? Li Shimin was taken aback. A few people involuntarily shook their head. You can't change it. Will you get it? Then, younger brother Jiang means food. Li Shimin and the others suddenly. But then everyone's expressions were bitter. Younger brother Jiang, you have said that Tibet is currently suffering from a severe drought, and they have surplus food there? How can it be possible for you? Jiang Feng chuckled and said, just wait and see. Today's His Holiness will definitely do it. Why? Li Shimin asked silently. He just didn't know, so he came here to ask. If he knew, how could he come here? Imperial Court His Holiness. Wei Zheng next to him is known as a mirror. If the Emperor's command cannot be given, he will be there to guarantee nothing. Also the most important point is Fang plans and Do decides. These two are here. Do you think His Holiness will be the same as Iron Fool like yours? Do you plan like this? But, at this moment, Jiang Feng changed the conversation and said, this matter, His Imperial Majesty will definitely ask for food. However, Tibet will definitely not give this food. Great Tang's unparalleled national teacher Chapter 80. Wei Zheng couldn't help but wipe his beard. Glanced at Jiang Feng again. If His Imperial Majesty and the others were not here, he would have laughed 3 times. Yi Pian is excited. However, at this time, Jiang Feng's next words made everyone even more incomprehensible. Little brother Jiang, you ... Since His Imperial Majesty needs food to solve it, how could Tibet not give it? If it doesn't, then His Majesty today is also impossible to solve the drought. The solution. Isn't this the problem of fetching water from a bamboo basket? Is it back to the original problem? We have also thought about this matter, but this matter should, probably, seem to be without you. That's hard to say, right? Tibet is asking to come to the door. Why doesn't he give it? And only Li Shimin's eyes kept flickering. Does the Jiang Feng brother mean to trade water wheels with grain? No. Jiang Feng interrupted everyone. Mysterious said, His Imperial Majesty is not a fool. If he does this, he will not get everything he wants, but it may also inspire conflicts between the two parties. What? Ouch. Younger brother Jiang, don't bend around. Just say, if you were that one, how would you solve this problem? Yes, you are always frightened and flustered like this, Our heart can't keep up. Cheng Yojin slapped Jiang Feng on the shoulder and said silently. This slap, Jiang Feng grinned in pain. It hurts too much. What kind of farm work did old Chen do in the past? This hand strength, this. Isn't it the one who picked big dung? No. Let's remember him well, and stay away from him in the future. Jiang Feng in the heart marked Cheng Yojin as a foolish man. Then he said, okay. In this case, I won't be circumspect. I don't know if you can understand it, but I will try to be as straightforward as possible. Actually, it's so straightforward. For food, Tibet must not do it. Now their people, hungry, are gnawing on bark and eating grass roots. Their food is concentrated in the hands of a few rich merchants, most of which are in the hands of the imperial family, and the hands of the nobles. If they want their food, wouldn't it take their lives? Li Shimin was surprised. Quickly asked, then you mean, don't save them first? Wrong. Then, what do you mean? No. Let Great Tang send emissary to Tibet to directly trade with their senior executives. Otherwise, how does this food come from? Wai Zheng hurriedly answered the conversation. However, Jiang Feng vetoed it one after another. No, it's not like this. Now, things have not developed to the point of imminent development, and their food, even. The people at the bottom don't know anything, so we have to give something. But this matter, we still have to let him ferment. First of all, if anyone is really first emperor throughout all for ages, it depends on whether he has the courage. What courage? Li Shimin's fist was slightly clenched. Then he said, I've heard some news about this matter. Today, His Holiness does have plans in this regard. Jiang Feng hearing this, clicked nodded. Today's His Holiness, it's okay. Don't try to figure it out. Be careful to burn your body, we are petty people who live well on their own. Li Shimin immediately suffered from I taught nodded. Jiang Feng continued, in fact, the courage lies in that he dare to gamble. If you dare to gamble, sell the water wheel and sell it to him. I don't know about the insect egg. When the locusts really break out, it's time to make a fortune. Let's talk about this water wheel first. The blueprint thing, I think, today His Holiness has been obtained, so if I am His Holiness, I will sell this blueprint to them directly at a high price. What? Blueprint? Didn't you just say that you want to stick to the core things? Where do you start? Li Shimin was stunned. Jiang Feng motioned for Li Shimin to calm down. This is your chance to make a fortune. Think about it. Have you given them your core secrets? No, because I said, this thing is especially Luban alive, and it is impossible to tinker with it. In this case, they take the blueprint back and let them go by themselves. Propaganda. What kind of things have been introduced from Great Tang? This thing guarantees that drought can be cured. If you were the Tibet king, would you do this? That's a must. In this way, the people's hearts can be stabilized. Li Shimin slapped his thigh, then excitedly said, I see, you mean, first give them the blueprint of the gadget and let them publicize it by themselves. After everyone in Tibet knows about this, they look back and look at this gadget. They can tinker with it. Jiang Feng mysterious with a smile. Then, what do you think they will do? The fists that Li Shimin hid in the sleeves of excitement were clenched tightly. Little younger brother Jiang means that at this time, they really panicked, and then we are taking the opportunity to ask for food from their hands and pass on technology. Black business. It's really a black business. Jiang Feng is the darkest black business in the world. At this time, Li Shimin's forehead couldn't help showing a thin layer of cold sweat. What the hell? In the future, this youngster must never be allowed to do business. This will definitely kill people. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 81. It's not just Li Shimin. Wai Zheng's heart trembled. This Jiang Feng. Don't look at it now, he smiled. You absolutely don't know, this guy at this time, what sly plan is thinking about. This bad idea can definitely kill people. However, everyone is also extremely grateful in the heart. Jiang Feng, fortunately, it is in Great Tang. If he was not born in Great Tang, then Great Tang met such an opponent, when the time comes, and lost himself in, you still don't know it is this grandson, the ghost. Unfortunately, in everyone's hearts, The desire to win over Jiang Feng became more and more intense. At this time, looking at Jiang Feng's eyes, it was hot. Jiang Feng trembled for no reason. I said, your eyes. Fuck. So I said so much. What you think in your heart is actually the flower girl. Jiang Feng wants to vomit blood. This smacking the lips has been smacking the lips for a long time, turning around and looking at it. Good guy, he didn't say a word of applause, and now everyone is looking at him with such eyes. This can't help but make Jiang Feng angry. I don't want to talk anymore. Cough cough cough. Li Shimin smiled awkwardly. Jiang Feng brother, why might we think of women at such a critical time? What we are thinking is, what are you thinking of? Little brains. Can you think of such a bad idea? A bad idea? Jiang Feng smiled. This idea, I guessed it based on who is today, and Wei Zheng, the personality of the two. I can guarantee that this matter, the current His Holiness, is definitely with Wei Zheng. Now let's discuss it together. Is this kind of idea something someone like me can think of? Wei Zheng is angry. Jiang Feng brother, you said that Wei Zheng is a virtuous minister. This kind of profiteer, even the highest merchant of Great Tang, can't think of it. How can you think of Lord Wei like this? Furthermore, today's His Holiness, that is first emperor throughout all ages. Come on, you old Wei. Have you seen Wei Zheng? Or, are you really Wei Zheng's brother? Wei Zheng was surprised and shook his head quickly. Why don't you have it? You haven't seen Wei Zheng, and neither have I. Jiang Feng glanced at it, holding back Li Shimin, Zhang Sun Wuji and Cheng Yojin, with flushed faces, asked, have you seen it? None. My old Chen hasn't. Ha ha ha. I have seen it. Ha ha ha. Cheng Yojin couldn't hold back after all. He spouted a sip of wine. He touched Zhang Sun Wuji's face, hugged his belly and laughed. This laugh made Jiang Feng a little confused. Li Shimin fiercely kicked Cheng Yojin a glance, and also forcibly resisted the smile. Jiang Feng is so cute. If you let him know that Wei Zheng is right in front of him, he actually pointed to Wei Zheng and said Wei Zheng. He really wanted to see. When the time comes, he looked at Jiang Feng with a smile. What kind of expression will Jiang Feng look like when you introduce him to all the people sitting here? At that time, it would be quite exciting. Jiang Feng gave everyone a silent glance. Continue to say, so, I can think of things like this. What's more, the two of His Holiness and Wei Zheng can't think of it. Even if the two of them can't think of it, then if they are adding a Fang Xuanling Du Nui, and what about Zhang Sun Wuji's extremely boring guys? Ahem, especially Zhang Sun Wuji. This guy is also the one I admire the most. Otherwise, how could his son Zhang Sun Chong be Chainan City #1 obstinate? Zhang Sun Wuji was laughing. But, such a come on, Zhang Sun Wuji's face is almost distorted. Hurry up to stop. Jiang Feng brother, I'm off the point. Let's talk about how this matter can be resolved. Isn't it? Jiang Feng shrugged. As I said, you can't do it. How can you figure out these things? Okay, if I want to hear it, I'll continue talking. Now, after they get the blueprint, will they be promoted as the Imperial Emperor? When he was happily making this thing, at this time, if he couldn't make it, he would be His Imperial Majesty and replace half of Tibet's grain output this year and next year. He dare not change the technical staff. Promise? Then you mean, their rich merchant all have food? Why do we need food for this year and next year? Why not more points? You are stupid. Jiang Feng gave Wei Zheng a blank look. They can use the grain in stock this year. But you forgot. They are also plagued by locusts. What? It turns out, so special, this pit is here. Everyone understands. The meaning is, first take out their benefits, and then let them write a promissory note, so that they can kill two birds with one stone. When the debt is repaid next year, they can't take it out, and there was a locust plague at that time. And they had to ask us for help. We are tethering Tibet's fate firmly to our waistband. Li Shimin exploded. Such an idea. It's really high. Not only will it not happen all of a sudden kill Tibet, however, just dig a pit, let Tibet people jump inside by themselves, and this is still a good pit. It's a bottomless pit. Hi, is this a way that people have come up with? That's the case. Then Tuihan ... can also be used like this. I couldn't help it. Li Shimin smiled excitedly, showing white teeth. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 82. Such an approach, if it is implemented in this way, although I haven't done it yet, Li Shimin can already see the results of doing that. Now, Tibet will never take out food. But, if I sell this thing, what will happen? He didn't dare to think about it. At this time, Tibet moved. Tuihan is still watching. At this time, sell things and publicize it. Then, the storage tank will definitely make Tuihan unable to sit still. Even Turkic, Persia, and the others can't sit still. Live. At this time, they entered the set. Think of this. Li Shimin hurriedly asked again. Then, this water wheel is useful for Tibet and Tuihan. Then when the time comes, if Turkic sees our intentions clearly, if it is. No, Zhang Feng said stubbornly, I know old Li, you want to promote the water wheel to Turkic, and you want to take Turkic. But you have to know why Turkic has always existed since the era of nomads in the Han dynasty has gradually evolved to the present. Even if it is as strong as the martial emperor of the Han dynasty, nomads have never been completely wiped out. Now, we think that he is a Turkic person, really without IQ. On one, Turkic is now hit by a snowstorm, and there is no use for more water. They idle pain in the balls to join in the fun. And you are worried that if Great Tang masters Tibet and Tuihan, will Turkic be threatened? The four Li Shimin and Wei Zheng, their faces solemnly nodded. Yes, if we do this, the most uncomfortable thing is our merchants. And our main industry is in Longyu Road, so if something happens at the border, the first one to suffer must be we merchants. Li Shimin sighed. What you said before, we have discussed it, but the Turkic that has not been determined yet. During the whole incident, Turkic didn't appear. Don't you think Zhang Feng brother is suspicious? Suspicious? Zhang Feng laughed. Old Li, you just eat carrots and worry about it first. I said the Turkic snow disaster. And I haven't said another thing yet. Now, since the snow disaster is here, then I'll say it. The snow disaster is just the beginning. What? The snow disaster is just the beginning? This ... Is there any follow-up? Zhang Sanwuji cried out in surprise. His eyes grew hot involuntarily. Now they wish that Turkic would die right now. Now that they heard that Turkic still has a follow-up disaster, Zhang Sanwuji's mind was also alive. At this time, if it is to raise soldiers, that old son, do you think subconsciously, if it is now His Holiness knows if you do, would you immediately send troops to sweep Turkic? That's right. Anyone thinks about this, right? Even a rough guy like old Chen thinks the same way. What is this called? Oh, by the way, take advantage of its illness and kill it. Cheng Yojin squeezed his finger bone knots and shook his hand. It seems that the next moment is about to charge ahead. Wielding a weapon in general, even Wei Zheng and Li Shimin looked at each other, and there was a flash of excitement in their eyes. This is a good opportunity. If you can kill Turkic in one fell swoop, then, he Li Shimin, he Great Tang, can truly achieve first emperor throughout all ages. Completion, even if it is as strong as the martial emperor of the Han dynasty, it is something that has not been completed. Zhang Feng is speechless. Looking at Li Shimin and the others who had a general convulsion, they slapped their lips and slapped. AI. Did I say you are convulsed? We are talking about things your feelings are talking about. Don't you guys make it by yourself? While speaking, Zhang Feng knocked on the table. Remember, you are just scumbags. Don't say anything like this. Otherwise, you guys just wait for the house to be ransacked. When the time comes, don't pull me up. Really, if I knew this, I really shouldn't have said it. It's not me, Zhang Feng, who hit you. Now, if His Holiness thinks the same way today, then it's a big mistake, especially that silly Cheng Yojin. Just when everyone was excited and hard to attach, Zhang Feng once ruthlessly hit everyone. Even at this time, he actually said that Cheng Yojin was silly. So how could Cheng Yojin sit still? He glared at Zhang Feng and asked, I didn't listen to your younger brother Zhang before, and Cheng Yojin, the general you admire the most, is now a rude man. Today, younger brother Jiang, you have to tell us clearly. General Cheng's army is stationed in Longyiu Road to ensure the safety of the party. His prestige. Certainly. Old Chen, why are you stubborn? Yes, Cheng Yojin is indeed one of the three great Tang war gods, but he is very reckless when making decisions. So, your current personality is very similar to him. Jiang Feng, while speaking, squinting at Cheng Yojin. Li Shimin was startled and hurriedly changed the topic. Little younger brother Jiang, you said that if it is His Majesty today, if it is the order to send troops, it is a big mistake. Why is this? Isn't it the time? Yes. Now Great Tang has reported this water wheel and sacred relic. Everyone is watching and watching what we do to Tibet. If His Majesty sends troops at this time, then welcome Great Tang's must be the Turkic army all ready to go! Exclamation mark. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 83 Turkic Army! Exclamation mark. This. Isn't it said that Turkic has suffered heavy losses, and Turkic is suffering from a snow disaster that is rare in a century? This. Could it be that Turkic also intends to take over the Central Plains, but is just watching? Li Shimin was shocked. If this is the case, then, Jiang Feng brother, can you take it seriously? Li Shimin looked around with solemn expression. After a lap, Cheng Yojin and the others shut up. Li Shimin asked again, you know, if His Majesty really sends troops, then I have to plan first. Otherwise, my family property's son, it's over. While speaking, Li Shimin actually squeezed out a few tears sincerely. After that, Wei Zheng and the others hurriedly covered their faces with their sleeves and sobbed softly, while Cheng Yojin was even more exaggerated, squatting directly on the wine jar and crying loudly. That loud voice and trembling shoulders made Jiang Feng's face darken in an instant. One by one, there are 5 big and 3 thick men. They are all dozens of years old. Are they so? Jiang Feng's forehead could not help but one after another black line appeared. Thank you. Old Li, don't worry, can you finish listening after listening? This matter, let's start from the beginning. Li Shimin pretended to choke a few times and asked, little younger brother Jiang, as you know, elder brothers have always been generous in their hands. They don't have any money in their hands, and they all rely on Longyiu Dao get rich. This time, I can thank you brother to have such a chance. If this time then, in the future, I will never thank you. Ouch. Old Li. Jiang Feng's head exploded. Is it such a bitch? Are the people of Great Tang all idiots? Grass. Jiang Feng exploded. The mentality exploded. No matter what, he said, it's like this. Do you remember what I said before about the current Great Tang surroundings? Remember? Li Shimin saw Jiang Feng and began to say seriously, and immediately stopped crying. Said, I remember. You said that if one party acts, it will confuse the entire western regions. Is there such a thing? Yes. And there is the most important point. If whoever moves first, it must perish first. And now, as this party between heaven and earth, the strongest is Great Tang and Turkic, although we have now signed contract, but you also know that this thing is easy to tear up. Now that the Tibet ambassador is here, Tuihan must be on the sidelines. Then do you think Turkic will have no spies in Chainan City? You don't. I think Turkic has never stood up to speak. Is there anything wrong? Hearing this, Li Shimin was taken aback. Do you mean that Turkic is now ready to go? If we have a trace, Turkic will definitely take action. That's right. Now everyone is watching Great Tang's every move. Now everyone knows that Turkic has a snow disaster. But do you know that summer is coming? The snow is melting rapidly, and this crisis made Turkic panic. What? This matter? Is it true? Li Shimin exploded. I hurriedly exclaimed. Jiang Feng was taken aback and covered Li Shimin's mouth and said, Ancestor, you are quiet. Do you want the whole world to know that we are talking about government affairs? Hearing this, Li Shimin also woke up and hurriedly shut up. But he still asked, what is the crisis? Isn't this just a snow disaster? Could it be that a locust plague broke out? The two? Jiang Feng was speechless. Do you have no brains? Where cattle and sheep can freeze to death, tell me that there are locusts in that place. Can you be a fool to be a locust? That kind of where can he grow up? What is that? Li Shimin was stunned. Jiang Feng seriously doubted how these people's industries were done. They couldn't even think of such a simple thing. Let me ask you, old Li. Jiang Feng patiently said, tell me, what is the most Turkic, the most of? Li Shimin said without hesitation, I know that the sudden animal husbandry is developed, and the entire country is almost all nomads. Yes, there are many cattle and sheep. But, what do your cattle and sheep eat? Fuck, God. I know. Ha ha ha, Jiang Feng brother, I see. You mean, cattle and sheep can be frozen died, and now the grassland is recovering, and this snow disaster has severely damaged the growth of the grassland, isn't it? Oh, Jiang Feng took a heavy shot. Li Shimin clicked on the shoulder and said silently, old Li, you finally got the hang of it. Yes, now, the snow disaster in Turkic, although the snow has melted, but you didn't listen any word. What's the matter? At this time, Wei Zheng and the others stared at Jiang Feng like rare treasure. It's not cold when it snows, but it's cold when it melts. Now, although the snow has melted, but the basic ecology of the grassland has been completely changed, plus now frozen water, a shock. Guess, will his Turkic grassland be as luxuriant as usual this year? Frozen water? Question mark. Yes, the snow has melted. But where does the water go? Turkic is basically a plain area, this freezing. After passing through such freezing water, the whole Turkic will cause irreparable disaster. This is the real natural disaster. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 84. Why is there no one from astrology supervisor to figure out this matter? Exclamation mark. Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a little scared. If at this time, Tibet's affairs are slightly not handled well, then it will be a serious blow to the entire Great Tang structure. Tuhan is bound to join Tibet immediately, and at that time, if Sirt Tardush could not contain Turkic's southward move. I couldn't help Li Shimin's back, and a thin layer of cold sweat slowly emerged. Jiang Feng brother, what you said so, doesn't it mean that we are really walking on thin ice this time for Tibet? We have no way to break Turkic the threat to us? No, there is still a way. In fact, there is still a key point in this matter. Exclamation mark. Oh, please tell me from little brother. Wei Zheng hurriedly bowed his hands. Jiang Feng laughed. I said it before. This is how His Majesty digs this pit. If this pit is dug well, plus the Tibet king will really get the water wheel. At this time, if you promote it, then it will definitely cause Tuhan's commotion. At this time, he can't retreat if he wants to. At this time, if I were Li Shimin, I would at this time am playing a trump card. What trump card? Wei Zheng and Li Shimin asked almost at the same time. Don't worry, take your time. Jiang Feng motioned everyone to sit down, don't be impatient, and then continued, since I said Turkic, and Turkic hasn't heard a single voice until now, but he will definitely not miss such a thing. Great Tang can eat meat, then he will definitely come at this time to do something. Exclamation mark. How to solve this problem? While speaking, Jiang Feng picked up a grilled lamb kebab, carefully examined it for a while and said, the price of this lamb is really expensive. I bought 3 catties of lamb, which cost me 3 silvertel. Exclamation mark. Huh? Exclamation mark. What does this have to do with lamb? This is not. Wait. Li Shimin was surprised. Something seems to have been thought of, and hurriedly said, you mean, at this time, we take the opportunity to buy their cattle and sheep at a low price, or use their continued supplies to exchange it? Smart. TSK. Let me just say it. Oldless head is really good. Such things, you just guess it. This matter may have been thought of by His Holiness now. This is the key to why he was immediately and did not agree to Tibet. What? Fuck. This thing. This. Jiang Feng patted Wei Zheng lightly the shoulder, motioned him to calm down, and then said, in this matter, we only need to take out the food and grass given by Tibet, and then send it to emissary to Turkic. Along the way, we went to various tribes to promote Great Tang to exchange low-priced food for theirs. Horses, or cattle and sheep. In this case, once we arrive at Turkic City, then you ... he. Although Jiang Feng only ended up laughing. However, Li Shimin and the others are not fools either. Everyone understands. When the time comes, a series of chain reactions triggered by Tibet will surely be held firmly by Great Tang. Even if the snow disaster is over, Turkic resumes production and the grassland is recovered with lush weeds, but at that time, they still have horses, cattle and sheep! No, when the time comes, they will definitely come to Great Tang again. This is the strategy. The most vicious. Not right. It's the ultimate goal. Not only did Great Tang not pay a penny, but relying on a blueprint, some craftsmen firmly held Tibet, Tuihan and Turkic. If this way, then Li Shimin's heart couldn't help but become hot again. First emperor throughout all ages. This is true, first emperor throughout all ages. When the time comes, Great Tang has mastered Tibet, an important economic product of Tuihan, and has mastered Turkic's productivity, which means that Great Tang has obtained 3 long-term labor for free. Jiang Feng looked at Li Shimin and the others with astonishment on their faces. Satisfied and comfortable eating lamb and drinking wine, I feel comfortable in my heart. Don't mention more moisturizing. This kind of strategizing thing, but the business governance model that everyone on Earth used to be in the previous life, this kind of no-cost business, Jiang Feng used to have the words at hand. In addition to the familiarity with the history of this era, who can be regarded as Jiang Feng. However, Jiang Feng still dare not assert the things in the historical records. Everything he said today is nothing more than what he understands, and Li Shimin must have better countermeasures. It's just that, in this, whether Li Shimin is biased, then he can only take a step to see it. He is just watching old Li and the others again, just chatting after drinking. After all, these people will be of great help to him after he activates the system in the future. He also wants to get a good meal and take his wife. Think of this. Jiang Feng seemed to have thought of something, and once again released a heavy news. By the way, Tibet and Tuihan, coupled with the outbreak of the Great Tang Locust Plague, does not mean that the Locust Plague is only concentrated in these 3 places, and all places will be affected. For example, India, Kingdom of Nanzhao, etc., will all be hit hard. If I were His Majesty, do you think I would let this opportunity to recruit kids? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 85. Li Shimin's eyes flicker. The voice was trembling with excitement and said, "You mean, India will also be affected?" "Yes." Jiang Feng hooked Li Shimin's neck, said with a smile, "Drought broke out. I think India and other countries, and some places are like Longyu Road. Then when we sell the water wheel, then Tibet and other countries must also notice the insect egg. Don't we have craftsmen?" At that time, we publicized the plague of locusts a little bit. Propaganda. The plague of locusts! Hey, do. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of water in horror. If that's the case, what's the matter? India and other countries, shouldn't it be messy? At this time, we are launching this package. So people could not help but look at Jiang Feng's eyes, and 2 words popped up in their minds. Profiteer. This is the profiteer. This is so special. Who won't get you stuck? A thing that makes Li Shimin worry about being unable to sleep every night. When it comes to Jiang Feng's mouth, has it become a business? Turn into a package deal, and there is still no capital trading? Jiang Feng looked at the people bashfully. How about this business? Do you have to move? I guess. When the time comes, in your chain and city house, you can't put that gold bullion down. You have to find a mountain and hollow it out for gold. Are you now? Your hearts are about to fly. But let me tell you, this matter has already involved the highest level of Great Tang. Speaking of which, Jiang Feng's voice suddenly became serious. For this matter, I advise you to make a look fortune immediately. Many things. Don't watch, don't inquire, let alone do it. If you don't listen, I estimate that you will die and have no place to bury your life. Li Shimin said with a dry voice. No, it's not that serious, right? Not that serious, Jiang Feng said while staring. This matter, Think about it, how many countries are involved? When the time comes, which country will not wake up for those who have bad ideas, hate it? When the time comes, the Emperor Great Tang wants to keep you out. You will face endless assassinations. Hiss. Cheng Yojin sucked in a cold breath like a toothache, covering his mouth in amazement. Because, at this time, everyone subconsciously looked towards him. I promise, I don't know about this. I won't tell it. Jiang Feng brother, if you don't believe me, I will put my tongue out now it's cut. Cheng Yojin was also anxious. However, Jiang Feng waved his hand and said, it doesn't mean that, I just want you to know the importance of it and remember your identity. Let's just be a petty man. Just make a fortune in silence. Other things, let's leave it alone. His Holiness must have thought of so much now, otherwise, now, you will definitely be in the Imperial Palace, not in my little tavern. So, you guys, you must treat this as not knowing what you should do and do. Even if someone from the government comes to you, the blueprint that fuck should be handed in, so as to save you. In this matter, Jiang Feng didn't expect that many before. But when he was just talking to everyone, he also suddenly thought of this layer. He couldn't help but be surprised. That's why I said so much. It's not that he talks about tuberculosis, but that these big bosses come to inquire about this. Ask that. The key is to ask some things that are off the head. He had to make it clear. Otherwise, without waiting for him to activate the system, when the time comes, his life must be explained here for unknown reasons. Li Shimin also knows the importance of this, patted his chest and promised, little younger brother Jiang, you can rest assured. We know this matter, you know me, we know, except for this little tavern for those present. I promise that no one will know about this. For Li Shimin, Jiang Feng is still very relieved. I put my arms around his shoulders, haha, said with a smile. With your words, we can rest assured. When Li Shimin was shocked, see you now, Jiang Feng stopped talking, and hurriedly got up, took out 3 big gold ingots from his arms and stuffed them into Jiang Feng's arms. Little younger brother Jiang, the thing before, I will send the servant to deliver the remaining 1,000 tals of gold to you later, which is half of the total income. 1,000 tals of gold? How much is this? Jiang Feng is a little confused. I don't understand this stuff. However, seeing his face, Li Shimin couldn't help adding, don't worry, you have helped me so much. If this Tibet issue is resolved, when the time comes, I have old Li. If you take a bite, old Li, will definitely divide you in half. Everyone was shocked. What exactly does His Imperial Majesty mean? Half. But it is not convenient to say more at this time. Everyone has learned the same, and explained that in the future, the servant will send 1,000 tals of gold. And then when Jiang Feng is confused, everyone hurries away. And, at this time, Jiang Feng is still calculating the account with his fingers. One person is 1,000 tals, those 4 people are 4,000 tals, 4,000 tals of gold. What kind of house can I buy in Chainan City? How many wives can I find? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 86. Get out of the little tavern. The sky has slowly dimmed. Li Shimin swept away the look of the good old man before, looking up at the dark red western sky, indifferently asked, Minister, why do you think this is feasible? Replying to His Majesty, the minister thought it was feasible. Li Shimin was silent. But there is a trace of madness flashing in his eyes. This thing is crazy. If you miss a step, Great Tang will fall into the abyss of consigned to eternal damnation. But, if this thing really happens, then he really becomes an existence beyond. Emperor Qin and ancestor of Han. This, for every emperor, is the supreme glory. This is what an emperor has to do. This is the courage that an emperor should have. Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a little bit of fear at this time. If he refuses in the imperial court today, Tibetan despair will definitely take action. When the time comes, what will happen to Tuhan and Turkic on the sidelines? He didn't dare to think about it. If it hadn't been for everyone to work out a plan after the dynasty was scattered today, what would happen at this time? Li Shimin admits that he is not as long as Jiang Feng thinks. Although Jiang Feng has been talking about how he enlightened sovereign, but he only knows that he can't do it all. Li Shimin originally wanted to express his thoughts today. He originally wanted to get Tibet's food all at once, but before he could say it, Zhang Feng rejected this approach, and also said the consequences of doing so. At that time, Li Shimin was really scared into a cold sweat. If this is done, then, in another 5 days, there will be war on the Great Tang border, and it's Tibet-Tuahan, Turkic's coalition. Can he resist it? Unable to resist. Now Great Tang is recuperating. Yu Prefecture guards 300,000 troops, Chainan City walks around 100,000, Tongguan 200,000, Longyu Road 500,000, South, 200,000. Apart from this, Great Tang has no more soldiers. If war breaks out at this time, then can his 1.3 million army be able to stop the full-blown battlefield? When entering the sedan chair, Li Shimin glanced at the direction of the little tavern with a complicated expression, and sighed with emotion in his heart. Thank you. In the depths of the Imperial Palace, all around the Palace of Absolute Beguiling, a line of Jinwu guards formed a row in the Imperial Study Room of the Palace of Absolute Beguiling. Du Yui and Fang Xuanling, their faces are dignified and fidgeting. Brother Fang, you know, His Majesty summoned, but why? Fang Xuanling drank tea slowly, was silent for a moment and said, I don't know, but, it might be related to Tibet's coming this time. Du Yui frowned. Isn't this matter discussed? Isn't it? His Imperial Majesty is going to the little tavern now? Fang Xuanling didn't speak, just faintly nodded. No wonder the Jinwu guards are intensively patrolled. It turns out that His Imperial Majesty is out of the palace again. Then according to what you said, the thing that summoned us, did His Imperial Majesty play outside? His Imperial Majesty is here. At this moment, there was a singing and drinking of little Gizzy outside the Imperial Study Room. The man hurriedly got up and knelt to the ground. Old official Fang Xuanling, Du Yui welcomes the holy driver. You may rise. Li Shimin hurriedly entered the Imperial Study Room. In behind him, Wei Zheng, Zhang Sunwuji and Cheng Yojin, with frosty faces. Having entered the Imperial Study Room, Li Shimin waved his hand. Minister Cheng, take my token. Personally guard the Imperial Study Room. Cheng Yojin also knows that. He didn't understand the matter when he was asked to participate, and he hurriedly bowed to receive the token from Li Shimin. This small official, a Chongcai, will not come in. Then Cheng Yojin left with joy. After Li Shimin sat down, he waved his hand and motioned everyone to sit down, saying, this time, we have a final conclusion to deal with Tibet. Wei Zheng, you tell them exactly what happened, and then we make a plan. Yes. Wei Zheng bowed, and then said all the previous things. It's like this. Today, we went out of the palace with His Imperial Majesty, and then went to Little Tavern. In Little Tavern, as Wei Zheng told, Fang Xuanling were shocked. What is this operation? Sell the blueprint to Tibet at the regular price. Wouldn't it be cheaper for Tibet? How can such a thing be done? However, as Wei Zheng said, their faces turned pale from amazement. When they heard that Turkey had already entered another disaster at this time, Fang Xuanling was full of excitement. I almost knelt down to invite soldiers to march. But at this time, Zhang Sunwuji squeezed his hands and participated in it. And Li Shimin was listening for the second time at this time, still feeling enthusiastic. Although this is the strategy of the little shopkeeper, Li Shimin feels that this strategy, if this is done, then Great Tang at that time can only make all the countries look up. All nations come to Korea. So, what kind of scene will it be? Exclamation mark. Li Shimin dare not think. After Zhang Sunwuji and Wei Zheng's 1-hour commentary, Li Shimin looked at Fang Xuanling and Du Yui, who were trembling with excitement, and said solemnly, today's matter, you guys, I also know that if the seriousness of this is leaked out by half, it will bring a huge disaster to Great Tang. The four were shocked, knelt down in a hurry. This small official and others will definitely be tight-lipped. Li Shimin waved his hand. I want an answer now. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 87. Answer. Now, Li Shimin is also confused. If this thing is really done according to what Zhang Feng said, although it is simple to say, but when it is done, it will not be that simple. But if you don't do this, so, what will happen? Now things have come to an imminent time. Otherwise, how could Tibet stay in Longyu Road for 10 days? Also, although the locust plague can still be concealed now, Li Shimin knows that in half a month, even if he wants to conceal it, he can't conceal it. When the time comes, the locust plague on Longyu Road does not know what it will be like. If these things are added, it will only make Great Tang even worse. This is not yet Turkic. Now, since Tibet can have spies, what about Tuhan? What about Turkic? What about Sirtadush? I couldn't help but Li Shimin suddenly felt that the pressure of this incident was even greater for no reason. At this moment, Fang Xuanling and the others discussed for a while and said, His Imperial Majesty. The ministers and others discussed it. We feel that it is not yet time to ask for food. Today, the old official and the others Lord Du and the two of them also investigated Tibet and Tuhan in detail again, and they are really consistent with what Zhang Feng said. Although the old official doesn't know, where did Zhang Feng come from? I know, but there is one thing, it is true, if we want food now, then we will surely plant the bane. Li Shimin's eye fiercely jumped. Then what do you mean? The old official means to follow Zhang Feng's method. Speaking of which, Fang Xuanling's face full of folds was shaking with excitement. This way, you can relieve the current coveting of Tibet and the others, and give them a reassurance. When the time comes, Tuhan will definitely go to Tibet immediately to explore, and when the time comes, Tibet in order to stabilize the people, this thing will be announced in advance. In this way, after the people's hearts are stabilized, Tibet will enter the period of mass production. At this time, Tuhan should be anxious. If Turkey wants to do it at this time, he will surely guess that we have a backhand, and also guess what we and Tibet emissary have said. Is there any other deal? Li Shimin hearing this, nodded slightly. At this time, Wei Zheng also clasped his fist and said, the second is that if this is the case, we will completely anchor Tibet, and Tibet will definitely know that we have a backhand, and even if Turkey is dispatched, they will also intervene immediately. Tuhan will also take the opportunity to show loyalty at this time. The most important thing, Zhang Sunyuji's voice is hoarse, hurriedly said, we have completely broken the pattern of Western regions by doing this, and we can also dispatch emissary at this time to go to Turkic royal city to set up the agenda for bilateral trade matters. As a result, Tibet does not know what agreement we have reached with Turkic, and Turkic also does not know what we reached with Tibet. Tuhan. The more I listen, the more excited Li Shimin is. But then he slightly frowned. If this is the case, then such a balance, Zhang Feng brother said, will it work? Will 1 inch? His Imperial Majesty, would you like to think about it? Did they make it? This thing, if there is no advice from a little shopkeeper, who can make the key slot settings? Wei Zheng surely laughed. This shopkeeper is really a ghost. In this way, we have completely grasped the lifeblood of Tibet. If he does not agree, then they will figure it out for themselves. Wait for them to figure it out. Come out. It is estimated that they have already broken out a large-scale civil unrest. At this point, His Imperial Majesty thinks, will Tibet's senior management allow it? Li Shimin smiled. This cover is great. If so, then, they will only invest more and more. When the time comes, they will completely become Great Tang's cheap labor. First get his food. When the time comes, when the locust plague breaks out, they will definitely be short of food again. At this time, throw out shopkeeper's food plan, and you can make money again. The pause. Not only that, but they can also transport their food directly to Turkic for their top horse. In this way, for the sake of stomach, even if Geely and Tulai block them, they can't stand the hungry tribes of the tribe. When the time comes, first change the horse, then the cattle, sheep, and livestock. When they wake up, what else would they dare to do? Are they still soldiers after losing their horses? At that time, Turkic should be the one to panic. The more I think about it, Li Shimin is more excited. Then he waved a big hand. Send the order. Tomorrow morning, summon His Imperial Majesty. Wei Zheng suddenly interrupted Li Shimin. A faint smile flashed on his face and said, "It's not the time yet." "Oh, why?" Li Shimin and the others are a little confused. Wei Zheng mysterious said with a smile, "His Imperial Majesty, now you don't have to rush to summon them, you have to make them wait." "I'm waiting in a hurry. Let's talk about it." "We will treat it as if we don't know this!" To let things ferment, when the time comes. Li Shimin is speechless. However, everyone around Wei Zheng took a step backward involuntarily. Too insidious. It's better to stay away from him. But, how come I like this plan so much? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 88. Honglu Temple. Tibet's Emissary. Su Oryang looked at the table, exquisite food, and lost his previous appetite. I hurriedly grabbed Court Eunuch who came to deliver food and asked, "Little Eunuch, may I ask, when will Emperor His Majesty summon me to wait?" Little Court Eunuch eyelids without lifting it. He looked at Su Oryang indifferently, and said with a squishy mouth, "I don't know about this." While speaking, the little Court Eunuch is about to go out, but at this moment, Su Oryang clenched the teeth, took out a horseshoe gold from his arms and stuffed it into Court Eunuch's hands quietly, and said with a smile on his face, "Little Eunuch, we were reckless just now, a little bit ignorant of the rules. Taking this eunuch is considered my respect for eunuch." "Yes." Little Court Eunuch's eyelids twitched, glanced at the gold in his hand, hurriedly stuffed the embroidered robe, and his face turned into a chrysanthemum smile. "Yo, Lord Emissary, look at you. Isn't it a waste?" "Yes. Since you said so, the miscellaneous family will accept it." "Frankly, this matter seems to be His Imperial Majesty. I have been busy with political affairs for several days, and I have not had time to take care of." While speaking, my face was embarrassed. My hands kept rubbing in my hands. Why don't Su Oryang understand? I hurriedly plugged a piece of horseshoe gold again and said, "Well, I hope Eunuch will give a briefing to the little one. I will thank Tibet afterwards." Hee. Good talk. Good talk. Little Eunuch weighed the weight of the horseshoe gold in his hand, and smiled thicker. "Then, in that case, Mijia, I will help you take care of it." "Many thanks, little Eunuch." "You stop." See little Eunuch leaving. The smile on Su Oryang's face disappeared instantly. Su Oryang, big brother. A little Court Eunuch, just, why do you spend so much money? Some people complained. Su Oryang waved his hand. "So wrong, you don't understand this matter. You also know how important it is to Tibet. And now it's 3 days. Your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang, still didn't mean to summon me to wait. Are you in a hurry? Did you know that Tibet starves to death every day at least 100 people? Don't you be in a hurry." Sulrong's robust man, hearing this, threw away the flask in his hand, coldly snorted and said, "I think the Emperor Great Tang is stingy. Our sincerity is so obvious. What else is he going to do? Did he offer what happened to us in Longyu Road and couldn't get angry?" Su Oryang glared at the robust man, pointed to Sorgyo and said, "Now we are in Great Tang, you must be cautious about everything and anything. You supervise Sulrong to copy the instructions 100 times today." "Big brother." Su Oryang glanced coldly in his eyes Sulrong. In an instant, Sulrong had to swallow the following words alive. "Sorgyo, I have a bad hunch. If this is really what the Imperial Teacher said, if the Emperor Great Tang wants our food, then we should." "No way." Sorgyo swiftly listened to the bed all around and close to his ears. After seeing no one overheard, he said, "I think it shouldn't be. If the Emperor Great Tang really wanted to do this, he would raise it on the same day." And that night, Crown Prince Li Chenqian did not mention this matter in a word. It can be seen that they are also discussing this matter. Tibet said that the drought was severe, but they did not know the specific things. If they really want food, then we can only do so. While speaking, Sorgyo took out a long firecracker from his arms and weighed it in his hands. Su Oryang slightly nodded. And just now, the little eunuch who had just left, returned hurriedly again. "Master Su Oryang, emissary, I just inquired about the miscellaneous family. This matter The 2 horseshoes that you just rewarded, I sent out, and also gave out a some of the miscellaneous body. Don't wait for him to finish. Why doesn't Suo Riang know what he is going to say? I found 3 horseshoe gold in my arms, handed it to little eunuch with both hands, and said, "Eunuch is spending money." I don't know what eunuch can ask. Little court eunuch this time I didn't hide it anymore, took the horseshoe gold and bit it in his mouth, and then carried it into his arms with satisfaction. The eyelids of Tibet, who looked straight at Tibet, jumped. After the little court eunuch finished packing up, he said, "Tang, just now I took the Palace of Absolute Beguiling, which is the place where His Imperial Majesty handles daily affairs." The manager of Little Gizzy already knew about it, but it seems that Senior doesn't mean to disturb His Majesty. Don't want to disturb? What's so special? It's because you don't like money for less. Suo Riang suppressed the anger in his heart, so he had to fumble for a while, and then reluctantly took from his belt a machete with densely packed colorful gemstones inlaid with pure gold from his belt. Passed it up. "Little eunuch, this scimitar was personally rewarded by my king. It is inlaid with gems of the highest western regions and 10 gold horseshoes. I hope." Before he could finish speaking, little eunuch snatched it from him. Laughing is a joy. The miscellaneous family knows about this. With these things, His Imperial Majesty is bound to know about this tonight. I also hope that all emissary adults take a good rest and wait for the good news. After speaking, little eunuch hurriedly left. "The corners of your mouth are grinning to the base of your ears. When you go out, you turn a corner." I saw little Gizzy, who was waiting next to Li Shimin, staring at the little court eunuch with a playful look. Little court eunuch hurriedly knelt down, shaking out all the things he got from his arms. "Master, this is what they bestowed on the little ones, and the little ones don't have a single point." "Come on." Little Guizi took a faint look at the horseshoe gold on the tray next to him, took out a piece of it and threw it to him. "Since they are stupid and have a lot of money, then you can figure it out from now on. Tomorrow morning, His Imperial Majesty will summon him. They are not eunuch. I don't sympathize with you. How much you can get depends on your own abilities. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 89. The next morning, in Chainan City, it is obvious that there are more soldiers on patrol than in the past. In the Imperial City, a team of guard troops, standing straight, stepping on neat steps, burst out bursts of rumbling sound, flooding every corner of the Imperial City. And on the road leading to the Palace of Political Statement from Honglu Temple, a group of Jinwu guards slammed the long spear with solemn faces, glaring proudly into the distance. Clang, clang, clang. 3 beeps sounded towards the bell. I saw a sing of court eunuch, which spread all the way from the Palace of Political Statement. Announce. Tibet Emissary, see by Suo Riang. Announce. Tibet Emissary, see by Suo Riang. Announce. Tibet Emissary, see by Suo Riang. In the beginning, he was a qualified herald. He was passing on, but as the distance from the Imperial Palace got farther and farther, and even at the end, all the armored soldiers of Jinwu guards also roared at this time. Sound. There was a sound of shock in the Imperial City. At this time, Suo Riang and the others who were waiting at the side door and installed the door were shocked by the battle. I was shocked. However, everyone had to brace oneself and hurry forward with their heads down. They don't have to retreat. If you are timid and retreat at this time, then things will change the taste. Even if they return to Tibet, there is only a dead end waiting for them. However, at this time, Suo Riang and the others are more chilling. When I came here, in order to promote Tibet, I wore all jewels on my body, and even the crown was made of pure gold. The buttons and belts on my body were basically pure gold with one after another top gems. But, now, on their bodies, there is a gem, not a single gold wire. Even, everyone's crowns are made of coarse cloth. In this scene, Li Shimin paid attention the moment Suo Riang and the others stepped into the Palace of Political Statement. Arrived. He couldn't help but glanced at little Gizzy, and saw that there were more gems on his belt, and Li Shimin instantly understood something. There is no taking seriously either. Emissary Suo Riang, Meet your majesty, Emperor of Great Tang. Bless his majesty, longevity and Yongkang. Well, you may rise. Li Shimin is in a good mood. I waved a big hand. In the past few days, I have been thinking about how to help Tibet's neighboring countries, but as you all know, my Longyu road is severely droughted, and now I have gathered all the skilled craftsmen in Great Tang, and the resources that can be used are all used in Longyu road. Is there no hope? Su Oryang's eyes flashed disappointment. But just now, Li Shimin's talk changed. But Great Tang is a country of friendship. Tibet and I, Great Tang, are neighbors and friends, so I decided to cut love and make the secret recipe for making water wheels. Sell it to Tibet. Li Shimin bites heavily on selling characters. And just after Li Shimin finished this sentence, the hearts of the imperial court, Fang Xuanling, Wei Zheng and the others could not help being raised. And when Li Shimin talked about selling, Su Oryang and the others couldn't help but let go. Can sell. That's the best. What they worry most is that Li Shimin will ask for food at this time. But now it seems that they think too much about all this. The Emperor of Great Tang, His Majesty, is still very kind. Su Oryang couldn't help but knelt on his knees with excitement, and said, "Many thanks Your Majesty, the life-saving grace of the Emperor of Great Tang." My king said, "If Great Tang can help me in times of crisis, Tibet must have a great thanks after the crisis is over." Slow. At this time, Wei Zheng squinted and took a step forward. They looked at each other with Li Shimin, and then said, "Master Emissary, now that this matter has been settled, let's proceed according to the past business. His Imperial Majesty is kind. For the future, what is it? It's exempted. What do you think?" "What?" Su Oryang and the others are shocked. This ... Is it really so easy? So easy to talk? Don't you always say that Li Shimin is an old fox? How can this be so easy to talk this time? Also, Wei Zheng, the most famous Great Tang, personally, are they really trying to help me Tibet? Is my king thinking too much? Su Oryang's eyes turned, and he hurriedly gave a big gift again. "Many thanks the Emperor His Majesty." Li Shimin waved his hand. That's all. Can help you wait. I am very pleased." Li Shimin's heart is very excited at this time. Is this the most exciting time? Li Shimin finished pretending to be forced, and then waved his hand. "But, I don't know about bargaining. Minister Why, this matter is in this great hall, and you are solely responsible for it. After all, Tibet friends of the world are in urgent need, so don't delay." Why doesn't Wei Zheng understand what Li Shimin means? He bowed and said, "Official obeys the royal decree. The minister will give Tibet emissary the quotation." While speaking, Wei Zheng took a piece of paper from his arms with a serious face and handed it to Su Oryang. "This is the offer for this blueprint. Do you guys know how much it cost me Great Tang to develop this thing? You have seen the actual product. You know better than me about the effect. Then, I don't have any ink marks. You can check the quotation I made first. If it's okay, then you can pay for it." While speaking, Wei Zheng handed the paper to Su Oryang. Su Oryang thanked the paper again and again. "Open it in a hurry." But, next moment, his eyes freeze. This ... Impossible. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 90. What's wrong? Let me see. See Su Oryang shaking all over. Sorgyo hurriedly took the paper from him. The crowd couldn't help but they all gathered around. I saw the densely packed records on the paper that everyone could not understand. Behind these things, a quotation was also written. What Taiyu offers 3 million tals. The price of gold-threaded cedar is 90 million tals. More outrageously, gold and top jade stone gems were used. Some. Is this doing me? They have seen everything. This thing is just a thing made of pure wood. At most it is mixed with some copper and iron. Where is a gold wire useful? Where can I get gold-threaded cedar? Where can jade stone be used? Question mark. Tibet and the others' faces turned black. Lord Wei, excuse me, what is this gold-threaded cedar used for? Wei Zheng, hearing this, without raising his eyes, said, "This is the course section. I want to use gold-threaded cedar." Then, is the iron wall? What is this? We have seen this water wheel. Excuse me, where is the iron wall pressed? This. Wai Zheng also choked. Who the hell wrote this? Wai Zheng glanced at Zhang Sanwuji. Zhang Sanwuji didn't see anything, touched his nose, and pretended to whisper to the people around him. Wai Zheng is speechless. This thing is confidential. I have no right to say it. But after you get the blueprint, you can understand. Then, this jade stone, gems, may I ask Lord why? Where are these things inlaid? Su Ouriang's face is distorted, and Wai Zheng's old face couldn't help but blush. Cough, cough. Li Shimin was a little embarrassed and coughed. Zhang Sanwuji made this thing. This grandson, can you blow it? Zhang Sanwuji trembled all over, and had to say in a nonchalant manner, this matter was supervised by the old man. And all the water wheels are basically made by the old man himself. These things must be ground into powder, and then seal the gap between the water wheel, otherwise, do you think that an ordinary water wheel can have the same effect as this water wheel? Su Ouriang is stunned. Could it be that the automatic watering is because these things were mixed during construction? But, this thing seems to be made by us. Right? You just give a blueprint, right? It turned out that they wanted to waste money. Thinking of this, Su Ouriang faintly smiled and said, many thanks, two of you. I know about these things. Just leave it to us for the manufacturing. Then what is the price of blueprint? Yeah? Question mark. Understood? That's easy. Zhang Sanwuji's eyes narrowed instantly. He stretched out a faint slap. All of this was formulated in advance by them. So, now this offer is just to look at the scope of their tolerance. That being the case, that's easy. Su Ouriang looked at Zhang Sanwuji's palm, glanced at each other from the emissary group, and then cautiously asked, Lord Zhangsun said 5,000 tals. No, mother. This old fox. How could Su Ouriang not know Zhang Sanwuji? This person comes from a military camp, but he is deceitful and good at attacking his mind. Now, he finally realized it. Finally, Su Ouriang took a deep breath, said solemnly, did Lord Zhangsun say 5 million tals? The price? Wrong. I said 510,000 too. Zhang Sanwuji faintly retracted his hand, patted his chest and said, this blueprint, my great Tang, cost more than 10 and 50 million. This price, already today. His Holiness has pity for you. If you wait, if you want to. Su Ouriang hearing this, the eyes flashed rapidly. 50 million tals. This price ... value. In the recent past, the price set by Tibet Wang is more than tens of times lower. Su Ouriang couldn't help but clasped his fists firmly in his eyes. Then, it's a deal. Many thanks His Majesty. Slow. Zhang Sanwuji slightly grinned, slowly speaking two words in the eyes of everyone's horror, golden. When these two words were spoken, even Li Shimin almost staggered. Too shameless. It's too shameless. 50 million tals of gold? Question mark. But, I like it. And now, Tibet's emissary is completely petrified. Until a moment later, Su Ouriang's chest spiraled violently and slowly recovered. Said one word at a time, Lord Zhangsun, is it a bit inappropriate for you to do this? Do you really think of me Tibet as a fool? A blueprint, you actually ask for 50 million tals of gold? Do you want to show your face? You know these 50 million tals of gold, if I take it to India, people from India, even if they use the power of the whole country to drag me back, you can use the water that you can't use up. Also, Emperor His Majesty, do you just leave it alone? This is too dark. If I can get it from Tibet, why is it like this? This ... This. Li Shimin smashed his mouth twice and said, I don't know what this thing is. The price is good. After all, I allocated 10 absolutely 2 for this thing at the beginning. Simply, Li Shimin raised the price for you again. And now the numerous officials who have been bewildered, why don't you know that this is His Imperial Majesty and the eldest grandson, Wai Zheng, and the others are doing the show. I could not help but also criticize Tibet. Following fiercely from Tibet, everyone in Tibet slapped their hands and said, Emperor His Majesty, The price is too high. I can't accept it. If His Majesty is really willing to help me to bet, each have a discussion. 3 days later, how about another discussion? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 91. Actually, Li Shimin is a little worried. He was about to say, do you want to drop a little? If Tibet provokes trouble, it will be difficult. But he hasn't spoken yet, so he can talk about it after discussing it. So, there is a drama? Okay, I think so too. Since both of you have disputes, then I have decided, after the three of you, the Palace of Political Statement Chamber, you will finally agree on this matter after all. After all, Tibetia also urgently need this thing to save lives. Wai Zheng, Zhang Sunwuji, Fang Xiu Anling, Du Yui, follow the order. This small official takes the order. I order the four of you to work out an appropriate price in these 3 days. Don't embarrass Tibet, brother. Yes. Official obeys the royal decree. Then, retreat. While speaking, Li Shimin carried his hands on his back, and the dragon walk tiger steps slowly left, and everyone was kneeling down. Send it. Send His Majesty. Palace of Absolute Beguiling. In the Imperial Study Room, Li Shimin looked at the list in his hand solemnly and asked, eldest grandson, are these 50 million a bit higher? Zhang Sunwuji, hearing this, hurriedly got up. His Imperial Majesty, you can rest assured about this. The old official felt that we didn't want it too much. Li Shimin's eyes narrowed. Why do you say that? Because, today he didn't refuse it. His Imperial Majesty, Tibet's affairs. The old official actually knows a thing or two. If he Tibet king, if he did not give this top price, today, they will definitely turn their heads and leave. However, they didn't. That means they will surely fly the pigeons and report back tonight. This thing, this small official thinks, it's done. It's rare, and Wai Zheng said the same at this time. This has to let Li Shimin's heart go. He is afraid, if this thing gets out of hand, then it's a dead loss. Do they spend money on this blueprint? No, I didn't spend a penny, but made a lot of money. This time, 50 million of gold, but let them be wary of Great Tang. Let go. Then, thinking of this, Li Shimin faintly waved his hand and said, you can take care of this matter. Remember, when you receive the money, you will give 1 million and a big house to the little shopkeeper. Others don't mention the money for the time being. Wait until he enters the palace in Japan. Let's talk about it. This 1 million more. Wai Zheng said leisurely. Why? Li Shimin is a little bit confused. If we are now holding 1 million gold, wouldn't it make little brother doubt who I am waiting for? And this thing really can't sell that many money. Hearing this, Li Shimin also felt improper, so he pondered for a while and said, it's fine for you to decide on this matter. And Jiang Feng's affairs, you also have a snack. If it weren't for him, how could we have the situation today? Everyone hurriedly bowed. This small official waits for the order. After that, Li Shimin left. When Li Shimin left, everyone couldn't help laughing. Too much cool. By the way, old Zhang Sun stuff, are you too wicked? You dare to write these things, and you don't feel embarrassed? The old man was almost ashamed to death. It's really insulting to gentleness. Wai Zheng is a bit speechless. Zhang Sunwuji, profound mystery smile. Don't you understand this matter? I do not believe. Guess, if I don't take out this thing, how can the mysterious sense of this thing be created? You are believing or not, now they will definitely be in Honglu Temple today wondering, what kind of divine object is this thing? Ha ha ha. The old man feels that this move is a good move. Du Yui touched his grey beard, shook his head and said, this matter, brother Sun is right. From their reaction, you can see that the bottom line of these people is really true. More than 50 million gold. The old man feels that he needs a little bit less. Zhang Sunwuji glared, old bastard. Do you think this is less? Would you like to add a little more? Are you talking about this in 3 days? Almost it will do, if it hinders future plans. Then what? If he dares to disagree, old Cheng criticizes him sharply. got it. You are awesome, you are awesome. Everyone was speechless, but then, a touch of emotion flashed across everyone's faces. If there is no Jiang Feng brother this time, at this time of the drought, it is estimated that they are all busy and exhausted. When this matter is over, we will all play. How about asking Jiang Feng brother to come out? Wai Zheng touched his beard and said. Everyone was hearing this and couldn't help but nodded. However, Dun Yui hesitated. But His Imperial Majesty said that the time has not come. But what is the time? Isn't it tiring to do it this way? Also, His Imperial Majesty said before, what do you think about sending Crown Prince and Prince to Little Devon? What do you think? As long as His Imperial Majesty gives it, then let's give it too. Wai Zheng glanced at the people and said, this and other things, we still have to wait for this matter to be dealt with. Yes, let's say it. Well, whether to invite Jiang Feng into the palace, or whatever, you have to. His Majesty agrees. Everyone is silent. But, Jiang Feng, God of Wealth, everyone has booked it. Even, no one is convinced. At this time, the best way is to send everyone's heirs to the Little Devon. However, what to do with this matter depends on Jiang Feng. Okay, it's all gone, let's take care of things first. Finish handling. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 92. Sunlight. The dazzling sunlight. Although it is only May, the hot weather is like a steamer, scorching the earth. In Chainan City at this time, although it is less than midday, the pedestrians on the street have slowly been reduced a lot. The vendors on both sides of the street are shrinking listlessly in the shade, flashing their clothes. I said, do you know? Yesterday I heard that His Imperial Majesty summoned Tibet's emissary, in front of a tea stall. Jiang Feng, who was lazily buying table salt, was attracted by this sentence. I simply sat down, ordered a pot of tea, and listened slowly. The talking man turned his eyes and saw someone listening, and his voice grew louder. Last night, when I was calling the watch, guess what I heard? What? It should be, then Tibet's emissary ran away overnight, right? Ha ha ha. Seeing the groom's words covertly, someone couldn't help but jokingly said, the husband is even more anxious. I stared at the man with a grin. What nonsense are you talking about? Tibet had a catastrophe this time, and now am I heard that people cannibalize? What? Everyone was hearing this, and they couldn't help but get their spirits, and hurriedly surrounded the watchman. The bridegroom took a sip of the tea ceremony slowly. This is something. I have to talk about it. 4 days ago. 4 days ago, His Majesty summoned Tibet emissary. Tibet is crying poor, that crying miserably. Then, His Majesty was soft-hearted and agreed to help Tibet yesterday. But, Wai Zheng and Lord Wai, have you heard about it? I mean, stop the ink. Someone can't wait. And Jiang Feng's brows could not help but raised. I saw the man and continued, let's put it this way. At that time, Lord Wai, and Lord Zhangsan, guess what? His Imperial Majesty is soft-hearted, but who is Lord Wai? That's decent. Selfless. Just breathe out and ask for this amount. While speaking, the guard held out a slap. Everyone was shocked. How much are you? 50 million tals. The husband's profound mystery smiled and leaked a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Less. Everyone was puzzled. Is this all missing? How much is that? Could it be 5 million tals? Heavens. 5 million? This is impossible. I have never seen 10,000 tals in my life. How could a solution be possible? 5 million? You said yes. This thing is definitely impossible, I think. The most likely thing is food. Isn't we short of food now? Bring Tibet's food over, wouldn't it be better? Everyone started talking again. But, in the end, everyone rejected it. No, food is impossible. Now Tibet is short of food and cannibalize people. How could there be food? Daddy Jiang, just say it. How much is it? What do you want? We are all petty people, where do you know? What exactly did you want? Yes, just say it! Exclamation mark. Guardian, the Shinto glanced around and said in a low voice, I heard the brother who guards the city gate say that His Majesty gave a blueprint. I heard it was this rescue. The drought on the Long Yu Road was a blueprint given by His Majesty from the heavens. Then Lord Wai and Lord Zhangsan sang together, asking for a price of 50 million tals. Hiss, 50 million? Fuck. Vertical bar. This ... so much? How many boxes do you have? Paralysis. So much money. Everyone was shocked. However, the watchman wiped the sweat off his head, and said utterly, it's such a thing, it's just. You know, what is the 50 million, huh? What? Is it food? At this time, more people were attracted, and even soldiers on patrol stopped to listen. Seems to be impatient to wait. The soldier took out a penny from his arms and said, Dr. Jang, just tell me this bowl of tea, I'll take it. Go, then. Thank you, Junie. The groomer's eyes lit up, and he held down the copper coin, and in his arms, he said slowly, this thing, it's not food. It's not silver either. 2 adults, if it's gold. Glittering gold. What? 50 million tals of gold? Fuck. Now I'm not rich in Great Tang. Shit. The soldier's face became a little pale. Although he doesn't know if this is true, he went back to his hometown to see the woman yesterday, and didn't know this, but now, when he heard it, he couldn't help being shocked. Hurry scolded, well, you watchman, lie at night, lie during the day, see if I don't arrest you and throw you in jail. The guard was anxious. He hurriedly told Rao, this army master, this is all true. You just need to inquire about this matter, and you will know it. Look, the Rouge workshop over there, where the news is, all it came from the palace. If you don't believe me, go and ask. Stop talking nonsense. If this matter is true, how can Tibet answer it? If it is like you rumor has it, isn't my chain going to be messy again? Walk around. Follow me in the area Yemen. This matter. Zhang Fen Yy shook the head. A copper plate popped out of the embroidered robe and dropped it on the table. Lazily left. He has heard too many such rumors along the way. Does His Holiness really think of a way today? But, this method. Why do I always feel so familiar? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 93. Chainan City. This thing is spreading everywhere. Even when this matter was passed to the end, it was passed that Tibet was about to attack Chainan City. And just when the entire Chainan City was shrouded in this message, a team of soldiers arrived in a hurry and posted a notice everywhere in Chainan City. It was purely a rumor to signal this matter, and the matter slowly subsided. However, the people who had just had a good life in the past few days, still people were alarmed, still whispering in small groups. There is even a frenzy of grabbing food and daily necessities. Even the places set up by official uniforms to sell official salt. There are countless more people than normally. Zhang Feng had a headache and bought almost 10 catties of salt. When he wondered whether to buy more, he saw Old Sun not far away, and Old Li, hurriedly drilled from Yonggainfang, came out. The two of them seemed very solemn, and they were discussing something along the way. Old Li's face was so dark that water dripped. Zhang Feng scratched his head, somewhat unfathomable mystery. But he waved his hand. Oh, Old Li, here and here. Li Shimin, who was burying his head on the road, was hearing this for a moment, but after seeing Zhang Feng at the next moment, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, only eased a bit, stepped forward and clasped his fists. Zhang Feng looked at the two suspiciously. Are you ... were kicked by a thief or something? What's your face? Oh, Li Shimin deeply sighed. Isn't this? We are wondering whether we should tinker out 1,000 of our water wheel and sell it to Envoy. But I heard Tibet is about to call. How can this be done? That's right. Li Shimin pulled Zhang Feng to the corner and asked, yesterday it's not like this thing can be done. This ... look at this Chainan City ... maybe the old elder brother, this life has to be folded in. Zhang Feng understands up. Haha said with a smile. It turned out to be this thing. Walk around. Go to my shop. I just came out to buy some salt today. Let's go back to the shop, and I will tell you in detail. Li Shimin hearing this, motioned Zhang Sanwuji with his eyes. Then he hooked Zhang Feng's neck and complained while walking, and Zhang Sanwuji also subconsciously let Jinwu guards, whose shadow is hidden among the people, secretly follow and keep silent. At this time, Those Jinwu guards with killing intents put the double-edged saber away. They were discussing today where the lowest price is nailed. But I received a letter from Honglu Temple last night. There were 2 Tibet envoy members who secretly left Chainan City with a cover. And then, this morning, the news was spread throughout Chainan City. Originally, Li Shimin was very happy early this morning. But at the imperial court, the civil servants were very angry with this problem, making Li Shimin's face blue. Be prepared to come out and listen to it in person, and then go to Honglu Temple. But on the way, I ran into Jiang Feng, who came out to buy salt. Jiang Feng's little tavern, not very far from here, just turned around 2 alleys. One enters the door. Jiang Feng took out a bag of fried food wrapped in lotus leaves from the counter, then opened a jar of wine, and said slowly, "Old Li, what about this?" "Don't worry. I know you want to make money, but what about this matter? You have to take your time, don't a little bit of rumors, just frightened and flustered." "Huh? My." Li Shimin was taken aback, and he was about to say something. Jiang Feng pressed his hand and said, "What about this?" "I have also heard. These are all rumors. We can tell. Is he Tibet people are fools? What's the plan for that little brother? Is this really a misinformation? If this is the case, then that means there is still a scene about our business." "Li Shimin, I have lost a lot of hair worrying about this incident. If it is really like the rumors, then he really messed up. At this price, I had known it earlier. Yesterday he could make things happen with a more word, but now, he is scared." Jiang Feng patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, listen to me and analyze it for you." "What about this? Do you think Yesterday I heard that Lord Zhangsun is playing the game, and Lord Y are going to pit Tibet 50 million tals of gold. This matter, I think it will be less." "Huh?" Li Shimin was dumbfounded. "What is this all about? Are you still missing?" The corners of Zhang Sunyuji's mouth are also twitched. "Is this less? So what is called in place?" I saw Jiang Feng lightly saying, "This matter, if Tibet really refuses, then today is not spreading rumors and putting pressure on His Imperial Majesty." Li Shimin was taken aback. "Why?" Jiang Feng laughed. "I ask you, if you are going to buy something, then the other party's asking price is too high, so high that you can't accept it. Would you do this? Then make a woolen thread. Isn't this an obvious bully? If I Ahem. Li Shimin slapped the table and blurted out, but Zhang Sunwuji coughed violently when he said his words, and Li Shimin reacted, and he was shocked in a cold sweat. "If this is the case, then I will be a fart. I will just turn around and leave." "Yes." Jiang Feng clapped his hands. You can think of this, then why can't you think of this? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 94. Want to understand? Li Shimin was stunned. However, Zhang Sunwuji understood. He whispered, "Shopkeeper is talking about old Li fans?" "Yes, that's the reason." Jiang Feng picked up the wine, touched the 2 of them, and said with inexplicable meaning, "But, this Zhang Sunwuji is really an individual talent." "It's so wretched." Hearing this, Zhang Sunyuji's face blushed, asked in a muffled voice, "How do you say this?" "Guess, if I was in the imperial court yesterday, I would really give him a thumbs up. This guy, dare to say 50 million, he is definitely a black belly lord." Normally, I only know that Jiang Suwuji is the leader in strategy, but he didn't expect that he and Wei Zheng are the same. A match. Hey, this effect. This is all I heard at the gate of the palace during breakfast this morning. Jiang Feng is going to pickle today. I made a little bacon, so early in the morning, then went to the vegetable market. When I passed the entrance of the imperial palace, I ate a bowl of chaos. In such a short time, he listened to what happened in the palace yesterday. In addition, when I wandered around in Chainan City today, I understood the way in an instant. This matter. You said that the price is going to be lower. What's the matter? Zhang Sunwuji is a little erratic. To get a compliment from Jiang Feng, he is really excited. I couldn't help but talk more. Take Jiang Feng's hand, saying that the little brother is long and the little brother is short, instantly pleased Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng patted Zhang Sunwuji on the shoulder and said, Zhang Sunwuji and Wei Zheng are still a little too careful about this matter. Tibet is indeed in trouble now, but I promise, his state treasury must be very plentiful. So, I guess, when they retreated yesterday, they left behind. Hearing this, Li Shimin and Zhang Sanwuji looked at each other. He really guessed right. Tibet really didn't say anything about it yesterday. That's the talk. But now this one, is it because you want to use the pressure of public opinion to let Great Tang relax? Thinking of this, Li Shimin is so angry. Zhang Feng brother, what will happen if His Majesty is increasing the price? Zhang Feng shook the head. Can't add it now. Why? Zhang Sanwuji and Li Shimin asked in amazement. Because, now that they have spread the news, it means that they are prepared for the worst. The attack on Chainan City is false, but the attack on Great Tang, it must be true. What? Li Shimin's face suddenly paled. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but shook the head. How easy is the country to country confrontation? It's like you're doing business. What if you don't agree? Fight. Whoever concedes the fight, not only doesn't have to pay, but also some benefits of being free. Who wouldn't? Li Shimin was silent. The fist in the embroidered robe clenched tightly. Hit. Still not playing? Seeing this, Zhang Feng is a bit speechless. This is all about people. You are a petty man. What are you worried about? Do you still want to fight the enemy? I seriously doubt old Li. What are you doing? 1. When it comes to these things, you are always so weird. Don't talk about this. You are uncomfortable. To put it bluntly, you are cheap. Zhang Feng gave Li Shimin a blank look. At this time, Zhang Sanwuji lowered his head, but the shrugging shoulders showed that he was suppressing his smile strongly at this time. Cough 1 inch. Li Shimin glared at Zhang Sanwuji, and said, then what? You know. Thank you. Zhang Feng is speechless. Every time I say this, old Li always thinks I am a businessman. If it is a war, it will affect me. Things like this come to prevaricate him, and he is also annoyed by it. So he directly waved his hand and didn't lower oneself to somebody's level with Li Shimin. This matter, now the price cannot be increased. On the contrary, the price really needs to be lowered. Why? Li Shimin complexion changed. Does it really just give in? Although Great Tang is not easy to fight again now, Li Shimin is not afraid. If anyone dares to do this, then what face does Great Tang have? Seeing this, Zhang Feng is speechless. Can you listen to me? How do I feel that you are frightened and flustered at every turn, just like a young wife? What about it? It's like this. Drop. If I were the one in the dynasty, I would lower the price to him by 5 to 10 million gold. But the matter is not over yet. This is only the first step. We are going to put the case on him. 1. There was a saying in my discipline, don't you know if you have heard it? What is it? Who is your discipline? Li Shimin and Zhang Sanwuji's eyes lit up and they asked in unison. Zhuja. Zhang Feng shrugged. Retreat to advance. We are now taking a step back. But they will definitely be proud of it and promote us everywhere. When the time comes, dot. Huh? This. Li Shimin thought of what Zhang Feng said before. Hurry up and said, you mean to use their hands to get Yuan in? Oh, what do you mean by doing it? It's awkward for you to say that! Exclamation mark. This way. Zhang Feng smiled slyly, but his expression suddenly became serious. This small step given up today is just to make a big step forward in the future. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 95. A small step backward, just for the future, a big step forward. This is. Li Shimin was shocked. Zhang Sanwuji was also shocked, and his efforts were boiling. Under what circumstances is it possible to create such a quatrain? Zhang Feng brother, is this what you said? Well, I thought of it accidentally. Nothing, come, drink. Zhang Feng paused, then changed the subject. Where did he create this? He has that ability. How can he be here? These are all good commercials for later generations. Zhang Feng did not have subconsciously lifts the head, looked at the sky outside the window, and the moon. Don't say anything. Let's go on with this matter, although we are now regressing, but what we did when they were in distress, then, in the future, what do we do? It's not that we are sorry for Tibet. At that time, They asked for it. What do you mean? Li Shimin's eyes flickered. Because. Zhang Feng got up. I picked up the wine bowl, came to the window, and looked at the dazzling sun in the sky outside the window, lightly saying, if I am whoever I am, I will be at this time, even without money! But, on the issue of food, if they were bargaining, it would be really shameless. We will just send him out directly, and love it. This. Li Shimin hurriedly asked, is this a bit too much? Yes, you told me. Didn't we give in now? Then we all give in. He is so shameless. He is embarrassed by Tibet. Why shameless should give a face. When the time comes, we just don't care about it. He loves it. He suffers from Tibet and not us. What are you afraid of? Makes sense. In an instant, all the doubts in Li Shimin's heart disappeared. If this happens, with the help of this rumor, we take the initiative to take a step back. But once this step is retired, then we don't need to be too soft about food in the future. Since they were the first to die like this, then what am I afraid of? When the time comes, if the war really starts, he has to weigh it. This is not Tuihan. As long as the matter is spread, Tuihan will definitely come to ask immediately. All he can ask for is Turkic. But Turkic is short of food. At this time, if you ask Turkic for help, then they are not stupid. Turkic is definitely better than Great Tang, because this matter has spread, and he can't resist even if he wants to deny it. When the time comes, he can only come back obediently and ask Great Tang for help. After trying to understand, Li Shimin's mood was settled. He patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder excitedly, and said with complicated eyes, I really don't understand when I have time. What kind of person are you? Not only has such a clear and keen understanding of the current situation, but also such a way of governing the country, playing with everyone in the palm of the hand. Who are you? Zhang Feng hearing this, happy. I told you. I am a cultivation. Stop. Li Shimin knew he was going to bullshit and interrupted speechlessly following his words. He picked up a bean, threw it into his mouth and bit it with a bang. Zhang Feng brother, I really want to help you. I have been doing business over the years, and the officials of large and small have also known a lot. In addition, I am doing this now. Basically, the court also knows a few, and maybe His Imperial Majesty will summon me when he is happy. You just tell elder brother, what official do you want? At this time, Zhang Sanwuji put down the wine bowl and looked straight at Zhang Feng. This is the fate of the emperor. Little brother, your chance is here. However, he can only be anxious in the heart. He dare not say it, since His Imperial Majesty is not willing to show down at this time. He can't say much. Zhang Feng is also a little moved at this time. He is impossible to stay in this little tavern for a lifetime. Once the system is activated, he will definitely get out of this little tavern. Otherwise, he has already made this little tavern a big hit, and just a few modern dishes can turn everyone around, let alone other. But he also knows that he is not a material for business. The reason why I opened this little tavern is because of waiting for the system on the one hand, and the second, because I can chat with old Li and the others. Chainan City may seem prosperous in his heart, but he is nothing but talkative. If you really do it, or if you enter the impoverished imperial court, without cheat protection, it is estimated that a person like him with no identity background will not survive for a year. So, after thinking about it, Zhang Feng still shook the head. I haven't thought about it for the time being. While speaking, Zhang Feng filled Li Shimin and Zhang Sanwuji with wine, and waved his hand coolly. This is something. Forget it. I'll talk about it when I think about it someday. The time is not here! If you wait for a certain day and decide to go to officialdom, or want to do business, I will definitely let you know. Li Shimin hearing this, I can only shook the head helplessly. That's okay. Since you have said so, I won't force it. This matter, we have to take it slow. Our road is still long, but there is a little bit. Li Shimin picked up the wine and said, if you develop in the future, don't forget me. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 96. Zhang Feng waved his hands again and again. Oh, old Li, Do you look down on me? Am I that kind of person? Li Shimin laughed and touched the wine bowl with Jiang Feng and put down the wine bowl, frowned and asked, with your ability, even if you are doing business, there are so many rich merchants in Chainan City who are willing to partner with you. I guess old Li would at least be able to queue to Chainan City if you queue up outside. Why are you? Jiang Feng rolled his eyes and waved his hand. What you said like this, let's really tell you. In this Chainan City, there are indeed many businessmen who make one's mark. If I want to pursue an official career, I will have your help, and I will definitely live well. But, you only know one is not the other. Could it be that you have something unspeakable? Li Shimin motioned to Jiang Feng to continue. Jiang Feng smashed his mouth, grabbed a grain of food, threw it into his mouth, and said, on the one hand, it is indeed not the time. I can't say this thing, but this in terms of the two aspects. You have also seen that I am a lazy person, and it is definitely impossible to do business. Speaking of doing business, aren't we in a partnership now? Li Shimin laughed and did not speak. Jiang Feng continued, in the past 6 months, you old Li who, I am menarking. Although sometimes, your head is very iron, but you really have no choice. I'm a trustworthy person. I'm really worried about finding someone else, and I don't have the time to understand them. It's just you, old Li, for your temper, and second, you know that I'm willing to buy a daughter. Hearing this, Li Shimin was moved inexplicably. Since he became the Prince of Qin, everyone has treated him respectfully, obediently, and he is also a human. He is also a person with feelings. Others feel distressed and can find others, but who can he find? This is not the point yet. The most important thing is that, in the end, he discovered that there is really no one who is really worthy of trust in the people around him. He has become a lonely man. It wasn't until half a year ago, for some reason, that he walked into this unremarkable little tavern, and he slowly became a friend of Jiang Feng. At this time, Li Shimin has an illusion. It seems to be a good thing to be regarded as a close friend by Jiang Feng. Unfortunately, Li Shimin and Jiang Feng met and drank a full bowl. Come on, Jiang Feng brother, for this, let's make a bowl. Speaking, Li Shimin took Jiang Feng to drink a drop of the wine in the bowl. Nothing left. The warm atmosphere glared Zhang Yuji's eyes. The whole person is stupid. His Imperial Majesty is this drunk? I am still dazzled. When was His Imperial Majesty so approachable and so easy to get along with? In recent years, although His Imperial Majesty has been approachable to them, it also has a degree! But, the attitude of Jiang Feng is different. His Imperial Majesty said to Jiang Feng that he truly regarded him as the closest and best brother. It seems that this little shopkeeper is really lucky to be so favored by His Imperial Majesty. Young man, you have boundless prospects. It's this time. The two put down their wine bowls. Jiang Feng yelled out of joy. Then valiant youth shouted, bring in the wine, the cups must not stop. Boil a lamb, butcher an ox, no we shall be joyous, and make me, of 300 bowls, one long drink. Oh, let a man of spirit venture where he pleases, and never tip his golden cup empty toward the moon, since heaven gave the talent, let it be employed. I spent a full 1,000 tals of gold, but back they shall come again! Jiang Feng rises, and a song bring in the wine comes. Slowly, Li Shimin was also shocked. This poem, although he has not heard it, this poem, just the artistic conception of these few sentences, made him hum. Zhang Wuji hurriedly got up and poured wine for Li Shimin and Jiang Feng. The two looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Jiang Feng suddenly raised one syllable again. Bring in the wine, the cups must not stop, let me sing you a song, let your ears attend. What are bells and drums, jades and delicacies? Let me be forever drunk and never come to reason. Since times ancient, solitary have the sages been, but only a drunk can leave his name behind. My fur robe is worth 1,000 tals of gold, call the boy and have it exchange for a wine so fine, and then together shall we raise the worries of tens of thousand eras! The voice fell. But at this time, the three people in Little Tavern were completely ignited by this poem. Although, until now, Jiang Feng still didn't say why he didn't want to be an official in the DPRK and why he didn't do business to expand his industry. But this poem already contains a lot of things, even with finally, when the voice fell. Li Shimin and Zhang Sunyuji's eyes were full of tears of excitement. Who has never been young and frivolous? Who never wanted to fight the sword? They have all experienced the war of blood and fire. At this time, because of a poem, they made them feel the unprecedented kind of freedom and boldness. Good wine, good poetry. Li Shimin patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder excitedly, and had a drink with him again, big bowl. Then Li Shimin got hot, grabbed Jiang Feng's arm and said, "Good brother, in that case, you will not be forced to be an elder brother. But whether you are an official in the future, do business. I support you, elder brother." "Okay." Jiang Feng nodded heavily. "Old Li, what I like the most is you, which is very affectionate. If you don't say it today, I will definitely do it. In the future, if I have a bite, I'm Jiang Feng. Think I won't forget old Li, you." "Good, good. Good brother." Li Shimin's heart was hot. He grabbed Jiang Feng's hand and went out. "Pull, go, follow elder brother to become sworn brothers." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 97. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Zhang Sunwuji was taken aback. His Imperial Majesty is going to take people to become sworn brothers? Which one is this? Is His Majesty drunk? Hurry up to cough prompt. Seeing that there was no reaction, Zhang Sunwuji hurriedly picked up the wine bowl and said, "Old Li, if you bow, you will be unhurried for a while. You have to ask a master to count the characters, and then choose a good day." Come on, Jiang Feng brother, we old sun toast you a bowl. Your phrase to take a step back is to make a big step forward. It is very good. While speaking, Zhang Sunwuji blocked Li Shimin and then Jiang Feng. This move surprised Li Shimin and hurriedly thought of today's purpose. He smiled. "Old Sun said it. I'm drunk. Come, let's continue." Jiang Feng was taken aback. "But I didn't care." Seeing Zhang Sunwuji picking up the wine bowl, Jiang Feng also boldly picked up the wine bowl and said dizzily, "Yes, everything is in the wine." While speaking, the three met. Zhang Sunwuji hurriedly changed the subject. "Jiang Feng brother, just now you mentioned that if Tibet can't make it, and if we ask for food at this time, they will settle the accounts afterwards if we don't keep it. How can this be solved?" When Li Shimin heard it, his excitement was quenched in an instant. They all thought it was too simple just now. Zhang Sunwuji said that there is really a problem with it. "Yes, brother, if this is the case, then we will help them increase. This Tibet is a group of unfamiliar wolves." Li Shimin also anxious. Jiang Feng's faintly smiled slowly. "Take it slowly. This thing. Say you are stupid, you are still really not smart. This thing, you can't think of it, but the current His Imperial Majesty can think of it." "Can His Imperial Majesty think of it?" Li Shimin's old face couldn't help but blush. "I wish I could get it." "Let's do it." Jiang Feng knew from the dumbfounded faces of the two that they were really not expect. Mysterious said with a smile, "I will sort out this matter for you. If now, old Li is His Holiness, and old Sun, you. It's Zhang Sunwuji. If you were these two, how would you solve this problem?" The two looked at each other. There was amazement in his eyes. "If I were that one, if I knew that they had a conspiracy, I would definitely not give them a craftsman." Li Shimin thought for a while. Finally I firmly clicked, nodded. "This may be the best way to deal with it." Zhang Sunwuji thought for a while, and finally ordered, nodded. Seeing this, Jiang Feng is a little speechless. "You are really not the material for officials. Don't you want to understand what I said before?" "Let me say that." Jiang Feng simply opened up and said, "If I were His Majesty today, not only would I still give it to others, but I would also send out all those whom Great Tang can send out. It's just that, who to send out. Go out, then see what His Majesty means." Speaking of this, Jiang Feng smiled meaningfully. And Li Shimin also suddenly became clear, slapped his thigh and said, "I understand. You mean, His Majesty will disguise soldiers and spies as craftsmen, and then—" "That's right." "Fuck, old Li, you finally got the hang of it." Zhang Sunwuji was also surprised. Now, Everything Zhang Feng said before is suddenly clear. He finally understood why Zhang Feng still helped Tibet when he learned about Tibet's bad intentions. There is also that today's retreat is for the future. A big step forward. Now, I finally understand. It turns out that Zhang Fengshan is digging every word. This pit was dug. Li Shimin was a little caught off guard. Even Zhang Sunwuji, who was good at scheming, couldn't help but see a fine layer of cold sweat on his forehead after trying to understand it. Paralyzed. What kind of geek is this? Geek. Is it really a genius? Otherwise, who can give you a country in a simple conversation? This is so special. If Zhang Feng is not from Great Tang, then what a fart. Is this really God bless Great Tang? Who? Li Shimin was trembling with excitement. Everything that I didn't understand before, this time, I finally figured it out. Unfortunately, Li Shimin clasped his fists and said solemnly, Zhang Feng brother, Great Tang has you. It's Great Tang's blessing. Hee. Don't make trouble. This Great Tang talent pool is gone. Which green onion am I? Even if I don't say it now, wait for it. With the talents of His Holiness today, you will surely think of it so far-reaching. Besides, beside him, there are scheming Zhang Sunwuji, Wai Zheng, Fang Xuanling Du Nui and the others. These are heaven's chosen child. Li Shimin can't listen anymore. Zhang Sunwuji buried his head deeply in his arms. His face is flushed. Too embarrassing. Is it so harmful? The two can't stay any longer. Li Shimin hurriedly clasped his fists. Zhang Feng brother, many thanks today. Let me know, now, I can do business safely. While speaking, grab a silver ingot from my arms. He threw it on the table and said, I have something to do. I will be here first. Let's talk about it next time. Okay. Neither will Zhang Feng. You are polite. Hug your fist and say, I just want to make salt today. Let's continue next time. Walk slowly and not send it. Something seems to have been thought of. Zhang Feng, he hurriedly shouted. Old Li, don't make any noise about this. You have to be steady. It's terrible to spread it out. While speaking, Li Shimin and Zhang Sunwuji left in a hurry. Go with, and Zhang Feng took the silver ingot into his arms, carried the oil paper bag, and slowly walked into the back kitchen. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 98. Li Shimin, hearing this, one staggered and almost fell to the ground. Looking at the little tavern who was slowly closing, he smiled angrily. I, really such an impulsive person? Zhang Sunwuji did not speak. His face was sullen, but his face was flushed. Li Shimin glared at Zhang Sunwuji. The imperial spirit made Zhang Sunwuji shivered all over, and said hurriedly, His Imperial Majesty, the minister ... No laugh. Really? The minister promises ... No laugh. Come on. You said Zhang Feng brother, is this method effective? Will you try to gain an advantage only to end up worse off? Li Shimin ignored Zhang Sunwuji, but asked with some concern. It took Zhang Sunwuji a long time to stop smiling, and his face slowly became serious. This matter is really somewhat guilty. If it's a bad one, it will really be a dead loss. Now, Great Tang finally enters the rare stage of recuperating and rejuvenating. If it is because of this incident, and nurturing a tiger to invite calamity, it is really not worth the gain. Thinking of this, Zhang Sunwuji said, I think, this matter, there should be no problem. The question is whether the people we send are loyal to that's all. 1 inch. If you stand on military defense, this method is indeed effective. Really? Li Shimin was a little silent. He is not afraid of fighting, but he has some expectations, but the current situation around him prevents him from fighting. That's why Li Shimin is so sad. If this battle is fought now, the taxes that Great Tang just cut will skyrocket again, and the people cannot withstand such a toss. Furthermore, the current drought on Long Yu Road has just begun to be treated. Although the effect is visible, it is not very obvious. At this time, the war will not benefit Great Tang at all. On the contrary, it will suffer the crisis of overturning. The more I thought about it, the more worried Li Shimin became. As soon as he looked up, the Million Bird Gate was already in front of him. But, at this moment, Li Shimin suddenly thought of what Zhang Feng said when he left. I couldn't help asking, Long Sun, Do you remember what Jiang Feng little brother said when he left? What did you say? Nothing! Exclamation mark. Zhang Sun Wuji said subconsciously, but before he finished speaking, he continued, I remember, he seemed to say he wants to make salt. Salt! Exclamation mark. He can make salt. Zhang Sun Wuji also slowed down, and Li Shimin shivered with two exclamations. Salt making? Li Shimin was shocked. He absolutely didn't expect. Does Jiang Feng still make salt? Salt? Didn't the Salt Regulation Bureau have cured it? Didn't he just buy salt? What kind of salt is being made? Li Shimin is a little confused. But based on his knowledge of Jiang Feng, this product is definitely not so simple to get, and Li Shimin could not help but wave his hand. For now, I will go next time. Just ask. Do you think he has any different manufacturing methods? Just like an insect egg, and these weird things that he ate during this time, how much does he know? Well, Zhang Sun Wuji also hesitated. This Jiang Feng is a mystery. He can always make some weird things, such as that wine, and fried locusts. This thing, before leaving, who dares to eat an insect egg? But now, this thing, the whole Chainan city, has become a thing sought after by the rich. But, just a few days ago, he turned into a different style again and made some kebabs. This thing is greedy for Zhang Sun Wuji. No matter how you ask the cook to get it back, he just can't get the taste you want. Now, when I heard of a novel thing, the two of them were stunned again. Now Great Tang's salt is basically a luxury item, and many people basically can't afford it. However, he clearly saw that Jiang Feng was buying salt. What other tricks can he do? Unfortunately, Li Shimin and Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes flashed with shock. Don't say it. Let's go back to the palace and finish the matter at hand. Li Shimin thought hard and said, if Jiang Feng can really be at this point at that time, I will come up with something good. I think the layout of Great Tang is about to change. Tell Wei Zheng and the others to enter the palace quickly. Li Shimin stopped thinking, waved his hand, and then the sedan chair guarded by Jinwu guards entered the Vermilion Bird Gate. In the Imperial Study Room, there are many more guards than in the past. Cheng Yojin unceremoniously moved a bench and sat at the door of the Palace of Absolute Beguiling, carrying two large axes majestically. All the passing eunuch, after seeing Cheng Yojin's big bell-like eyes. He trembled in shock. Crash detour. And just now, a person in a purple robe hurried in through the back door of the Palace of Absolute Beguiling. When Cheng Yojin was holding a sharp axe and was about to order an arrest, Li Shimin got out. Instead of being angry, he looked at Cheng Yojin with a smile and said, Old Black, hard work, quick, follow I coming? Cheng Yojin was stunned. He was ordered to stick to the Imperial Study Room. Before His Imperial Majesty came back, no one was allowed to enter. When he went out, His Imperial Majesty was full of anger, but now, why are you in such a good mood? Cheng Yojin was stunned. Watching Li Shimin enter the Imperial Study Room in a daze, he threw away the axe with a bang, and eagerly entered the Imperial Study Room, walking and shouting at the same time, His Imperial Majesty, wait for me. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 99. After a moment, after receiving the secret report from Jinwu guards, Wei Zheng and the others hurriedly entered the Imperial Study Room. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Li Shimin's face solemnly on the bookcase, splashing ink, and Zhang Sun Wuji and Cheng Yojin both stared at Li Shimin's back in a daze. As soon as everyone entered the door, Zhang Sun Wuji hissed, "Don't make a noise." While speaking, Zhang Sun Wuji smiled and made a please gesture. What's the situation? Isn't His Imperial Majesty furious when he went out of the palace this morning? Now, why do you have leisure and elegance to write things? Could it be ... His Imperial Majesty wanted to kill Tibet emissary? What Tibet emissary did in Chainan City last night, and what happened in Chainan City today, really angered His Imperial Majesty. Wei Zheng glanced at Zhang Sun Wuji solemnly, and then walked forward to interrupt Li Shimin, but at that moment, he saw the writing on Li Shimin's desk. In an instant, I was shocked. Oh, Let a man of spirit venture where he pleases, and never tip his golden cup empty towards the moon. Since heaven gave the talent, let it be employed. I spent a full 1,000 tals of gold, but back they shall come again. Boil a lamb, butcher an ox, now we shall be joyous, and make me, of 300 bowls, one long drink. Bring in the wine, the cups must not stop. Let me sing you a song, let your ears attend. This is, His Majesty wrote, good poem. His Imperial Majesty. This ... If this poem is known to those Confucian officials in the imperial court, then they will surely be convinced by His Imperial Majesty. When Li Shimin finished writing a poem, Du Yui and the others even praised it. This class of poems, even the great writers at the time, were impossible to do so freely and freely. The artistic conception, where can a mortal do it? Old official, I feel that if this poem by His Imperial Majesty is listed as the subject of future scientific research, future generations of students will be proud of it. Li Shimin took a deep breath and waved his hand. What do you think of this poem? Wonderful. His Imperial Majesty is so wonderful. This poem is only because there is in the sky. Li Shimin shook the head. This was not created by me. Everyone was surprised. Not created by His Majesty? Could it be? His Majesty ... Is this poem written by Zhang Feng? Yes. Li Shimin looked at the poem on the bookcase with complicated eyes. He always felt that the poem was incomplete, but because of this, he wanted to keep Zhang Feng by his side even more eagerly. Li Shimin is also a person who likes poems and songs. Such beautiful things really cannot be expressed in words. He decided, in the future, Zhang Feng must be asked to write him 180 poems. When the time comes, all nations will come to the dynasty and will not return anything. If one person throws a picture, it will not only promote the great Tang culture, can also make his reputation more far-reaching. But he also knows that this is something later. Waved his hand and said, I asked you to wait this time, or for Tibet. I met Zhang Feng in Chainan today. What? Do you know the identity of His Majesty? Wai Zheng was surprised. Cheng Yojin was taking a nap. He couldn't understand any poems, but when he heard this, his spirit came immediately. His Imperial Majesty. Do you want me to pick up? Zhang Feng youngster enters the palace to see the emperor. Li Shimin gave Cheng Yojin a white look. Things are not what you think. While speaking, Li Shimin said the ins and outs of meeting Zhang Feng again. While speaking, I couldn't help it all over again. Laugh. After that, Li Shimin's voice condensed. This time, Wai Zheng, for Tibet's affairs, we'll call them to discuss tomorrow. It will be at Ji Palace. In terms of price, 10 million tals is my bottom line. His Imperial Majesty means to increase by 10 million? No. Is to reduce by 10 million? What? Lower? How can this be? This group of bastard, if it weren't for stirring the wind and the rain in Chainan City last night, I can't wait for old Cheng to peel off their skins. It's going to be old black. Shut up. Listen to His Majesty finish. Zhang Sun Wuji faintly he scolded Cheng Yojin. Cheng Yojin sat on the chair angrily, and stopped talking, but his fists crackled. It seems that as long as His Imperial Majesty orders, he will rush to kill the enemy. And Wai Zheng and the others are not feeling well now. It is also very uncomfortable for anyone to be put on the background. Li Shimin also understands the mood of everyone, lightly saying, this matter, that's it. You have to remember one thing. The present step backward is only for the future, a more favorable step forward. Everyone was hearing this, and there was a roar in their minds. The retreat now, just to make a big step forward in the future? This. Everyone was stunned. Fuck. Is this the philosophy of Tao of Confucianism? The modern retreat is just for the future, a big step forward more forcefully. This. Wai Zheng was shocked. Fang Xuanling and Du Yui were also shocked. Everyone looked at Li Shimin in disbelief. Based on their knowledge of Confucianism, they could understand the meaning of this sentence in an instant. They were just astonished that His Majesty this remark, although it seems easy to understand, what is involved in it. Philosophy of Tao of Confucianism. Even since ancient times, great Confucian, a great writer, is impossible to say such a thing. Sure enough, His Imperial Majesty is really hidden. Can you comprehend such words from this poem? How much wisdom does His Majesty hide? But, at this moment, Li Shimin took a deep breath and said, "This is what shopkeeper said." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 100. After that, Li Shimin stopped covering up, and told Zhang Sanwuji and Zhang Sanwuji what happened today. At this time, in the entire Imperial study room, Tang Du, the right-hand man named Li Shimin, was completely stunned. After a long time, his voice tremblingly said, "His Imperial Majesty, this is a good plan." Wei Zheng paced the Imperial study room solemnly for a while said, "His Imperial Majesty, although this strategy is good, Tibet will definitely take care of the craftsmen when they arrive. Such a strategy is good, but we have to make some countermeasures. Otherwise, once our people, if you are not determined to be rebelled, then." Li Shimin pondered for a while, nodded and said, "Eldest grandson, tell me your opinion." Zhang Sanwuji got up. "His Imperial Majesty, Lord Wei," and the old official did not have a countermeasure before, but after Lord Wei said the plan, the old official suddenly divine light flashed. "Do you think this will work? If we screen out some of our cronies from all over the place, and go, when we let them go, His Majesty will do it personally to enhance their sense of belonging to Great Tang. In this way, we let them settle in Tibet. Let them spread their branches in Tibet and settle in Tibet." Zhang Sanwuji's eyes flashed fiercely. "In this way, we can let go of their guard, and come, and let them become our nails into Tibet. Normally, we don't need to do anything, and we can live. But if we have a relationship with Tibet in the event of a war, at that time, these 100,000 people will play an immeasurable role." The old official thought, this should be the final thought of Jiang Feng brother on this matter. Hiss. Li Shimin sucked in a cold breath in shock. Even Wei Zheng, Fang Xuanling Du Yui, and Cheng Yojin stood up in amazement at this time. This scheme is too vicious. But, this is also the absolute method in order to guard against the unexpected. If you replace the craftsmen with soldiers, then it's okay in the future, they can still assimilate Tibet, unconsciously develop their forces, and become the backbone of Great Tang. This is a very profitable strategy. Good strategy. Li Shimin excitedly shot the bookcase. "Ministers think that this plan is feasible, His Majesty." This small official thinks, "Yes, this Tibet Tuihan Turkic, they are all wolf ambitions. We are sent to Tibet, and Tibet will find ways to keep them. So why don't we go downhill and let them settle in Tibet and become a nail for us? There will be a battle between us and Tibet, but at that time, if our 100,000 people broke out in their hinterland, it would have played a better role than the 500,000 army, which would charge directly." His Majesty, I would like old Cheng to go to Tibet personally. Li Shimin, hearing this, waving his sleeves, said with majesty, "You wait for the order." If this matter starts now, how long will 100,000 soldiers learn? His Majesty, 1 month is enough. January. At this time, the matter with Tibet has not been decided. From here to Tibet in 5 days, after returning, they will definitely have a result within 10 days. So, 1 month is enough. Thinking of this, Li Shimin said solemnly, "Provision, Wei Zheng, Fang Xuanling, Du Yui Zhang Sanwuji, Cheng Yojin, listen to the decree. I ordered you to gather from Longi Udao and other places immediately. You wait for your diehards and start training immediately. Zhang Sanwuji, obey the decree." Li Jing and other generals secretly screened in the military from various places, and again screened out 200,000 people, dispersed them, and entered them in batches. Longi Udao learns this method very much before Tibet emissary, before entering Chenan again, and afterwards. This small official, etc. Follow the order. His Majesty. After the order, Wei Zheng hesitated and asked, "Then Honglu Temple is over. What's over there?" Li Shimin slightly frowned. "Chill first. Since they are unrighteous, I don't need to give them the slightest face. Since they can create rumors, I don't believe it. Is it such a brainless person?" After thinking for a while, a smile flashed across Li Shimin's face. Looking at Cheng Yojin, He cleverly said, "Old Black, I give you a mission." Cheng Yojin, hearing this, excited and neck kneels. "His Imperial Majesty, just say, kill someone." "My old Cheng, I didn't let you kill." "You idiot, you always want to kill and kill." "It seems that your madam is approaching your birthday, right? I order you to work with you madam to organize all the officials of Chainan City, madam, to tell me about this matter!" Exclamation mark. Hi. This is Hi. Using the mouth of the female family, using the short way of the parents in the market, invisibly, to resolve this matter. Hi. His Imperial Majesty deserves to be His Imperial Majesty. Everyone couldn't help giving Li Shimin a thumbs up secretly. Cheng Yojin scratched his head. This is for her madam to play. But when he thought of madam's mouth, Cheng Yojin rubbed his hands. How did Li Shimin not know his thoughts? "Wave a hand. I will give you madam a secret decree. You can just wait for the decree to do something. Ask the grandson about what you have said." Good luck.